Started to drag them down his legs, along with the cotton drawers he wore underneath.
"Stop! What are you doing?"
he muttered. "I have to examine your groin," she told him. "See if there is any swelling there." He choked with what seemed like a laugh.
"Not now. Maybe tomorrow."
She shrugged and dragged the breeches and drawers down his long, hard legs. He pulled the sheet over himself. "This is no time for false modesty," she told him. "I have to look." He gave her a baleful, fever-ridden, stubborn look and held the sheet in position. "I've seen the male shape before," she assured him. She'd seen Ali naked several times when he was a little boy, "and I need to check your groin." She yanked the sheet off and froze. The resemblance between what she beheld now and what she'd seen while bathing Ali was vague, at the very least. This was a man. She felt a bit breathless. A very sick man. She castigated herself for being distracted. She touched him gingerly and slid her hand into the crease where his inner leg joined his body, avoiding his male parts as best she could, and felt carefully. "Nothing," she breathed.
"What?"
"No swellings," she assured him. He opened one eye.
"Course not. Too sick,"
he mumbled, gave a convulsive jerk, and started shivering again. She quickly felt to check the other side, and again, thank God, there was no swelling. "I'll check again in an hour," she told him.
"Cold,"
he said, shuddering violently. She pulled the covers up and tucked him in. Still he shivered. She fetched more clothes and tucked them around him. He huddled into them, his eyes closed. She found the small medicine chest and examined its contents. There were at least a dozen stoppered jars containing various substances. But although they were all clearly labelled, she wasn't sure what most of them would be used for. 2 she did know and gave thanks for: Peruvian bark and willow bark. A quiet knock at the door startled her. She jumped up and snatched the pistols. "Who's there?"
"Higgins. No one else, I promise, miss."
She wasn't sure whether to believe him. If the captain held a gun on him, "Put everything down outside the door, then move back," she ordered. She waited until she heard his footsteps retreating, then cautiously opened the door, just a crack. She peered out, but could see no one, so she poked her head around the door, the pistol primed and ready, just in case. Oh God, she hoped she wouldn't have to shoot. But there was nobody there. Just Higgins, waiting 10 feet away. "Thank you, Higgins," she called. "I've examined him and there are no swellings. That means there's no sign of plague. Tell the captain." It might still be plague, and she wouldn't lie to them if it was, but it would help if the captain and passengers were reassured. She quickly moved everything into the cabin. Bolting it securely, she checked to see what he'd brought. Extra towels, blankets, bowls, a large pot of hot ginger tea. Thank goodness. And an invalid cup with a spout. Praise be! With fever, he should drink plenty of fluids, and this would make it so much easier. She poured some of the tea into the cup and sprinkled Peruvian bark powder into it. She wasn't sure which of the barks would be most efficacious, but both were reputed to be good for fever, so she would alternate. She waited 5 minutes, stirring to let the goodness of the bark steep, then carefully lifted Rafe's head and set the spout to his lips. "You must drink this," she told him soothingly when he groaned and moved his head fretfully at the taste. "It's ginger tea with honey and Peruvian bark. It will help bring your fever down." He seemed to understand and obediently drank, swallowing each mouthful as if it were painful. He managed half a cup, then lay back exhausted. She tucked the covers around him and returned to the examination of the supplies Higgins had brought. There was a medical manual, the captain's no doubt. She searched for advice. "Sprinkle the sick room with vinegar," she read. So she sprinkled vinegar everywhere. Unlike many physicians, this one recommended fresh air. Ayisha agreed. She already had the 2 portholes open. The air was warm, salty fresh and clean. It had to be good. The physician recommended bleeding in the early stages of certain fevers, but only under certain conditions. She grimaced. She hated bleeding. The doctor had bled Papa copiously, and she had bad memories of it. But if she had to, if it would save him, she would. Thankfully, these were not the stated conditions. Yet. She read that in some cases of plague, a roasted onion soaked in olive oil had been used to soften the buboes. That was the medical term for the swellings in the groin, neck, and armpits, which were then lanced to release the putridity. The book didn't say if it worked, just that it had been done by others. Did they live or not? Still, if it was in the book, the physician must have thought it was worth saying. She swallowed. Very well, then. If buboes formed, she would do that. Rafe's razor would be sharp enough to lance anything. They hadn't tried that with Mama and Papa. Perhaps if they had... A positive attitude, she reminded herself. There were no buboes yet. In the meantime, she would try to bring his fever down. He stopped shivering after the first hour and threw all his bedclothes off, tossing and turning weakly. "Hot, hot," he gasped. "Water." Gently she sponged his body with warm water and vinegar, soothing the cool, astringent dampness over the broad plains of his chest, stomach, and down his arms and legs. She tried not to stare at his body, but she could not help herself. His chest was broad and firm, rising and falling now in jerky, uneven breaths. She stroked his damp skin, willing his strength to return. Thick bands of muscles, relaxed now in his unconscious state, twitched under her palm as she smoothed the sponge over him. He was a rich man, and yet there was not an ounce of fat on him. A man of bone and muscle. Was that good or not? She wondered. She had some idea that a fatter man might fight a wasting fever better. She lifted his arms and bathed him with vinegar and water, feeling again for swellings, but there were none. She sponged down his body, following the wedge of hair that narrowed to his belly button, bisected his stomach, and merged with the thick tangle at his groin. His male parts were soft, and she drizzled cool water over them, and felt cautiously on either side for buboes. Nothing. She glanced at his face, and saw his eyes were open, watching her. She felt a leap of hope. Nothing there, no swellings, she told him. There's nothing to worry about. You'll get well soon. Just sleep. He made no sound, no sign that he understood, and she realized he was staring at her with blank, fever-ridden, unseeing eyes. She sponged down his long, hard-muscled legs, lightly covered with hair. He moved them restlessly under her hands and started tossing his head back and forth, his big fists clenched and unclenched. She fed him some willow bark tea, and he quietened again. If she'd never met this man before, she'd still know he was a warrior, she thought, as she sponged the big, hot, restless body. He was covered with nicks and scars. He'd had several nasty, life-threatening wounds. A long, silvery gash, with puckered edges stretching from just under his arm to right across his ribs. A deep slash from a sword, she guessed. A miracle he'd survived that one. He had a small round hole in his shoulder and a matching one on his back. A bullet that had seemingly passed right through him. Another miracle. There were scars on his jaw and one high up near his temple, she discovered, when she was smoothing back his damp hair. Several small scars were recent. Gaddy's uncle and friends, she thought guiltily. She finished sponging him and stood back. So many scars should look ugly. Instead, he looked beautiful. But right now, he was weaker than her kitten. Her eyes filled with tears. She dashed them away. Think positive, she told herself fiercely. Think positive. He was staring at her again, his blue eyes burning through her. She knelt down beside the bed and smoothed his hair back, murmuring soft words of comfort. Through the day, she bathed him repeatedly, smoothing positive thoughts and strength into him with every touch. She fed him willow bark tea and Peruvian tea and barley water containing something called spirit of nitre, which the book had mentioned and was in the medical box. He tossed and turned and muttered and mumbled, and all the time his fever rose and rose. She'd sponge him with vinegar and water, or cover him with cool, wet cloths, and they seemed to give him comfort. But then suddenly he'd be shivering, his body racked with spasms, and she would reach for the covers again and tuck him in. And all the time she prayed. Several times in the day, Higgins returned, asking after the patient, bringing with him hot water and checking to see if there was anything Ayisha needed. He brought her meals, which she didn't want, but he stood outside, insisting she ate to keep up her strength. And he was right, she knew. So she ate, tasting nothing. In the late afternoon, Higgins brought all Ayisha's belongings. Mrs. Ferris was worried about infection, he told her, and had refused to have them or her kitten in the cabin any longer. The Reverend and Mrs. Payne were looking after the kitten and praying for Mr. Ramsey and for Ayisha. Night fell, but the fever did not subside. Instead, he felt hotter, despite everything she could think of to do. Through the porthole, she could see the curve of the moon, hanging low in the sky. It shone on Cairo too, she reminded herself. How are they getting on there? She missed Layla, missed her wisdom and experience. Layla would know if Ayisha was doing the right things or not. Ayisha didn't. All day she poured medicine into him, but he seemed only to be getting worse. She felt so helpless, so frightened. What if she couldn't keep him alive? How would she bear it if he died? She'd only just found him. He shivered desperately. "Cold, cold," he muttered. She had every possible covering over him. The portholes were open, but the air outside was warm and balmy. She couldn't think of a single thing she could do to make him warmer, except one. She stripped down to her chemise and climbed into bed, slipping under the covers until she was touching him. Lord, but he was hot. His body was like a furnace, yet he shivered and muttered, "Cold, cold." She spooned her body around his, holding him protectively, willing her health, her strength into him. She placed her palm against his naked chest, over his heart. She needed it there to feel any change in the night. She lay curled against him, feeling the thud, thud, thud of his heartbeat, willing it to stay steady and strong. She would not let him die. She would not. She repeated it over and over in her mind. She wasn't sure if she was praying or not. Exhausted, frightened, woken by any movement or change in him, she drifted in and out of sleep. The second day was worse. He was hotter, weaker, more distressed, more restless. 3 times a day she fed him boiled water with willow bark and Peruvian bark 3 times a day in between times. At other times, she gave him barley water with honey and sponged him or packed him with blankets, depending on whether he was complaining of cold or heat. 12 times a day she felt for buboes, and each time she breathed a sigh of relief. Whatever it was, at least it wasn't plague. Yet. All day she listened to him talking. It went almost non-stop, shouting or a constant mumbling delirium. It only stopped for short periods when he was asleep or unconscious. But she came to dread those silent periods. They terrified her. At least when he was talking, he was alive, even if he didn't make sense. In the silences, she hovered over him, watching each breath, ready to pounce on him if he should die. She had no idea what she would do if he did. Force him to live somehow. She wasn't sure how. "You'd better be only sleeping," she'd tell him in the silences. "Dying is not an option." Or, "You promised my grandmother you'd take me to her. You said you never break a promise, damn it, so don't break this one." But most of the time she was quietly saying, "Breathe, breathe, breathe." and breathing each breath with him, for him. Sometimes when he talked, she learned things about him. Many didn't make sense. Some did. He relived parts of his life. She could tell when he thought he was back in the war. She could hear him muttering disjointed orders, interspersed with thoughts, interrupted with shouted warnings. Sometimes his arms flailed around, or his fists bunched as if he were fighting. She curled up beside him on the bed, smoothing his forehead and making soothing, calming sounds. And again, she slept the night spooned around him, her palm pressed over his heart. The third day was worse still. As she changed the sheets, she stared at his naked body, spread eagle on the bed. Muscles she'd caressed on the first day now looked somehow stringier. Had they shrunk? She couldn't tell, but she thought they had. Could a big, tough body become wasted like that, in just 2 days? Or was she imagining it? She felt for buboes. Still nothing. He lay quiet, still, hot, his breath rasping irregularly, in and out like a rusty bellows. He said not a word. Now she missed the demented ramblings that had so distressed her before. She talked to him, ordering him to live, assuring him he was getting better, berating him for not fighting it harder. "You will not die, Rafe. Do you hear me? I forbid it. You will get well." Angrily dashing an unwary tear from her cheeks. A positive attitude. She sent her meals back untouched, ignoring Higgins's reproaches. She couldn't eat with him lying so still and wasted. She would be sick. She fed him medicinal tea with barley water for strength, and he swallowed it, but barely. His lassitude frightened her. As she fed him his last dose of willow bark for the night and slipped in beside him, she prayed fiercely for his life to be spared. She lay holding him against her, her hand pressed against his heart, feeling each breath rasp in and out, in and out. She was too frightened to sleep, but in the wee hours of the night, his heartbeat and the rhythm of his breathing lulled her briefly to sleep against her will. And in the faint light of dawn, she woke up cold. She sat up with a jerk and a shout, "No!" And beside her, he stirred. She blinked. Her chemise was wet. She was cold because her chemise was wet, and the breeze from the porthole was chilling her. Her chemise was wet because he was wet. He was sweating. She felt his forehead. It was cooling under her fingers. Oh God! He was sleeping normally, his breathing deep and even. She pressed her palm to his heart and felt the strong and steady beat. The fever had broken. Tears ran down her cheeks unchecked. He was going to live. His fever had broken. 13. He slept for most of the day, and in the late afternoon, she glanced up to find him watching her. His blue eyes were as clear as the sky now, no sign of fever, and ever so slightly annoyed.
"What are you doing here?"
he asked. "It's all right, you've been sick." She hurried over to the bed and felt his forehead, blissfully cool and normal. He looked up at her and caught her hand in his, frowning.
"What are you doing?"
"Checking for fever, but there's none. You're going to be well again." He tried to sit up and fell back against the pillows.
"Good God, I'm as weak as a kitten."
"Yes, you'll need to rest for some time yet and regain your strength. You've been very sick. I thought you were going to die," she said mistily.
"Nonsense. I'm as tough as old boots,"
he said, and tried to sit up again, succeeding this time, though at a visible cost. "No, you're as stubborn as old boots," she corrected him. "Now stay put, please. I need to wash you."
"Wash me?"
The black brows snapped together.
"You'll do nothing of the sort."
"Don't be silly. You desperately need a wash. In case you haven't noticed, you stink. When the fever broke, you sweated like a pig, and now I need to get you clean so you can recover in comfort." Black brows lowered as he peered under the sheet. His eyes widened briefly as he saw he was naked. He glanced up at her, then cautiously sniffed himself. His head jerked back.
Phew!
She laughed. Told you so. All the evil humours have been sweated out of you. So now will you let me bathe you? He drew the sheet up to his chin.
Even less so now that I've seen. Deuce take it, Ayisha. You shouldn't even be here with me in this state.
He tucked the sheet around him.
Where's Higgins?
Outside.
Then send for him. He can assist me.
No, he can't, she said calmly. Not for 10 more days.
What do you mean, 10 more days? I thought you said he was outside. Has he gone somewhere?
No, he's still on the boat, she told him. But I might be infectious. So the captain has put me in quarantine for another 10 days just to be sure.
If you're in quarantine, then what are you doing in my cabin?
This is quarantine, she told him. I told you you were sick. We thought it might be the plague.
Plague?
But it wasn't. And now you're recovering from whatever it was. But I might have caught it from you, and so we have to stay in here for a little while longer.
A little?
He slumped back against the pillows.
I don't understand half of what you've said to me. No.
He held up his hand.
Don't explain it all again. I think I'll just have a sleep first and hope that it all makes sense when I wake up.
Well, don't sleep too long, she told him. I need to bathe you and change those sheets before night. He shook his head.
No, you're not touching me, blast it. I can put up with it.
Well, I can't, she told him. If you think I'm going to sleep in dirty sheets with a man who stinks of evil humours, you've got another thing coming.
Nobody's asking you to sleep in dirty sheets with any kind of man at all, he retorted. Go away. Sleep in your own bed.
She said nothing. His brows knotted as he caught the implications of what she'd said, and his gaze swept the room. No other bed.
You mean that blasted captain shut you in here without so much as a bed?
He said with gathering wrath. No, she said wearily. I shut myself in here with you, and I've slept here, she pointed at his bed, there for the last 3 nights.
With me?
She shrugged. You were sick and unconscious, and there was plenty of room. It's a big bed. He stared at her for a long moment, then groaned.
My head aches. I can't think straight. Let me lie here for a bit while I work it all out.
He lay down and closed his eyes. She instantly fetched the invalid cup and put the spout to his lips.
What the?
He spluttered, pushing it away.
What's this? I don't need you fussing over me.
It's willow bark tea, she told him crossly. Fuss over him indeed. She was tempted to tip the tea over his big, thick head. It will help with your headache. It tastes nasty, I know, and serve you right. As for fussing, you've taken it 3 times a day for the last 3 days, and it's done you a great deal of good. He groaned and pulled the sheet over his head. It came out a few seconds later.
I really do stink, don't I?
She nodded. Like a pig, and you need a purge as well as a bath.
A purge? There's nothing left in me to purge. I'm not taking any blasted purge, he growled.
Then he looked at her.
Why a purge?
If the evil humours can be sweated out of you, I'm hoping a purge will rid you of the evil humour you've woken up in, she told him sweetly. I'm not putting up with that for another 10 days either. It was the sort of thing you said before you swept magnificently out of the door, she reflected, but she was locked in, so all she could do was turn her back on him. She was shaking with fury, and maybe a little weak with relief that he really was all right, and possibly on the verge of tears for the same reason. But she was not going to cry in front of him. Stinking beast. How could you fight day and night to save a man's life, and then when you had, want to strangle him? She was tired, that's all. She'd hardly had any sleep in the last few nights. She stomped over to the bed, not looking at him, and picked up 2 of the blankets he'd kicked off at some stage. She folded one lengthwise in 3, then in half, and laid it on the floor, farthest from the bed. It would do nicely as a sleeping mat. She took a pillow from the bed and placed it at the end of the oblong.
"What are you doing?"
he demanded. She ignored him. She wrapped herself in the other blanket and lay down on the mat.
"You can't sleep on the floor. Here, take the bed. I'll sleep on the floor."
"The bed stinks of sweat and sickness, and so do you. I've slept on cobblestones in the open air for the last 6 years. I can sleep anywhere." She closed her eyes.
"It's too early to go to sleep."
She sat up and glared at him. "Look, I've had very little sleep for the past few nights, so I'm going to catch up on it now. With any luck, I'll sleep for 10 days, and then I won't have to talk to you at all, and you won't have to put up with my fussing." She lay down again. There was a short silence, then he said,
"I'm sorry. I was rude and I've upset you. I just don't know. I'm a bit confused, that's all. I seem to have lost days of my life and I don't understand how."
"You've been ill, and now you're better, and you've woken up bad-tempered and you stink," she told him tiredly, adding, "And I'm bad-tempered too. But at least I had a wash and changed, so I feel better. I'll explain everything later. But first I need some sleep." And she closed her eyes and slept. Rafe sat back against the pillows and watched her. She really had fallen right to sleep then and there. He thought for a moment she was just trying to make some point he couldn't work out. But now that his brain was beginning to work, he realized she looked pale and drawn, and somehow frail. She really was exhausted. He closed his eyes and tried to think. The last thing he could remember was a woman screaming. A woman, but not Ayisha. But the reason eluded him. Whatever the memory was, it slipped away like dreams so often did. Or nightmares. But he really did stink. If what she said was right and they were locked in, he'd better clean himself up while she was asleep. Again he struggled to sit up. He must have been very sick. There were only a few times in his life he'd found himself so weak. He hated it. Hated being dependent on others. He'd rather shoot himself than let her bathe him while he was helpless as a baby. He struggled to sit up and swung his legs out of bed. He sat on the edge of the bed, breathing heavily, and surveyed the cabin. Beneath the far pothole sat a row of covered buckets, a pile of folded cloths, and some empty bowls in a chamber pot. On the chest of drawers, screwed up in the wall, sat his medicine chest, a teapot, and that blasted spouted cup. Beside them lay his razor. Excellent. He ran his hand over his jaw. He could use a shave. He wobbled to his feet, and, naked, staggered over and found himself clutching the porthole for balance. His head spun. He stood for a moment, hanging on and gulping in sea air. It seemed to help. He investigated the buckets next. 2 were empty. 2 contained water. He dipped a finger in and tasted it gingerly. 1 was fresh water, the other seawater. He took a washcloth, soaked it up with some medicinal-smelling soap he found, then scrubbed himself all over using the seawater. He scrubbed every inch of himself, from head to toe, contorting to get his back clean, scrubbing hard. He stood carefully over one of the empty buckets and used his tin shaving mug to ladle seawater over him, sluicing himself down. Instead of into the bucket, the scummy grey water went all over the floor. He stared at it, dismayed. He glanced at Ayisha, sleeping the sleep of the just on the other side of the room. Her breathing was deep and even. Dark lashes lay in delicate crescents on her pale cheeks. Her hair clustered prettily around her temples and ears, curling in that just-washed look. She'd bathed, and somehow left everything neat and tidy and dry, like a little cat. He stared down at the spreading pool of soap-scummy salt water, staggered back to his bed, ripped the top sheet off, and flung it on the puddle. God, he was exhausted. Again. He hated being so weak. He clutched the side of the porthole and breathed until the chill on his wet, naked body revived him. He went to shave himself and got a severe shock when he saw himself in the looking-glass. Under the rough beard he looked scrawny, and his eyes were bruised-looking and sunken. Oh well, he'd look better with a shave. His razor was out and opened. The pouch with the rest of his toiletries was back with his baggage. What had she wanted with his razor? He shaved in cold water. He'd done it many a time before, but for some reason, this time, he kept nicking himself, and by the time he'd finished, there were flecks of blood on the sheet at his feet. He scrubbed himself all over again with his own soap, and this time rinsed off with fresh water. He glanced at himself in the looking-glass. He was a sorry-looking creature, all right, but he felt a million times better. But Lord, what a mess he'd made! The sheet was sopping. What to do with it? Solution obvious. He pushed it around the floor with his feet, mopping up all the water, then bundled it up and shoved it through the porthole. Problem solved. He toweled himself and his hair dry and tossed the used towel out of the porthole. Damned useful things, portholes. Ayisha muttered something in her sleep, and he glanced across. Better cover himself before she woke. He grabbed a pair of drawers from his travel chest and tried to put them on. Damn! He needed to sit down. He sat on the bed, pulled the drawers on, then exhausted, fell back on the bed. Phew! It still stank. He pulled off the bottom sheet, sniffed, and pulled off the blanket underneath it, and bundled them through the porthole. The pillows went the same way. He sniffed the mattress. Still a faint, sour, unpleasant odour about it. It was stuffed with wool. Wool carried infection, he'd heard. He tried to roll the mattress up, but though it was thin, it wasn't thin enough to go through the porthole. Damn! He sat down to think the problem through, and saw his portmanteau sitting there. He'd brought an Arabian sword of Damascus steel while he was in Cairo. Damascus steel was famous. Swords of Damascus could cut through anything. They'd shattered the Crusaders' swords in the old days, so a mattress made of wool and ticking should be no trouble. With renewed determination, he pulled the sword from his portmanteau and began to methodically cut the mattress in pieces, flinging each one from the porthole. It was as sharp as, maybe even sharper than, his razor, and it sliced through the fabric and wool without a sound. She slept right through it. Marvellous weapon, he thought, as he sheathed it. He wished he'd had a sword like this in the army. He should have brought 4, 1 for each of the lads. 5, 1 for Ethan. Maybe he'd write to Baxter. He sat on the bed. It wasn't very comfortable with just a sheet of canvas over the wooden ropes. Still, better than having a mattress harbouring infection. He glanced at the sleeping girl. Why the devil had she slept in the same bed with a sick man? If she got sick because of him. They could get a new mattress at the next port. Where were they, anyway? He peered out of the porthole, but could see nothing, just a smudge of far-distant land. He pulled on his breeches and a shirt and felt halfway to being civilized again. There was a soft knock on the door. "Miss? Are you all right, miss?" It was Higgins. Rafe went to the door. What the devil? It was bolted. From the inside. But she'd said they were locked in. He unbolted it and flung open the door. Higgins' face lit up. "God be praised, sir, it's true. You're well again." The older man's face crumpled, and he worked to control his emotion. I was sure." He cleared his throat. "Miss Ayisha said you were better, but I wasn't sure. And seeing you—" He did an abrupt about-face, pulled out a handkerchief, blew into it loudly, then, after a moment, turned back to Rafe, his customary wooden expression in place. "My apologies, sir, but I truly thought you were done for. The plague is a killer." "Plague?" Rafe repeated, and suddenly he recalled what that woman had been screaming. Plague. He frowned. "But it wasn't plague, was it?" "No, sir. Everybody thought it was.
Some of the other passengers were panicking.
Rafe nodded.
So that's why they locked me in. But what I can't understand is why they've put Miss Ayisha in with me. She wasn't sick, was she?
Higgins' brow furrowed.
No, sir. She locked herself in with you, to stop them dumping you.
At Rafe's mystified expression, he added,
Didn't she explain, sir?
Rafe shook his head. No, she didn't.
She's asleep at the moment, see?
He stood back and gestured for Higgins to come in, but the man didn't move.
Beg pardon, sir, but Captain's orders are that no one is to go into or out of this cabin for another 10 days.
He gave Rafe an uneasy look and said,
It was a direct order, sir, but if you insist...
Rafe waved his explanation away.
No, superior officer in this instance. You did right. But fill me in.
Higgins did, and by the end of his tale, Rafe was frowning.
You all believed I had plague, and yet nobody tried to stop her. Everyone did, sir, including yourself. Everyone else wanted rid of you. The plan was to tow you to some godforsaken part of the African coastline and leave you there, to live or die in the hands of God. And you, sir, you were all for it, bent on being the noble hero you were.
He grinned half tearfully.
But Miss Ayisha wouldn't have a bar of it. You should have seen her, sir. Like a young tigress she was, protecting her cub. She pushed you back into the cabin, followed you in and shut the bolt. She even threatened to shoot the first 2 men who came in. They were going to break the door down and haul you out. But she stopped them.
Rafe stared at the slender young thing, curled up on the floor and swallowed.
How long ago was this? 4 days, 3 nights, sir. She tended to you night and day for all that time, sponging you down, pouring Peruvian bark tea and God knows what into you. A real little heroine she is. A bloody little fool,
Rafe muttered. What he'd heard shook him to the depths of his being. It was one thing to risk yourself for a friend in the heat of battle. It was another to shut yourself in with a man you thought had plague, risking certain death, for a man she barely knew. He sighed.
I'm starving, Higgins. Can you get me some food? Of course, sir. And Miss Ayisha too, I expect. She hasn't eaten a thing since before yesterday. Yes, Miss Ayisha too. Oh, and see if you can rustle up a new mattress, some pillows and some blankets. I've got plenty of sheets.
Higgins looked confused.
Yes, Miss Ayisha changed your sheets every day. But what happened to the other... They went out of the porthole, Higgins, Rafe told him. They stank. Out of the...
Higgins' face went blank. He straightened.
Of course, sir. I'll see what I can do, sir.
As the door closed behind Higgins, Ayisha stirred.
Higgins is fetching us some food, he told her. Did you sleep well?
Yes, thank you. What happened to your face? She stood up, shaking herself from the blanket, and peered worriedly at his jaw. It's all cut about.
I shaved, he said with dignity. In cold water.
Oh. She bit back a smile. I see. You could have asked Higgins to fetch some hot water. He comes back every hour in the daytime. He took the blanket from her and made a rough bundle of it. Here, I'll fold it, she began, and went to pick up the other blanket. She frowned. What's all this stuff drifting around the floor? It looks like... She bent and picked something up. It's wool.
From the mattress, I expect.
He bent and picked up her pillow, took the second blanket from her, walked to the porthole and thrust them through.
Hey, what are you... They were dirty too.
She looked at the bed and her jaw dropped. What happened to the bed? There's no mattress.
It's gone. It's better that way. Wool harbours infections.
He took the shred of wool from her hand and dropped it out of the porthole.
Higgins is getting us a new one. Come and sit down, I'm worn out.
There was a knock at the door.
Ah, the food.
But it was Higgins with a mattress, pillows and blankets.
They didn't have a big mattress, sir, but one of the seamen sewed 2 ordinary mattresses together. Like wizards they are with a needle. Comes of mending sails, I suppose.
He pushed the mattress through the doorway. "And Higgins, could you get me a hammock, please?" Ayisha asked him, "and a length of rope so we can rig up a corner for privacy." "Certainly, He broke off as Rafe caught his eye. "No hammock," Rafe mouthed silently from behind her. "Certainly, miss," Higgins finished, his expression unchanged. "I'll see what I can do." Rafe nodded. Good man. They spent the next few minutes reassembling the bed. By the end of it, Rafe was almost at the end of his tether. He collapsed across it. 5 minutes later, a knock at the door revived him. "The food, at last," he said and staggered to the door. But it was the captain. He looked Rafe up and down very carefully. "My felicitations, sir, on your recovery." "Thank you, Captain," Rafe said. The captain glanced at Ayisha hovering at Rafe's elbow, steadying him. "Miss Cleeve, you did a remarkably brave and foolish thing." She smiled. "I told you, Captain, it wasn't such a risk." Rafe cut her off. "We'll discuss that later." It drove him wild to hear her dismissing it so lightly. "Captain, now you've seen I'm not plague-ridden, perhaps you could lift this quarantine—" "Sorry, but no. I have rules and they must be obeyed. However, I'd hate to be confined to a cabin for so long, and I see no harm in allowing you a short time on deck to take in some fresh air, sunshine, and get a bit of exercise. As long as you don't come into contact with my passengers or crew, that is." He looked a query at Rafe, who nodded. "Agreed. Good. I suggest you come up on deck during meal times, when the other passengers are eating. I shall inform the crew. You will dine later in your cabin, after the others have finished." Rafe nodded. "A good compromise. Thank you." The captain took his leave. Then he turned back with another thought. "Will you be wanting me to perform a service, sir?" He glanced at Ayisha. "No," Rafe told him. "I'll organise it once I get Miss Cleeve to her grandmother's home." "Service?" Ayisha asked. "What are you talking about?" "A wedding service, miss," the captain said. "But—" Ayisha began. "Thank you, Captain, there's no need for this just now." Rafe shut the door. "What was he talking about?" Ayisha asked with misgiving. "Not at all good ton, weddings aboard a ship," Rafe told her. "We'll do the deed at your grandmother's." "Do what deed?" "Get married, of course." He caught her look of amazement. "Well, it can't come as a surprise. I explained it to you only a few days ago. Or maybe it was a week ago, I don't know. But I'm very sure that you understood me at the time. Why, you didn't come near me for days." She stared at him as if stricken into silence. "Come now, Ayisha. Surely you can see that after having spent 3 nights alone with me in my room, in my bed, we would have to marry." All that time alone with him unconscious, and her with nothing to do. She must have considered the consequences, he thought, trying to squash the coils of guilt inside him. He'd realised in the moment he knew she'd slept in his bed. Realised it, and been delighted. For Rafe, it resolved everything. He would have her exactly where he wanted, in his arms, in his life, and in his bed. And all without him having to make flowery speeches or make embarrassing admissions, and risk her tossing them back in his face. Now he wouldn't have to do a thing, except do the right thing and marry Ayisha. It couldn't be better. "But you were sick, unconscious," she argued. "You didn't even know I was there." "Yes, but everyone else on this ship did. Come, my dear, there's no need to look so upset. The damage is done now, so let's make the best of it." Why could she not see the advantages? Marriage would solve her problems, and his. It would even solve the question of the succession. Not that he cared about that. She looked at him. "The damage is done," she echoed, an odd note in her voice. "The damage?" He gave her a reassuring smile. "It's not so bad. We'll rub along together quite well, I suspect." And as his wife, he could truly protect her and take care of her. "Oh, do you?" He frowned. She sounded a little annoyed. "Yes, there's nothing either of us can do about it except accept the fact." What fact is that? She demanded. That because I saved your life and a pack of complete strangers know about it, we must now spend the rest of our lives married to each other? He shrugged. It's the way of the world. It's not the way of my world. Perhaps not, but in England, he began, then changed his mind. Well, actually it is. You cannot deny that marriages are arranged all the time in Egypt. Yes, but as you say, this is England. She glanced out at the blue water of the Mediterranean. Not yet, perhaps, but it will be. And marriages are arranged in England all the time, too. Both of my friends made arranged marriages. In fact, Harry's was made for the very same reason. And my own brother was arranging mine to Lavinia Fetty Place before I left. He broke off. It was perhaps not the wisest admission he'd made. Oh, wonderful! She threw up her arms. And I suppose she's rich and beautiful. Well, yes, but... Of course, she raged. So he'll be just thrilled when you toss her over for some girl you found in the gutters of Cairo. Not at first, he won't, and you weren't in the gutter precisely. Not that it matters. My brother will just have to put up with the change of plans. The change of plans couldn't have suited Rafe better. He had no desire to marry Lady Lavinia. He'd fled the country to avoid it, in fact. Put up with it, will we? Her voice throbbed with fury. Well, not me, Mr. Ramsey, because I'm refusing your so gallant offer to make a decent woman of me. I'm perfectly decent as I am. Thank you. Of course you are. Nobody is suggesting otherwise, Rafe soothed. There's no need to get upset. He put a hand out to her, but she gave him such a look that he changed his mind. She had a right to be upset, he knew. Women wanted the flowery speeches, courtship, things like that. But it was far too late for that. They were well and truly compromised, and there was no other alternative but marriage. Only Mrs. Ferris and others like her, I expect. They'll be saying that I created a situation to get myself a rich and handsome husband. She glared at him. And you think so too, don't you? That's not true. I don't think that at all. I know very well I've been sick. You meant well, I'm sure. I know, he said hastily, seeing her expression. He took a deep breath and said in a calming voice, Of course I know you meant nothing but the best. But life doesn't always have the outcome one expects, and though this may not be what we both expected, still it's not so very bad, is it? He gave her an encouraging smile. Not so very bad. She clenched her fists, rolled her eyes upward, and emitted a furious growl. Rafe frowned. Clearly he was a less desirable catch than he'd imagined, though at least she thought him handsome. He thought about telling her about the heir. A lot of women might like the idea that their son one day would become an earl. But damn it, no, he wouldn't bribe her into it. That would be too undignified. He came back to the recurring thread in her argument. If it's Mrs. Ferris you're worried about, well, don't. She's quite beneath your touch. Just ignore her, Rafe recommended loftily. Ignore her? She almost shouted. How can I ignore her when I'm supposed to marry you because of what she and others like her think? It's what the whole world will think, Rafe said irritably. It made perfect sense to him. What the devil was she getting so hot under the collar for? They'd got on perfectly well until now, and once she calmed down, they'd get on perfectly well again, he was sure. No, what the whole world will think if I marry you, which I won't, is something like... She put on an overly genteel voice. Oh, look, there goes Ayisha Ramsey. She was no one until she pretended Rafe Ramsey had plague. Of course he didn't. It was just a minor fever. But she locked herself in with him for 3 whole nights. Such melodrama, my dear. And when he recovered, the poor man was forced to marry her. So tragic. She stormed to the door, flung it open and found Higgins standing there with a tray of food. Stand back, Higgins, she snapped. I'm going up on deck, and I'd hate to brush up against you by accident. Miss? Higgins stood back. Because then I'd probably have to marry you, she finished. Oh, now you're just being silly, Rafe began. which would suit me a damn sight better," she concluded in a throbbing voice and ran off. She left in her wake a shocked silence.
"Sorry to interrupt, sir," Higgins said ruefully after a moment. "Just came to bring you some food and to let you know everyone's gone in to dinner if you wanted to go above decks." "Thank God I'm starving,"
Rafe declared. He lifted the cloth from the tray and stared at the contents.
"Clear soup. Poached eggs. I said I was starving, man. I'm weak as a kitten. I need meat and some good red wine. Sorry, sir, but your constitution needs slow building up. It couldn't cope with meat and red wine, and you know it, sir. Remember when you had that wound and the fever came on after the surgeon had stitched you up? I moved heaven and earth to get you a good plate of meat when you felt up to it. And I threw it all up a minute after I ate it, I know. Terrible waste. But soup and poached eggs." He looked at the pallid liquid, the runny blobs on a piece of dry toast. "It's good chicken soup," Higgins coaxed. "If Miss Ayisha had her way, it'd be gruel." Rafe glanced the way she'd run. "Are you sure you don't mean hemlock?" Higgins smiled. "She's in a passion, to be sure, but she'll calm down. You know she thinks the world of you." "Does she? Doesn't look like it to me." Rafe took the tray and sat down. He peered under the cover of the second plate. Eggs as well. "Females don't always say what they think, sir. You know that." Rafe snorted. "I know. They get emotional about things that are perfectly straightforward. That's true, sir." He took a mouthful of soup. Not bad. He drank some more. "I mean, she knew the consequences. That first night out of port, I warned her about us being seen together too often, unchaperoned, the danger of being compromised." He shook his head. "I should have got her a maid." "It would have made no difference, sir." "No, I suppose not. She was hell-bent on saving your life, sir, not thinking about being compromised." "I know that, Higgins," Rafe said impatiently. "Headstrong little fool throws herself into danger all the time, doesn't think about the consequences. That's why it will work, this marriage. She needs to be steered by a cooler, more rational head." He finished the soup and ate a mouthful of egg and toast. "Yes, sir. Admittedly, the captain was a little premature, but how could it possibly be the shock she seems to think it is? She's acting as if it's an insult." He glanced at Higgins. "I mean, I'm a reasonable catch, aren't I?" "An excellent catch, sir." "No, not excellent," Rafe said seriously. "My birth is good, but the fortune is only average." He took another bite. "I don't think Miss Ayisha cares two pins about your fortune, sir." "Well, I don't think so either, but she's clearly got her sights on something or someone better." Higgins hesitated. "How exactly did you propose, sir?" "Propose? I didn't. No need to. Captain broached the subject first, and I went on from there." He pushed the plate aside. Halfway through a piece of toast and an egg, and he was full. "Women like to be proposed to, sir," Higgins suggested diffidently. "Like to know they can say yay or nay." "Well, you heard her. She said nay, loud and clear. I imagine the whole ship heard her." "Everyone's at dinner, sir," Higgins assured him. "They wouldn't have heard a thing." "Well, you get off and have your dinner." Rafe waved him away. "And if you value your skin, don't tell me it's roast beef." Rafe lay down on the bed. Why did women have to complicate everything? It had been the most perfect resolution, what he'd intended all along, almost from the moment he'd set eyes on her. She seemed so alone. He was alone too. She had one close relative, her grandmother, but she could very easily die soon. Grandmothers did, in his experience, and Rafe only had one brother, and he wasn't the slightest bit interested in anything other than Rafe's ability to produce an heir. It seemed like a natural partnership. She would be alone in a strange country, needing protection, needing to be cared for and looked after, and he was good at that. It was one of his few skills. They'd started out their acquaintance at daggers drawn, but he thought things had settled down nicely between them since. The trip to Alexandria had been quite pleasant. They'd admired the sights and chatted about all sorts of things. He'd left her friends in a secure position. She'd liked his little gift. He hoped it made up for his insisting she left the old cat behind. And that little chat up on deck that first night, when she'd stood beside him and talked about things he hadn't thought about in years, with her hand tucked into his arm. As for saving his life, he could not get over that, pulling his pistols out to stop them from sending him ashore. And what followed after that? Fever was damned unpleasant to deal with, he knew, but she'd done it, taking care of him like a little Trojan. He still hadn't quite come to terms with how he felt about that. Grateful, certainly, but also he couldn't explain it, even to himself. So offering her marriage was the right thing to do on all levels. Her vehement rejection had shocked him, but he wasn't going to give in. He'd lay siege to her, wear her down, talk her around to his way of thinking. It worked in war. It would work in life. Take her to her grandmother's, explain the situation, and ask for her grandmother's permission to wed her. The old lady would back him up, he knew, allow her precious new-found granddaughter to be disgraced. Not in a million years. So he'd sort things out at Clevedon, and then head off to straighten things with George and Lady Lavinia. Not that he'd ever made any promise to her, thank God, but she'd known of the intention, and he didn't want to embarrass her. He'd explain the situation. She'd understand. She wasn't a bad sort, just not his sort. George would come around in the end. Breeding was what counted most with George. The Cleves might not be nobility, but it was an old and venerable line, and on her mother's side she was related to half the noble families in the land. George cared about an heir more than anything. He'd end up grateful that Rafe was even getting married. Even though she had no fortune, she would inherit something from her grandmother, he imagined, and in any case, he was perfectly content with what he had. But was she? Her reaction had shocked him, shown him he didn't understand her at all. Since his grandmother died, he hadn't been close to many women, apart from Gabe and Harry's aunts and Luke's mother and sisters. The transactions with women he'd had up till now were either distant, polite and formal. He was very good at balls and dinner parties, for instance, or convenient, lusty and with no strings attached. Those connections began and ended at the bedroom door. The kind of connection Gabe and Harry had with their wives. Even his brother George seemed to have it with his wife Lucy. That was foreign territory to Rafe. He was the outsider looking in. But they'd all made marriages a convenience. Even George. Especially George. Their father had selected George's bride with the same attention to detail and bloodlines that George had chosen Lady Lavinia. So Rafe was sure he was on the right track. All he had to do was get her to the altar, and then into his bed. In time she would come to care for him. She had to. She found love easy. She loved half of Cairo, it seemed. Ragged little street thieves, pie makers, ancient beaten-up cats, sleek little kittens. She would learn to love him eventually. He was sure of it. How do you make someone love you? The only person in the world who'd cared about Rafe was his grandmother. But that's what grandmothers did, it seemed. Look at Lady Cleve. She hadn't even met Ayisha, but she loved her already. But that was Ayisha, he thought sleepily. Everyone loved her. Look at the way those young officers followed her around. A honeymooning vicar and his wife. The captain of the ship. 2 out of 3 harpies. Even sailors made harnesses for her cat. She was like that. He was just one of many. But he could protect her. And damn it, she needed protection the way she rushed into things. An angel rushing in where fools didn't dare. Yes, he thought sleepily. That's what he'd do. Marry her.
be kind to her and protect her. And once he'd got her into his bed, he'd make love to her until she was boneless with pleasure. It was the other thing he could do well. She'd have to care for him then, he thought. He closed his eyes, partly to sleep, partly to shut out the thought of the other women he'd pleasured and parted from, without a pang on either side. Ayisha was different. He'd make her want him, and want to stay, somehow. 14. Ayisha marched to the rail and thumped it hard. Stupid, thick-headed, idiot man. Why couldn't he understand? She glared around the empty deck. She wanted to kick something, somebody. Only he was still in the cabin. The damage is done, indeed. You meant well. Meant well? It made her sound like an interfering busybody. Didn't he know, the great cloth-head, that for the last 3 days she'd fought day and night to keep him alive? The last thing on her mind had been propriety, and he should thank her for it, instead of telling her she meant well. All those hours hovering around him, making him breathe, breathe, breathe. The sleepless nights, the fear, worrying, fretting over him, feeding him Peruvian bark and willow bark and sponging him down, keeping him cool, keeping him warm, keeping him alive. She stared out to sea with eyes that were awash. What sort of person did he think she was? Could he not see why she'd done what she did? Why did he think she'd fought so desperately to save him, threatening to shoot 2 perfectly innocent men so they wouldn't set him ashore? Men with wives, probably, who they loved, and children. Why did he think she would do such a thing? To trap herself a husband? You meant well. How could he not see how desperately she loved him? The blockhead. She couldn't even begin to explain how his words wounded her. The words every girl dreams of, having her marriage described by the prospective groom. The damage is done, but it's not so very bad. We'll rub along together quite well, I suspect. She should have let them dump him overboard, she thought furiously. It would have saved her, everyone, a great deal of trouble. She paced along the rail, back and forth. She should have shoved him out the porthole. She could go down and do it now, see how he liked that. She would not be married to prevent gossip. She would not rub along. She had come to suck the sweet orange of life, not the dry bean of compromise and convention. For Ayisha, it was all or nothing, and if he was too stupid and thick-headed and blind to know what she was offering, she would choose nothing. No, that was wrong. She wasn't choosing nothing. He had offered her nothing, and she had refused to accept it, and that was that. Now to survive another 10 days in a cabin with a man she wanted to strangle, or shove out a porthole. An hour later, Higgins came to let her know it was time to return to the cabin. "Are you all right, miss?" he asked, his kind face worried. "Yes, Higgins," she said quietly. She'd made her decision, and she was calm and resolved. "I'm a little tired. That's all. Did you find me a hammock?" His gaze shifted. "No, miss," he said. "A spare mattress, then?" "I'm sorry, miss." She shrugged. "No matter, I'll just sleep on the floor. Could you ask Reverend and Mrs. Payne if I could have my kitten back in the morning, please?" "Of course, miss. I'll speak to them." He bowed and hurried off. Ayisha returned to the cabin and quietly let herself in. To her great relief, Rafe was sound asleep in bed. Of course he must be tired. He would do a lot of sleeping over the next few days, she knew. That would help. She slipped off her shoes and stockings and tiptoed over to the bed. He looked peaceful and handsome, but she felt his forehead, just to make sure. Cool, dry, normal. His breathing was deep and even, too. There was a tray with a cloth on the sea chest. Investigating, she found cold soup and a poached egg. She was very hungry, so she ate them anyway. It was no longer in her to waste food. He slept on, the rhythm of his breathing unchanged. She poured some clean cold water into a bowl and washed her face. then looked around for spare blankets. None. She sighed. The floor was going to be very hard. It's amazing how quickly you got used to sleeping in a bed with a soft woolen mattress. But if you were tired enough, you could sleep anywhere. And she was very tired. She took off her dress and hung it on a hook, then spread out her shawl on the floor and lay down.
"Get into bed, Ayisha,"
a deep voice growled, making her jump. "I am in bed," she responded. "Good night."
"I said, get into bed. You're not sleeping on the floor."
"I will sleep where I please." She closed her eyes.
"This bed is big enough for both of us."
"This cabin isn't big enough for both of us." She screwed her eyes shut and concentrated on deep and even breathing. Impossible man. Just when she'd achieved calm, he must argue and stir things up. He sighed.
"Very well, if you're going to be stubborn."
There was a swishing of bedclothes, and she heard bare feet padding across towards her. "What are you doing?"
"I can't let a woman sleep on the floor."
"Don't be stupid. I'm used to it. You're not."
"I'm a soldier. I've slept on the ground hundreds of times."
"You're not a soldier anymore. The ground is a great deal softer than any wooden floor, and you've been sick. Go back to bed." He knelt down beside her. "Go away. I'm not moving," she hissed. He lay down beside her on the floor.
"Good night, little cat."
She lay there fuming. "This is ridiculous. I'm not sleeping beside you."
"Then use the bed,"
he said, and snuggled up close to her. She wriggled away. He wriggled close again. "Stop doing that."
"It's cold."
"Then get in the bed." He didn't move, so she pushed him. "Go on. You've been sick. You need to take care of yourself."
"Can't leave a lady on the floor."
"Oh, for heaven's sake." She rose and grabbed a blanket from the bed and threw it over him. She stood looking down at him and caught the faint glint of white teeth in the moonlight. Ridiculous, impossible man. If she stayed on the floor, he'd just keep annoying her, and neither of them would get any sleep. "Very well, since you're determined to be completely impossible, I'll sleep in the bed."
"Well, do it then, and stop keeping me awake."
She gritted her teeth and got into the bed. It was very soft and warm and comfortable. She waited, but he didn't say anything, and after a few minutes, she relaxed. It was really very comfortable, and she was so tired. A big, warm body slid in beside her. She stiffened, and her eyes flew open. "What do you think you're doing?"
"Getting into bed. You told me to, remember? At least twice. Hate to disoblige a lady."
"Then let me out."
"No. We'll both sleep better here."
"I can't sleep in the same bed with you."
"Why not? You did it the last 3 nights."
"That was different. You were unconscious then."
"So? It'll be more fun now." "Oof."
There was a short silence.
"I'd forgotten about your elbows."
She examined the remark suspiciously.
"What about my elbows?" "Just that you have them. Lots of them."
"That's ridiculous. I only have 2. Now let me out." She felt slightly desperate. She didn't want to sleep here, so close to him. She was angry with him. She wanted nothing to do with him. But he'd trapped her between the wall and himself. The only way she could get out was to climb over him, and she was fairly certain he'd enjoy stopping her.
"Now stop arguing, there's a good girl. We're both tired. So let's just declare a truce and agree you're sleeping here with me."
She considered it. The bed was very comfortable. She would sleep better here, and it wasn't as if he'd left her any choice. "Very well," she said. "There are 2 mattresses sewn together. So you stay on yours, and I'll stay on mine. Agreed?"
"Whatever you say, my dear."
She tried to relax, and was succeeding quite well, until from out of the darkness he added,
"Not that it matters. We're going to get married anyway."
"Oof!" Something woke Rafe in the middle of the night. He'd always been a light sleeper. He tried to work out what it was, and then he realized. Her body was curled along his side, shaping herself to the contours of his body. on his half of the bed, holding him, one hand cupping the side of his face, the other with the palm pressed skin against skin, inside his shirt, directly over his heart. He turned his head cautiously to look at her. She was sound asleep, but was whispering something, the same word over and over, her breath warming his skin. He leaned closer to hear what it was. Breathe, breathe, breathe. For a moment he couldn't breathe, couldn't think, as slowly it dawned on him what she was doing. Protecting him, caring for him, keeping him alive even as she slept. Breathe, breathe, breathe. A tight ball formed in his chest. His hand came up and covered hers, where it lay over his heart. He didn't care how much she argued and denied it. She was his. The next morning, Higgins woke them with a knock on the door. Ayisha sat up, yawning. She glanced at the porthole. The day was bright. "We slept in," she said, sounding surprised. Rafe pulled on his breeches. "We were both very tired." He padded to the door in shirt and breeches. "Morning, sir. Miss Ayisha. How do you feel, sir?" "Better, thank you, Higgins," Rafe told him. "Much more the thing. What's this?" Higgins handed a can and a neat bundle over. "Can of hot water for your ablution, sir. And a bit of old sailcloth and some rope. Figured you could rig up a private corner." Higgins went off, promising to return with breakfast in about half an hour. Rafe rigged up the sail to make a private corner, then sat down and pulled on his boots. He turned to Ayisha, who was still in bed, her bedclothes clutched up around her neck, as if he was about to pounce on her. He smiled to himself. If she only knew how she'd held him in her sleep. He'd woken first and moved away from her reluctantly, knowing she'd be upset if she woke to find them practically intertwined. He'd woken with renewed hope. She'd embraced him in her sleep. That had to mean something. He gestured to the hot water in the private alcove. "Ladies first. I'll go up on deck for a quick stroll. 15 minutes?" And pulling on his coat, he left. On his return, she headed above deck, while he shaved carefully. It was disconcerting how much the short stroll on deck had tired him out, he thought, stripping to wash the rest of his body. He had to get his strength back. When she came back, Higgins was waiting with their breakfast. At his feet was a basket containing one slightly aggrieved kitten. Ayisha pounced on the kitten with delight and released her, crooning and cuddling the tiny thing. As they broke their fast on hot tea, porridge, new-baked bread and honey, no ham or bacon, much to Rafe's disgust, Cleo prowled around the cabin, sniffing everything, learning her new territory. Rafe only managed a few spoonfuls of porridge and a little bread and honey, but Ayisha was busily working her way through everything there was. She was obviously ravenous. He felt a pang as he recalled she'd missed her dinner because of him. He put his porridge bowl down for the kitten, who examined the bowl from all angles before lapping contentedly. Rafe sprawled sideways across the bed, his head propped in his hand, and watched Ayisha. She gave him a look as if to say, "What are you doing?" but went on with her breakfast in silence. "I like to watch you eat," he told her. "Why?" She frowned and lowered the piece of crusty bread and honey. "Do I do it wrong? For England, that is. Should I cut this into small pieces or something?" No, don't worry. It's just that you really enjoy your food." She shrugged. "Why not? I was hungry. And this bread and honey is delicious. I'd forgotten how delicious Frankish bread was." She finished the last piece and licked her fingers. "And I love this Greek honey. "You'll get no objection from me," Rafe said, watching her tongue curl around her sticky fingers. His manhood stirred at the sight. He gently rolled over and lay on his stomach. "You can have honey every day once we're married." "Don't start that again," she ordered. "I refuse to spend the next 10 days locked in with you arguing about such a piece of nonsense. You've said your piece. I've given you my answer, and that's my last word on it."
"Very well. I won't browbeat you about it," he said. "But I'm still going to marry you." He held up his hand to stop her speaking. "And that's my last word on it. For today."
She snorted and picked up the damp washcloth to wipe her hands. He moved into a more comfortable position on the bed, and his eye caught the pistol case, still open near the door. He knew why she'd wanted the pistols, though it still dazed him. But he recalled that his razor had been out and open too. Why?
"I noticed you had my razor out when I was sick."
She was cross-legged on the floor now, playing with the kitten.
"How did you plan to use it? I presume you weren't planning to shave me or cut my throat?"
She gave a wry smile. "Not then, I wasn't. You weren't talking such nonsense then. Just a bit of delirious rambling." She said it as if it was nothing, but dealing with a delirious man was no joke.
"The razor?"
She shrugged and glanced at the medical text next to the bed. "If it was the plague, I might have had to lance the buboes." He closed his eyes, imagining it. He could never make it up to her. Never. And now, as a reward for her heroism, she was trapped with him. In more ways than one.
"You're not sorry you did it, are you? Looked after me, I mean."
"Of course not. How could I be?" She sighed. "I just wish people's reactions to it weren't so stupidly complicated." She meant marriage.
"Because the world is complicated."
"It's not. It's quite simple. I was simply taking care of a sick man, and now you're simply giving in to the gossips."
"No, I'm protecting you."
She snorted. "I don't need protecting from the likes of Mrs. Ferris. I told you about people like her. If they don't have anything real to talk about, they'll make something up."
"But this is real."
"No, that's just it. It's not. You were sick, nothing happened. Any compromising happened only in their minds. It wasn't real at all, and I refuse to give in to it. So please let us not argue."
"I have no intention of arguing,"
he assured her. No argument at all. He was simply going to marry her. She played with the kitten for a while, then said, "Tell me about this Lavinia person." He smiled.
"She's simply a young woman who my brother was negotiating for me to marry."
She frowned as she twirled a stray tuft of mattress wool into a kitten plaything. "He's your older brother, yes? Is it normal for older brothers to arrange marriages for their younger brothers?"
"Not really, but in this case he needs an heir."
"Then why does he not marry and beget one?"
"He's been married for 10 years. His wife is barren."
"Oh, poor thing. I'm sorry." She picked up the kitten and cuddled it.
"So it's up to me to beget the next Ramsey son. And since he's very concerned with breeding and bloodlines, his wife was selected by my father for her excellent family connections and her fortune. So he's doing the same for me. He did a great deal of research and came up with Lady Lavinia."
"Don't you have any say in it?"
"Yes, but I was dragging my feet in finding a wife, and so he stepped in."
"Is she nice, this Lavinia?"
"I only met her once, but yes, she seemed nice enough."
The kitten pounced and skittered after the wool. "Pretty?"
"Very."
She nodded. "And rich?"
"Apparently. And she'd already agreed to let my brother and his wife raise the firstborn son."
She looked up, shocked. "What? But why?" He shrugged.
"He would be heir to the family business, eventually. George wanted to train him up to do a proper job of it."
Her brow furrowed. "You sound as if you don't care." He said tightly.
"It was nothing to do with me. They'd planned it all out. I was just the instrument."
It sounded better than stallion, and he was still unable to voice the rage he'd felt on learning of the plan, as if he wouldn't care what would happen to his child. George had told him of Lavinia's agreement, presenting it as if Rafe should be delighted not to have a son cluttering up his life. He sounded just like their father. Rafe might resent the action, but he couldn't quarrel with the end result. his wild goose chase in Egypt. He smiled as Ayisha tussled playfully with the kitten. His little wild goose. She said slowly, looking for ways to excuse him, "I suppose you knew you could trust your brother's choice? He must know you very well." He snorted.
"He hardly knows me at all. We were brought up separately."
"Why was that?"
"My mother died when I was small. It's all right," he said quickly, seeing her expression of sympathy. "My memories of her are very vague. But after that, my father didn't want me underfoot. George was the heir, and father spent all his time training him for his future position."
"But that's terrible." He shook his head.
"If you want to know the truth, George got the worst part of the deal. My father was a frightful bore, always droning on about the family and its importance. So George grew up under the old man's thumb, and turned out just like him. While I got to live with Granny, my mother's mother."
She picked up the kitten and, stroking it, said softly, "You liked it at Granny's, didn't you? I can tell. Was she my grandmother's friend?"
"She was. And yes, the happiest times of my life were at Granny's."
He lay back on the bed remembering, and drifted off to sleep. It was good that he slept, Ayisha reflected. Sleep, good food, exercise, and fresh air would soon restore him to normal. She thought about the story he'd told. So cold-blooded. People said the English were a cold-blooded race, but she'd never seen any evidence of it before now. Growing up hardly knowing his father or brother. What had he said about his father? "My father didn't want me underfoot." What kind of a father would send a fine young son like Rafe off to be raised by his wife's mother? He didn't need to. He was clearly rich. He just wasn't interested. She looked at Rafe, sleeping on the bed and impossibly handsome. What kind of man would let his brother choose his bride without bothering to find anything about her? And then fight to marry another woman, merely to stop gossip? And what kind of woman would happily hand over her child to be brought up by others? Only the direst necessity would force Ayisha to give up her child. What kind of people was she going to? He slept on and off for most of the day, recovering his strength. Ayisha passed the time playing with her kitten, practicing the knitting she'd started with Mrs. Grenville. She'd sent it along with Higgins, or reading. Rafe had several books in his trunk, and she found it such a joy to be able to read again. In the evening, they'd walked on deck together, enjoying the evening breeze and the sight of the stars coming out. After dinner, Ayisha asked Higgins whether he'd be able to find a spare mattress or hammock.
"Sorry, miss," he told her, not meeting her eyes. "I'm unable to find any."
"Because you've instructed him not to be able to find any, haven't you?" she accused Rafe after Higgins had left.
"Would I do that?"
A smile lurked in his eyes that showed her she was right, and he didn't care that she knew it. "You should be ashamed of yourself," she told him.
"Oh, I am,"
he said. The smile moved to his mouth and took on a distinctly wolfishly tone. But he hadn't been able to stop Higgins from finding her some extra blankets, not when she told Higgins how cold she'd been the previous night. He had too soft a heart to obey his master in that instance. So when it came to bedtime, Ayisha put Cleo in her basket. They'd agreed it was a good idea to get the kitten used to sleeping in there. It would make travelling easier, and then made up a bed for herself on the floor, beside the cat basket.
"What are you doing?"
Rafe demanded, as she rolled herself in the blanket. "Isn't it obvious?" She lay down.
"No, it's extremely tedious."
He got off the bed with a long, suffering expression. "I don't care if you lie beside me on the floor," she told him. "I won't be tricked a second time, and you won't be able to stand it on the floor for long." She closed her eyes.
"I have no intention of lying on the floor beside you. It's much nicer on the bed," he said. "See?"
And taking the corners of her blanket, he lifted her straight onto the bed. One flip, and she rolled right out of her blanket. He slid into the bed beside her.
"That's better,"
he said. and when she opened her mouth to complain, he simply leaned forward and kissed her. She recoiled instinctively, but he cupped the back of her head with his hand and tenderly, implacably, took possession of her lips, her mouth. She lifted a hand to push him away, but somehow, somewhere between one heartbeat and the next, the impulse just dissolved. His mouth invaded hers, seeking, demanding, swamping her senses. The sound of the waves, the creaking of the ship, the sound the wind made in the sails, it all faded away to nothing. There was only him, only her, only the moment. Awash on a sea of sensation. The sharp masculine taste of him. Intimate, deeply familiar. The scent of his skin. All man. Rafe. And clean linen and hunger. A slow rush of heat spread across her skin. Hunger. He moved slowly, sensuously against her, and she shuddered at the press of his flesh against hers. The abrasion of his stubbled jaw, the insistence of the hot, demanding mouth. And then, as suddenly as it had started, he released her and moved back. She blinked, staring at him, dazed, oddly bereft. What had just happened there?
"If you keep looking at me like that, I won't be able to stop,"
he said, his voice rough as the bristles on his chin, and just as appealing. She shivered, and then he smiled ruefully.
"Actually, I'm not sure it would make much difference. I'm still damnably weak from that blasted fever."
And with a sigh, he lay back on his pillow and closed his eyes. The world slowly crept back around her, revolving around one thought that battered at her dazed stupidity like waves against the ship's hull. She'd almost let him seduce her. If he wasn't still weak from the fever, she wouldn't have lifted a finger to stop him. That's what seduced meant, she told herself furiously. Making you do something you didn't want to do. Only she had. She'd wanted it. Wanted him. She stared at his mouth. His perfectly ordinary, perfectly beautiful, devilishly seductive mouth, and shivered again. At her narrow escape, she told herself, while she'd been under the spell of his kiss, she would have allowed him anything. Allowed? Who was it who'd run her fingers through that thick, dark hair and pulled him closer? Who'd reacted to the first touch of his tongue inside her mouth with a thrill of excitement and touched her own tongue to his, and wanted more? She pressed her palms against her still hot cheeks and breathed deeply. Even recumbent on a pillow with his eyes closed, he drew her to him. She'd known from the first day she'd seen him that he was dangerous. What she hadn't realized was how addictive danger could be. She was playing with fire, and it could only end in tears. Her tears. She started to climb over him. A brawny arm rose up to bar her.
"Where do you think you're going?"
His eyes were still closed. She pushed against him. She felt no sign of the weakness he'd mentioned. "I can't sleep here, knowing that any minute you might pounce on me." He opened one eye and raised a brow.
"Pounce,"
he said, in a pained voice, implying he would never be so vulgar. "Yes, pounce, like you pounced just now." He opened both eyes. They gleamed.
"Is that what you call it in Egypt? In England we call it a kiss. In this case, a good-night kiss. A delightful custom, don't you think?"
"I won't have it. Now let me out." She wasn't going to stay here and banter with him. From the look of him, his strength was increasing by the minute. He didn't move a muscle.
"I thought you enjoyed it nearly as much as I did."
She had no intention of admitting any such dangerous thing. "Move your arm. Let me out."
"I could understand if you didn't want to. But you do. So what's the harm? We're going to marry anyway, so why put ourselves through the strain of unnecessary celibacy?
He seemed genuinely puzzled by her refusal. He took her hand and caressed it.
"Come now, sweetheart. Why not alleviate the tedium?"
He broke off. She snatched her hand away and thought about punching him. She knew what he'd been going to say, alleviate the tedium of their quarantine. He wanted to seduce her as a way of keeping boredom at bay. "It's a pity it's so dark in here," she told him. There was a short pause.
"Why?"
he said cautiously. "Because if you could see my expression, you'd be only too happy to let me out, for fear I'd murder you in your bed." He laughed.
"Not when you worked so hard to save my life."
"We all make mistakes."
"You're cross,"
he said.
"Perhaps I could have phrased that last suggestion more felicitously, but—"
"I'm not going to argue. You know my decision."
"Yes, but it's not entrapment when I'm perfectly aware of the situation and happy to go along with it."
She glared at him. "Happy to go along with it?"
"More than happy,"
he assured her hastily, seeming to realize his error.
"Delighted, really. I promise you."
She fumed silently. "Bone-headed idiot man. Either give me your promise, on your honour, not to try to seduce me, or I'll ask the captain to put me ashore at Malta." His brows snapped together.
"But they'll put you into quarantine in Malta."
She shrugged. "I'm in quarantine here."
"Yes, but it's much more comfortable here."
"At least nobody will try to seduce me there." He snorted.
"Don't count on it."
He thought for a moment, then sighed and said,
"Very well, I promise to do nothing you don't want."
She shook her head. "Not good enough." The trouble was, she wanted his kiss, and once caught up in it, there was no saying what else she might want. Everything, she suspected. She had to force a promise from him that would protect her from herself as well as him. She wanted him, but she didn't want to live the rest of her life as someone who'd tricked him into marriage, and until he knew the whole truth about who she was, she couldn't even think about accepting him. Besides, who wanted to marry a man who spoke of alleviating tedium? She glared at him, the big bonehead. "I must have your promise, on your honour as a gentleman, that you will not try to seduce me. Otherwise, I leave the ship at Malta."
"Does that include kissing?"
"No kissing." She felt a pang as she said it, but she knew what kissing was now, something that dissolved all her common sense.
"If I promise, will you remain in this bed? I won't have you sleeping on the floor."
"It's quite comfortable if you're used to—" "Oh, very well. But one wrong move."
"I promise, on my honour as a gentleman, to make no attempt to seduce you."
She should have felt relief, and she did, but not as much as she should have. And there was a definite pang of regret. But it was the right thing to do, she told herself as she lay down next to him in the dark. Despite his thick-headedness, she wanted him. To marry him would be a dream. But who founded a dream on a lie? It would be like building a home over a snake's hole. Sooner or later the snake would come out to bite you, and it would poison everything you'd built. She would gladly marry him, free and clear, though not for the sake of propriety, and not to alleviate tedium. She couldn't even consider him seriously until he knew who she truly was, or who her parents were. She would marry him without hesitation then, if he still wanted her, that is. She was far from certain about that. He might still want her, but not necessarily as a wife. Who knew that reality better than the daughter of a mistress? She closed her eyes and tried not to think about the man in the bed beside her. She could smell him, that delicious, clean linen, soap and man smell of him. She inhaled deeply.
"Can I just explain what I meant about alleviating tedium?"
"Oof! No, all right, we'll leave it at oof. No talking," she said sternly.
"Very well, good night. And may I just say what a pleasure it is sharing a bed with oof!"
Rafe lay in the dark, smiling. He still had her where he wanted her. Maybe not quite as close as he wanted her. He rubbed his ribs reflectively. Even her anger pleased him. He didn't blame her a bit. Whatever had possessed him to speak of alleviating tedium, he could have phrased that a lot more felicitously. What the hell was the matter with him? He used to be famed for his dry and witty way with words. Now, every time he opened his mouth to her, he seemed to put his foot in it. It was the fever. No, he thought. It was her. He was deeply frustrated, and it was scrambling his brain. He hadn't meant alleviate the tedium in the way it had sounded. He'd been having visions of it all day, ever since quarantine, and the possibility of marriage had arisen. A blissful 10 days of enforced isolation, free of the irritations of the outside world, sailing peacefully along, making love, kissing, talking, kissing, getting to know each other, making love. His idea of the perfect honeymoon. Too late to explain that now. Now it was going to be 10 days of torture, having her and not having her, sleeping with her and not sleeping with her. What the hell was the matter with him? It was only going to get worse. 15. Would you really give your firstborn son to your brother to raise? Ayisha asked him as they were taking their last promenade of the day. Ahead of them, Cleo, now accustomed to her lead, stalked a shadow. What? He asked. He'd been miles away. These promenades 3 times a day in the open air were his lifeline, and he didn't mean the cat's safety harness. Being locked up in a cabin with Ayisha was the punishment of Tantalus. He could see, hear, smell, but was unable to touch or taste. She climbed into bed each night, a stiff little prickle of propriety, insisting on sleeping on the outer edge of the bed, threatening to sleep on the floor if he so much as moved an inch toward her. But in sleep, her body sang another song. In sleep, her body sought him, snuggling closer until she was curled against his length, her hand resting over his heart, her cheek nestled against his shoulder, her limbs twined around his. In sleep, she was warm and soft, separated from him only by a promise, and it was driving him mad. He slept badly and woke each morning rock hard with desire. "I beg your pardon, I was wool-gathering," he said. "What did you ask me?" "You said you were going to give your firstborn son to your brother to raise." "I said Lavinia and my brother had agreed on it. I was never even consulted." "Well, would you?" "Give away my child?" He stared out to sea a long time. "Never," he said quietly. "Not while there was breath in my body to protect him." She slipped her arm through his. "Then why did they think you'd agree to such a thing?" He shook his head. "I think George thought he'd be doing me a favor. Perhaps he thought because I'd never settled, a son would get in my way." George's exact words. She frowned. "What do you mean?" "He thought a son would slow me down, stop me having fun." After 8 years at war, Rafe and the others had indeed broken out and kicked up their heels a little. But in the last year, the fun had palled and become something almost desperate. 8 years as an officer got a man used to responsibilities, to having a purpose in life, and being cut loose from that was difficult. Rafe hadn't thought a great deal about the future. In the army, he'd been almost superstitious about it. Many soldiers believed that if you planned for the future, you'd be sure to be killed. So he'd lived in the here and now. But when the fighting was all over, and he'd decided to sell out, he couldn't stand the endless drilling of a Hyde Park soldier. He thought he'd take up some sort of position on one of the family estates. When he was a boy, several of his uncles had run various family businesses, and he rather thought he'd be good at that. Learning that all your family wanted of you, for the rest of your life, was a brief period of stud service. That was a slap in the face. And if it had been done with the least bit of hostility or scorn, Rafe would have slapped back, hard. But George had thought he was doing Rafe a favour. George had worked hard to find what he considered the perfect bride for Rafe. one who wouldn't trouble him in the slightest. The trouble was, Rafe liked trouble. And pathetic as it was, Rafe couldn't rebuff the first friendly overture from his brother since their father had died. So he'd cut and run, to Egypt. "I didn't mean about the son," Ayisha interrupted his thoughts. "I meant, what did he mean, you'd never settled?" "It's true. I haven't had a permanent home since... I don't know when, actually. Not since I was a small boy." He frowned, only just realizing it. Had it really been so long? "When your father sent you away." She said it in such a way that showed she understood why he'd never, ever send a child of his away. It wasn't that he minded living with Granny. He'd loved living at Foxcott, and he loved her. But to know how little he'd mattered to his own father. No child of his would ever be in doubt that they mattered. "No, I lived with my grandmother, and that was my home then. It was after she died." Good God, had it really been so long since he'd had anywhere permanent? She gaped at him. "But your family is rich," she said, sounding quite distressed. "How could you not have a home?" She was imagining he'd had to live on the streets, like she had, he realized. He laughed and slipped an arm around her waist. "No, you're imagining something dreadful. I've had a delightful time, I assure you. After Granny died, I never went to Axbridge, my father's home, now George's, if I could help it. On school holidays I stayed with Gabe and Harry or Luke, and then the army was my home. And since then, well, I stay with friends, and when in London, I have lodgings." "Can't you buy a house?" He shrugged. "What for? Besides, I do own a house. My grandmother left me hers when she died." He hadn't found that out until he was 21, and the family solicitor had written to him in Spain. His father had appointed an estate manager, and the house was rented out. Rafe wasn't needed. "So you have a home?" "No, I own a house. There's a difference." "If you own a house, you can have a home," she insisted. "Getting the house is the hard part. Making it into a home is easy." "Is it?" he said. "Good. When we're married, you will enjoy making us a home." She pulled herself away. "They say we'll be a Malta tomorrow." It was a warning. "I'll go down first," she said briskly, and moved toward the companionway. Malta was beautiful, a small jewel of an island set in brilliant azure waters. And like a jewel, it was tough at heart, with enormous fortifications rising from the sea. Of course, being in quarantine, they were not allowed ashore. But in exchange for gold and several fine large turtles caught by the seamen, fresh provisions came aboard, including several large baskets full of fresh fruit. Ayisha and Rafe strolled on deck, while below the ship's passengers were treated to turtle soup, various roasted game meats, and fresh vegetables and fruit, with local cheeses to follow. The smells that floated up from the gallery were enticing, and Rafe was hungry, but they had to be patient. They received their dinner after the others, but Higgins would ensure they didn't just get leftovers. On the shore, they could hear music playing, some kind of festival or celebration. Ayisha leaned over the gunwales, listening avidly, one foot raised. "You'll fall overboard if you're not careful," Rafe told her. She was all grace and lissom beauty. She laughed. "Isn't the music wonderful?" She closed her eyes the better to concentrate on the sounds floating across the smooth water of the harbour. Oh, I know that song," she exclaimed in excitement. "It's Highland Laddie, and I used to be able to play it on the pianoforte." And humming along with the tune, she played silent notes on the smooth surface of the gunwale. Her open enjoyment of such a small pleasure touched him. "So you can play the pianoforte?" he prompted, hoping to encourage her to open up a little. She so rarely talked about her past. "No, I wish I could," she said, still earnestly fingering soundless notes, with a kind of delight over something she thought long forgotten. "I started lessons, and I loved it. It was the best thing. And she sang a line and smiled. So lovely to hear this song after so many years.
You seem very proficient to me.
Yes, but only on a ship's rail, she admitted. I only attended lessons for a year and then...
Then what?
They stopped. Her fingering faltered, and she snatched them back so self-consciously and, as if looking for something to do with them, brushed her hair back. There was a moment of silence, broken only by the soft lapping of the waves and the sounds from the town drifting across the water.
What happened? Did your teacher leave? Or die?
Mrs. Whittaker? No, as far as I know, she's still living there and giving lessons. She shrugged. She used to give lessons to many of the English and other children living there, not for money, but because she loved She broke off, frowning. No, she said it was because she loved children. But now I think back, I don't think that was true at all. She glanced up at him. She made such a fuss of me, and I felt so welcome and so wanted. She sighed. When you're a child, you believe anything adults tell you, she said in a tired-sounding voice. It's only much later you understand that there was something very different going on.
What was going on with Mrs. Whittaker?
She shook her head. It doesn't matter now.
Indulge my curiosity. I want to know why the lessons you so enjoyed stopped.
She shrugged again. I think now she had a tendre for Papa. Perhaps she hoped to marry him. I don't know.
Your father didn't return her sentiments?
No, of course. She broke off. No, he didn't. Can you hear what this one is? She leaned out over the side, craning to hear the next song floating on the balmy night breeze. But he knew it was an excuse to change the subject. Something had happened about those lessons, not just the disappointment of a widow's hopes, something more personal to Ayisha.
You sound upset.
I don't know this one, but it's pretty, isn't it? She swayed to the music. She was obviously determined not to discuss it further, but the music and her movements had given him an idea.
It's Strauss, he said,
and held out a hand to her.
Do you waltz, Miss Cleeve?
She looked at his hand and shook her head. You mean dance? No, I've seen people dance. They were the other part of Mrs. Whittaker's lessons, but I never got to that part.
Then I'll teach you.
He took her hands in his. She tried to pull back. No, I don't know how. She looked around, embarrassed. There were, as usual, at the time they took their walks, no sailors on the main deck. He could see a couple of them at work in the riggings, dark silhouettes against the evening sky, and several more going about their tasks on the forecastle and the poop deck. The ship would sail on the evening tide, and soon there would be sailors everywhere. But for now...
There's nobody to see you, he assured her. Now, like this. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
She stumbled a little at first, but Rafe was an excellent dancer, with many years of practice. He'd served on Wellington's staff, and the beau was known for his fondness for balls. And she soon picked up the steps. She was very light on her feet, and followed his guidance almost instinctively. He watched as slowly her expression changed from scowling concentration to an "I think I can do this" expression. And finally, she looked up and gave him a dazzling smile. "I'm dancing!" she exclaimed. "I'm dancing and it's wonderful! Oops!" She trod on his foot and, laughing, returned to intent concentration. He didn't think he could ever tire of watching her. The guarded expression she'd worn when he first met her mostly disappeared. It came back whenever they were talking about her past. There was something dark and disturbing that she was hiding, but the rest of the time, she was breathtaking. They whirled around and around the deck until the song finished and they were both breathless. He released her and bowed, panting.
I must be getting old, he joked. I'm blowing like a fish. Time was I could ride all day, dance the night away, then ride all the next day.
It's the fever, she told him seriously. You're only just off your sick bed. You mustn't overdo things. Fever can come back. He listened for the next tune. It was something he didn't recognise.
Then, shall we sit this one out, my lady?
They returned to the rail. When were you talking about? She asked. Riding all day and dancing all night?
The army. Anyone on the Piers staff is, or soon learns to be, an accomplished dancer.
The Pier? Do you mean your father? The question surprised a crack of laughter out of him.
Good Lord, no. I wouldn't know what sort of a dancer my father is. I can't imagine him stooping to anything so human. The Pier is what we called Wellington when they made him a lord. That, or the Beau. To his face, of course, we called him Sir or my lord.
You mean you danced in the war, when you were a soldier?
He laughed at her expression. You can't fight all the time, and you'd be surprised how much more can be achieved at a ball instead of in a meeting. Some of our most important supporters were first introduced to the Beau at a ball. Their wives dragged them. They would never have come to a meeting.
I see. I knew you'd done a lot of fighting. I hadn't thought about anything else. I suppose the dancing is where diplomacy comes in.
That's right. But Egypt was involved in the war as well. Were your parents much affected by Napoleon's occupation?
She shook her head. I don't know. I was too small and Papa never talked about it.
I'm surprised he stayed, with a wife and daughter.
She shrugged. Tell me about your own father. Would he really not dance?
I hardly knew him at all. He handed me a pair of colours the day I got home from school and...
Colours?
It means he'd purchased me a commission in the army.
The day you got home from school? She gave him a troubled look. He shrugged.
It's common for younger sons to join the church, the diplomatic corps or the army.
And you chose the army? He hesitated. He hadn't actually been consulted. It had, in fact, come as quite a shock to be told to leave the very day he'd come home. But as it turned out, he'd been happier in the army than he'd ever been at Axbridge. He'd liked being a soldier. He enjoyed having a clear purpose, a role that mattered, and he was good at it. Good at fighting, good at organising, and good at leading men, he'd been surprised to discover. The army had become his home, and since his 4 closest friends had also followed him into the army, it had cemented his schoolboy friendships into a kind of family, one that would last a lifetime.
Yes, the army suited me, he told her. Now, unless I'm mistaken, that's another waltz. I think we have time for just one more dance before you should go down to change.
No, she said, sounding troubled. I think we have danced enough. How strange to be thinking about Mrs. Whittaker at a time, at a place like this, Ayisha thought that night. She lay awake on her side of the bed, waiting for the deep, even breathing that told her Rafe had fallen asleep. After that, she could sleep too. It wasn't as if she didn't trust him. He was a man of his word, and, as he'd promised, he'd made no move to seduce her. Not in bed, that was. There was a small matter of a kiss and a dance. The waltz was a small kind of possession, letting her be taken where he willed, dominated by him and the music. A foretaste. She closed her eyes, reliving the dance. Once she'd got the hang of the steps, she'd let herself go, and oh, the feeling of circling in his arms, twirling in dizzy pleasure, giving herself up to the music, to his strong arms, his powerful body. It made her wonder about the ultimate possession between a man and a woman. It wasn't him she didn't trust. She was entirely too attracted to the man. The memory of Mrs. Whittaker had come at a good time. Ayisha needed reminding. She'd been seduced by more than just a kiss and a dance. It was the whole vision of her and Rafe married, being with him for the rest of her life, sleeping in the same bed, able to touch him as she wanted and be touched, to kiss him whenever she wanted, as long and as deep as she dreamed, to be able to open her heart to him and have him open his to her, sharing hopes, dreams and troubles, and maybe, if they were blessed, having children with him. Making a home together and a family of her own. That was the real seduction. Remembering Mrs. Whittaker was like getting a bucket of cold water thrown in her face. his promise, his offer of marriage, was for Alicia Cleeve. Mrs. Whittaker had taught Ayisha the lesson of her life when she was 9 years old, and it wasn't music. She'd been going to lessons with Mrs. Whittaker for a year. Papa would walk her there each week and pick her up afterward. Ayisha loved her lessons and loved those walks with him. They were almost the only time she ever had Papa to herself. Mrs. Whittaker always offered her and Papa tea afterward. She always had delicious things to eat: tiny iced cakes, ratafia biscuits, macaroons and proper English tea. Mrs. Whittaker called her Alice, Alice dear, or Sweet Alice, never Ayisha. Papa had said she wasn't to mind and to answer to whatever Mrs. Whittaker called her. Each month, Mrs. Whittaker put on what she called a soirée musicale, only it was in the afternoon. Ayisha had never been to one, but she knew all about it. Her best pupils and their parents were invited, and the pupils put on a small concert. The most exciting part of the concert was the duet section. Each month, 2 specially chosen pupils were given a duet part to learn. It was only at the concert they heard how the final piece sounded, as they sat down at the keyboard with another pupil and each played their part. Ayisha still remembered the excitement she felt when finally she was invited to attend the soirée and was given the honour of a part to learn. How she'd practised, knowing at the end of the month she would perform her first concert and in a coveted duet. And then the first blow, that Papa and Mama were going to Jerusalem, so Papa couldn't attend the concert. Mama never went to that sort of thing. She was shy in company because of her scarred cheek. Ayisha had always accepted it, until now.
"There will be other concerts, my dear,"
Papa had said. He and Mama were very excited about their trip. The second blow came when Papa said she wasn't to go to lessons at all while he was away. In retrospect, Ayisha realised Papa had known what he was doing. At the time, she thought her life had been blighted, that she'd never again be invited to one of Mrs. Whittaker's soirées musicales, let alone perform a duet. She was right, but not for the reasons her 9-year-old self had imagined. Her parents left for Jerusalem, but when the time for her weekly music lesson came, Ayisha had persuaded one of the servants to escort her. Not Ratiba, who usually looked after her, nor Yorgi, who was left in charge of the household. Either of those might have known of her father's edict, but Minna, the youngest of the servants, who was silly and frivolous and fun. Ayisha had never disobeyed her father before. Mrs. Whittaker was surprised at Papa's absence, but the lesson continued, though there was no tea afterward. The following week, Mrs. Whittaker had asked her about Mama, question after question. She'd never questioned Ayisha before about anything. Then she'd cut the lesson short, claiming headache. Ayisha hadn't thought anything of it at the time. The day of the concert came, and she dressed in her best clothes. She came in with a group of other people. "Sit there and don't move," Mrs. Whittaker told her, pointing to a seat in the corner. Ayisha had waited, excited, nervous. She watched as the other pupils and their parents arrived and smiled at the pupils, wondering who her partner in the duet would be. She didn't know many other children. She watched them from her chair, wondering if any of them would become a friend. She dearly wanted a friend of her own age. The concert started. Ayisha listened, watched, and waited. Intermission. Everyone drank tea or lemonade and ate cakes. Ayisha got up to get a drink. Being nervous was thirsty business, but Mrs. Whittaker hissed at her, "I told you to sit down." And she sat. Nobody came to speak to her. Nobody said a word to her, but there was whispering, and people were sneaking glasses at her as they talked. What had she done wrong? The second part of the concert drew to a close. There was only one more item, the duet. The girl with long golden ringlets stood, smoothing her pink dress nervously. Ayisha stood. "I'm sorry, Susan dear, your partner in the duet isn't here," Mrs. Whittaker said. "The concert is over." "But," Ayisha began. "Ayisha, go and wait in the kitchen," Mrs. Whittaker snapped. "You other children may adjourn to the dining room, where the refreshments are being served." Distressed and bewildered, Ayisha went to the kitchen, where Minna was waiting. The other servants stared at her. Nobody spoke to her. Some time later a servant came in and said to Minna, "Mistress says you're to take the girl home now." "I just need to fetch my music bag," Ayisha said, battling tears, and ran back to the drawing room to fetch it. There were several children in the hall, including the girl, Susan, who, from the look of her eyes, had been crying. Ayisha went up to her to comfort her. She too had been deprived of the moment of glory for which she'd practiced so hard.
"Oh, get away, you filthy thing!" Susan exclaimed. "Don't you dare touch me!"
Ayisha recalled looking down at her dress, thinking she must have dirtied it unknowingly in the kitchen. But it was as crisp and pristine as when she put it on. She tried again.
"Go away!" Susan had shrilled. "We're not allowed to talk to you. You're not even supposed to be here."
On the verge of tears, Ayisha pushed open the door of the drawing room and heard someone say, "Who did you say she was?" And Mrs. Whittaker replied, "She's Henry Cleve's bastard, his filthy little byblow, and by a slave woman no less. I was never so deceived in all my life." Ayisha didn't even know what bastard and byblow meant, but she knew from the way she spoke Mrs. Whittaker hated her. And so did everyone else. Filthy little byblow. It sounded like a blowfly, who laid eggs in rotting food and produced maggots. Ayisha didn't even remember how she'd got home. She supposed Minna had found her and taken her away. Much later she'd learned what it all meant, that they all thought she was her half-sister, Ayisha, who had died. Papa had known it, but had thought his presence would prevent it coming out. It was a lesson she'd never forgotten. The music, the concert, the friendship, even the cakes had been intended for Ayisha Cleve, not Ayisha. Nothing was for Ayisha. The offer of marriage from the man lying next to her on the bed was also for Ayisha Cleve, the daughter of a baronet and a lady. Oh, he wanted Ayisha. She knew that, and he might even come to love her. Papa had loved Mama. She was his whole world. But in Rafe's world, the real world, the son of a gentleman would never marry the illegitimate daughter of a slave, not knowingly, not unless she tricked him. But if she stayed with him, if she gave in to him, he would make her his mistress, perhaps his beloved mistress, and her sons would be bastards. But no child of hers was ever going to hear anyone say, "He's Rafe Ramsey's bastard, his filthy little byblow." There was always the offer of the captain to marry them then and there. The Reverend Payne had also offered to marry them according to the rites of the Church of England. But she would not trick him into marrying her. He would come to hate her for it, she was sure, and that would be unbearable. She would rather live without him than live with him, despised as a liar, or as a millstone around his neck. So she was going to have to tell him, and soon, or he'd be angry for having made a fool of himself over and over, offering to marry her, based on a false assumption. She turned over in the bed and watched him sleeping, the broad chest rising and falling. How was she going to share a bed with a man who knew she'd made a fool of him? What if he was furious? It was a very small cabin. She had no fear he'd hurt her physically, but it would be most uncomfortable to have to keep sharing a space so intimately with a man who despised you. Or a man who was bent on making her his mistress. She'd wait, she decided, until she was released from quarantine. Then she'd tell him the truth. And until then, she'd keep him at arm's length. No more waltzing on the deck in the moonlight. The following evening they were taking their customary evening stroll around the deck when a sailor shouted, "Sir, miss!" Running toward them, "Captain's orders, you're to go to your quarters immediately and lock yourselves in." Behind him, the decks erupted with action, sailors racing everywhere, hoisting extra canvas and rolling out the big guns. "What's going on?" Rafe asked. The man jerked his head to the south. "Pirates, sir, coming up fast behind us. Now please, get below and lock yourselves in. It's going to be nasty." Ayisha scooped up Cleo. Rafe took her arm and they hurried below. While Ayisha put the kitten in her basket, he checked his pistols quickly. He turned to Ayisha.
Have you ever used a pistol?
No, but I can learn. White-faced, but outwardly calm, she held out her hand to take a pistol.
Good. The pistols are loaded. You just cock the hammer carefully, pull it all the way back, like this.
He demonstrated on one pistol, and she imitated him on the other.
Yes, that's it. And then you point it at a man's chest and squeeze the trigger. And don't hesitate to kill. A wounded man can still fight on. Right?
She nodded. She looked scared to death, but her jaw was set. She was magnificent.
Good.
He replaced his pistol in the case, drew open his trunk, and drew out the sword of Damascus steel.
Now lock yourself in. I'm going up to fight pirates.
She caught his arm. But you're too weak to fight with a sword. You're barely over the fever. Take the pistols.
No, you keep them. I'll be fine. I'm a soldier, remember?
Then wait. I'll come too.
No.
He wrapped an arm around her and gave her a hard, possessive kiss.
It's too dangerous. Stay in the cabin.
He went slamming the door shut behind him.
Bolt it!
He yelled, and ran toward the companionway. 16. Ayisha stared at the closed door. Bolt the door. Hide in the cabin. Wait and see what happened. She leaned out of the porthole. The big pirate vessel was bearing down on them fast. Pirates swarmed all over it, hanging from the riggings, lining the gunwales. She shivered, but she couldn't. She wouldn't just wait. Not while Rafe was on deck fighting for his life, for both their lives. All their lives. Once pirates took over the ship, she and everybody else on board were done for. Rape, slavery, or murder. She hadn't spent the last 6 years fighting for survival on the streets of Cairo only to wait tamely for pirates to come and get her. She looked at the 2 pistols. 2 shots. She didn't know how many pirates there were, but 2 shots could easily make a difference. Boom! An explosion reverberated through the ship. Boom! Boom! The captain was firing at the pirates. The ship shuddered and shook with each explosion. The pirates came on, undaunted. Boom! They returned fire. But in minutes, they were too close for either ship to fire cannons. She heard shouts overhead. The pirates were boarding. Terror momentarily froze her. She wanted to dive under the bed and hide from the danger, as she had when she was a child. But hiding was not an option. She tied a shawl around her waist and jammed the 2 loaded pistols in the waistband. It would have been easier in her boy's clothes, but she didn't want to be mistaken for a pirate in them. And jammed that in the shawl too, then headed for the deck. "Where are you going?" a voice shrilled. It was Mrs. Ferris, peering out of her door. "We're supposed to stay in our cabins and wait until it's too late to do anything," Ayisha told her as she hurried past. "Not me. I'd rather go down fighting." Or would she? At the top of the steps, the sight made her recoil in horror. Pirates were swarming onto the ship, boiling onto the deck in a savage, screaming horde. The ship's crew, Rafe, Higgins and the soldiers were fighting desperately, with pistols, guns, swords, knives, belaying pins and long hooks. The air was thick with smoke, gunpowder, shooting, yelling and the clashing of swords. She froze, too frightened to move, horrified by the sight before her, but terrified to look away. Rafe was fighting a big black-whiskered brute, his elegant sword clashing fearsomely against the huge curved blade of the pirate. The pirate swore and snarled, both hands slashing at Rafe, sword in left hand, long-bladed knife in the other. Rafe looked cool and strangely calm, his sword flashing, his blue eyes blazing. She'd seen that cold blue blaze demolish a gang of thugs, but armed pirates. She winced as the pirate's knife slashed through Rafe's shirt. Was he hurt? The pirate shouted, and suddenly another villain came at Rafe from behind. Without thought, Ayisha pulled out a pistol, cocked it, aimed and fired. The pirate lurched, staggered a few steps and collapsed on the deck. A pool of bright red blood spread from beneath him, but she had no time to dwell on it. A third pirate was hurtling toward Rafe. She fired, and that one was down too. Her pistols were empty. She looked around desperately for another weapon, feeling sick and helpless and terrified. Rafe was hard-pressed, fighting with savage efficiency. Higgins a couple of yards away. It was every man for himself, and still the pirates kept coming. From the corner of an eye, she saw a pair of grimy knuckles appear on the gunwale, a pirate climbing aboard. She darted forward and, holding the pistol barrels, she smashed the pistol butts down on the knuckles as hard as she could. There was a yell and a splash. Thank God. The pistols were still a useful weapon. She could do this. No one seemed to be taking notice of her. She darted back and forth along the side of the ship, smashing pistol butts down hard on knuckles, hands and heads whenever they appeared over the side of the ship.
Ayisha, duck!
She ducked automatically as, swish, a blade missed her by inches. The owner of the blade snarled something at her, grinning through blackened teeth, then stiffened and arched. Blood gurgled out of his mouth. It was Rafe, hauling his sword from the man's side and shoving him away with his boot.
"What the hell are you doing on deck?" he yelled at her. "Get back to the cabin!"
He turned to parry another attack. But there was another head rising over the gunwale, so she smashed down as hard as she could. The head dropped from sight. Judging from the yells that followed, he'd landed on others.
"Get below, Ayisha, damn it!"
Rafe shouted.
"Go!"
"Behind you!" she shrieked, and he whirled as two pirates came at him in a rush. At the same time, a skinny bald man with a gold earring jumped on Rafe's back, locking an arm around Rafe's throat, choking him. The pirate's other arm rose, and Ayisha saw the silhouette of a slender, curved blade about to descend. "No!" Yelling like a banshee, she leapt up and stabbed Gold Earring in the neck. He screamed, and the curved blade clattered onto the deck. Blood gushed all over her hands and soaked Rafe's shirt as she pulled the dying man off Rafe's back. Rafe, free of the man's weight, slashed a cutting blow at one of his attackers and kicked the feet out from under the other. The man tried to rise groggily from the deck. Ayisha used her pistol's butt and whacked him over the head.
"Good work,"
Rafe told her, panting as he parried a thrust from the other.
"Now get the hell below."
"When you do," Ayisha yelled back, and returned to bashing pirates. She whacked heads with eye patches, headscarves, ringlets and skullcaps, hands with 5 fingers and fewer, knuckles with an assortment of tattoos and rings. Rafe positioned himself behind her protectively, yelling at her whenever he had a moment.
"Get below, you little fool!"
She took no notice. Her tactics were working. With him keeping her from attack from behind, she was able to whack any pirate trying to climb aboard.
"Take that, you beast!"
She heard a genteel voice on her left shriek. Ayisha almost dropped her pistols when she saw Mrs. Ferris thump a pirate over the head with a large mallet. She'd positioned herself a short distance from Ayisha and was intimidating her, repelling the boarders by bashing at hands and heads. Ayisha had no time to call out encouragement. Pirates were everywhere, and she barely had time to breathe. She bashed and smashed at hands and knuckles, thumped heads, and occasionally slashed at the more persistent holders-on with her knife. It seemed to go on forever. Ayisha could hardly hear Rafe's voice. There was so much other yelling, screaming, gunfire and clashing of swords all around her. But she could feel him there and hear him fighting, and whenever she had a second, she turned to check he was still standing. God knew what she would do if he fell. She would protect him somehow, she vowed, if only he weren't still weak from the fever. Soon she could hardly see. Her eyes watered so much from the smoke, but she focused determinedly on the side of the ship, defending her 6 feet with every shred of energy at her disposal, knowing that Rafe was at her back, still standing, and amazingly, Mrs. Ferris was by her side. The number of heads and hands appearing slowed, and then suddenly there was the sound of a horn coming from the pirate ship. What did it mean? She looked around, reeling with exhaustion, to see what the next horror was to be. But instead of the new tactics she feared, the pirates scrambled to leave the ship. They jumped, they dived into the water, they swung from ropes and dropped onto their own decks. Ayisha watched them go with a dazed feeling of disbelief. Was this some new tactic, or were they truly leaving? Where was Rafe? Ayisha turned to look. Sailors were tossing any remaining pirates overboard to be picked up by their comrades or left to sink. And there was Rafe, filthy and blood-soaked, but standing tall and strong as he seized a dazed pirate and hurled him effortlessly overboard. He grabbed another, and tossed them in the sea. Thank God! Relief and joy filled her. Despite his bloody shirt, he was all right. The way he was tossing pirates, he'd come through it unscathed. They'd both survived, thank God. "We did it! We beat them!" Mrs. Ferris exclaimed beside her. Ayisha turned and stared. Mrs. Ferris was filthy and blood-spattered and beaming from ear to ear. "We beat them off! I've never been so terrified in all my life!" And the woman embraced her, laughing and crying at the same time. At that moment, a ragged cheer went up from the ship's company. The pirate ship was sailing away. Sailors crowded along the gunwales, shouting and jeering, jubilant in victory. It was infectious. Even Mrs. Ferris cheered, though in a genteel hip-hip-hurrah manner. Relief and exhilaration bubbled through Ayisha, and she joined in the chorus with that most Eastern sound of female triumph and celebration, a high-pitched trilling ululation. "That's enough." Rafe cut off the sound abruptly by slinging her over his shoulder and marching toward the hatch that led to the companionway. "What's wrong? We beat them! We won!" She squirmed to get down. "We beat them off!" All along the gunwales, people were hugging each other and shouting after the pirates. The noise was deafening. "Did you see Mrs. Ferris? Isn't it amazing that she came up on deck and fought? I wonder what came over her." Rafe made a sort of growling sound. Keeping her clamped over his shoulder, he shoved his way through the mass of people, crowding to the rail to watch the pirates retreating. And then she saw the carnage. The bloody decks, the wounded men being carried below, and the joy drained out of her. Bodies were being laid neatly in a quiet corner of the deck. She tried to count them, but they reached the hatch and he was climbing down the stairs and she couldn't see any more. He opened the cabin door, which was unlocked, kicked it shut behind him, dumped her on her feet, slammed the bolt shut, and turned to her. His blood-smeared, smoke-begrimed face was grim, his blue eyes burning with icy fire. "I told you to stay in here." His voice was low, but it throbbed. "But we won!" She stared at him in surprise. "I ordered you," he grated, "and you disobeyed." She stared at him in disbelief. How could he carp about orders when they just survived a pirate attack? "I told you before, I don't take orders from you. I'm not in your army, and neither are you anymore." He grabbed her shoulders and gripped hard. "You little fool! You could have been killed." She pushed him away, annoyed by his tone. "So could you. And you," she poked him in the chest, "you're barely off a sickbed and in no state to fight." "I did all right," he growled. "And so did I. We just beat off a horde of vicious pirates." She couldn't help but smile. She hadn't stayed cowering in here. She'd been terrified, but she'd gone out there and fought, and she'd made a difference, and so had Mrs. Ferris. His frown grew blacker. "Will you stop grinning?" She considered it briefly. "I don't think I can," she told him. "I know people have been killed, and I feel terrible about them. But when you think you're going to die and you don't, doesn't that make you want to smile?" "No." His fists clenched. "I'd rather spank you for disobeying instructions." "Pooh," she said. "If you tried, I would whack you over the head with my trusty pistols." She pulled them from her waistband and, holding them by the muzzles, held them up in a playfully threatening gesture. He snatched them from her and flung them into the corner. "Don't be so bloody flippant. You were supposed to use them to defend yourself." "I'm not being flippant, and I did defend myself. And you." She turned on him, suddenly blazingly angry. "It made no sense for me to stay down here, shaking in my shoes, a ready-made victim, waiting to see who came through the door next. You or a bunch of pirates bent on rape and slavery or murder. But what was I supposed to do? Shoot 2 pirates, then fight off the rest barehanded? Or shoot 1 pirate and use the other shot for me? No. If I'm going to be taken by pirates, I'll do it in the open air, fighting them to my last breath, and taking as many of them with me as I can." She was shaking by the time she'd finished speaking. There was a short silence, then he said hoarsely, "Have you any idea what it did to me seeing you up there on a deck swarming with pirates?" She met his gaze square on. "Probably much the same as it felt for me to see you beating off 3 or 4 men at a time,
when only yesterday you were exhausted after only 6 circuits around the deck.
He closed his eyes briefly, opened them, and through a clenched jaw said,
"This is not about me. I'm a soldier. I can fight with my eyes closed. You're a woman."
"You're not a soldier anymore, and you've been sick and in my charge for most of the last week. Now, that shirt is saturated with blood. Is any of it yours?" He fended her off with an angry gesture.
"A couple of minor scratches. Damn it, woman! Look to yourself. You're covered in blood."
She shook her head. "Pirate blood, not mine."
"In the heat of battle, people don't always realise they've been hurt."
"Oh, well then, let me check you."
"I don't need a bloody nursemaid,"
he roared. "Don't be silly. I just want to check if you're hurt." She moved closer. He stepped back.
"Don't come near me."
His voice vibrated with fury.
"I'm in no fit state to be touched."
"I've seen you. I've touched you in far worse states than this." She grabbed his shirt. He wrenched himself away. There was a loud rip. Through the rent, she could see a thin red line. "You have been hurt." He made an impatient gesture.
"It's just a scratch. Look to yourself. Are you injured in any way?"
She ignored him. "Even a scratch needs tending, and I need to see all of you to be sure." He glared at her.
"You're determined to fuss over me, aren't you?"
"Call it what you will," she said. "People have been trying to kill you for the last hour, and you just told me people don't always know they've been hurt. So?"
"I was talking about you, blast it!"
She didn't respond, just met his gaze evenly.
"God, you're a stubborn woman."
Without warning, he ripped his shirt off, balled it up, and hurled it out of the porthole.
"See?" he stormed. "Nothing serious. Now, what about you? Are you nursing any wounds under that filthy, bloody, ruined rag that used to be your favourite dress?"
He grabbed the bloodiest part of her dress and yanked. The whole top of the dress ripped open. There was a sudden, shocked silence. She stepped back. They stared at each other for a long moment, motionless, panting. Slowly she turned away and let the remains of her dress and her torn blood-stained chemise pool around her feet. She stepped out of the ruined garments, scooped them up, and stalked to the porthole in nothing but her baggy Turkish knee-length drawers. She flung the dress and chemise out and turned to face him, shaking, her arms folded across her breasts. "No wounds. Satisfied?" He swallowed, then wiped his hands across his face.
"God, Ayisha, when I saw you step out onto that deck, I was never so frightened in all my life."
His voice was hoarse. "I thought we were both going to die," she told him in a voice that had taken on a distinct wobble. "And I couldn't bear the thought that we'd never done this." And she launched herself at his chest. She flung herself at him, twisting her arms around his neck and wrapping her legs around his waist. His arms caught her, snapping around her like bands of steel, as he stumbled against the bed and fell backward onto it. And then he was kissing her, blindly, desperately, and she was kissing him back in a mindless, wild frenzy. Anger, passion, fear, and relief swamped her in huge, contradictory waves. She couldn't get close enough. She wanted to climb inside his chest, to hold him, to block out the dazzling, terrifying sight of him, surrounded by evil predators, his sword flashing, his eyes blazing ice blue and burning. She plastered wild kisses all over him, on his face, his mouth, his eyelids, tasting the roughness of his jaw, the bunched muscles of his shoulder, anywhere she could. Kissing, tasting, healing, making him safe, giving him everything she had to give. Herself. No matter what, no matter who. She'd been a whisper away from death. She could still feel the wind of the sword slicing a hair's breadth above the nape of her neck. But she was alive. Alive and in the arms of a man who made her feel more alive than she'd ever felt in her life. She brushed against his groin and felt the rampant, burning hardness of him beneath the buckskin breeches. At her touch, a powerful shudder racked the big body beneath her. He groaned, and the sound fed the wild exultation bubbling through her. His big hands came over hers and stilled her fevered movements. His breath came hot and hard. His broad, strong chest heaved with exertion. His blue eyes pierced her with intensity.
"Are you sure of this, Ayisha? Because if you say yes, there's no going back."
"Yes." She bent and kissed him. "I want you. I want this. And I want it now." She didn't know what this was, but a powerful force deep within her drove her on. She was alive, and she needed him, craved him. Her body knew it, was throbbing, aching, guided by an instinct as old as time, and she trusted her instincts.
"Then, if you're sure,"
he said, his voice deep and gravelly. Slowly his gaze dropped to her naked breasts, just inches above him. She felt her cheeks flood with heat. She'd forgotten her nakedness while she was pressed against him. She'd never been bared to a man's gaze before, and his frank stare filled her with a mixture of shyness and pride.
"Beautiful," he breathed, "like cream of moonlight. Such a crime to keep them bound all these years."
He lifted his face and kissed her on each breast, and the feeling of his hot mouth on the cool, tender skin. If she died now... But she wasn't going to die, and he was alive, and oh, his rough, textured jaw against the softness of her breasts. He teased her halfway to madness, brushing his mouth over her breasts in fiery gossamer drifts, holding her above him so she could not move, could not plunge on top of him and taste him, touch him in return as she longed to. His mouth, his tongue, his jaw caressed her until her every nerve was aflame. Finally his hold shifted. He cupped her face in his hands and brought her mouth down to his, deliberately. So slowly she was shaking with anticipation by the time their lips touched. She kissed him back, feverishly, desperately, clumsily, not knowing what to do, wanting to drive him to aching madness as he had driven her. She knew what came next. Her hands shook as she reached the front flap of his breeches, but it was haste, not nervousness. Well, just a bit of nervousness. She knew his body intimately. After bathing it so many times in the last week, there could be no surprises. But what he did with his mouth scrambled every bit of sense, but she needed. He pressed his hand over hers, stopping her undoing the breeches, pressing her palm down over that heavy, hot thickness beneath.
"Slow down, little cat," he groaned.
She stared at him, panting. "I don't want to slow down." He didn't move, so she bent and bit him lightly on the shoulder. He laughed.
"Little wild cat,"
he said, and rolled over on the bed so she was beneath him.
"Trust me," he told her. "It will be better slow."
"Better for whom?" she growled in frustration.
"For you,"
he smiled, and the gleam in his eye deepened.
"And therefore for me."
He kissed her again deeply, his tongue like hot velvet, mating with hers, stroking with insistent rhythm until she was weak with wanting, then trailing slow kisses along her jaw, down her neck, until he reached her breasts.
"Wild strawberries,"
he murmured, tasting her nipple. He bit lightly on it, caressing the tip with his tongue, sucking, biting softly, caressing the tip with teeth and tongue, and all the time she arched helplessly beneath him as spears of rhythmic pleasure pierced her. His big, warm hands moved with rough-skinned tenderness all over her, cupping, squeezing, stroking. He seemed to know exactly what to do to bring her to the brink of ecstasy. Ayisha wanted to do the same to him, but she couldn't think, couldn't even move, except to shudder and writhe in helpless pleasure. She shivered as he cupped the soft mound at the apex of her thighs, caressing her through the cotton of her Turkish drawers. From a long way away she heard,
"Do you care about these things?"
"Things?" Her eyes flew open, and the world came back a little, rippling dreamily. She could hear herself panting. He was panting too, his eyes glazed-looking and intense. What had he just said? He tugged at the drawstrings.
"I can't get them undone."
She stared at his mouth and forgot to answer. His beautiful, masculine mouth,
and what he did with it. Then he muttered, "Don't worry, I'll rip 'em off."
"No, I'll do it," she said, her wits scrambling back. Her fingers flew to untie the drawstring. She started to push them down over her hips, but again his hands closed over hers and drew them away.
"My job," he said softly, and kissed her long and slowly on the mouth, and she melted again. As he kissed her, his hands caressed the softness of her stomach and slowly pushed the drawers down, over her stomach, over her hips, and then she was kicking her feet out of them, and his hand was cupping her, massaging her softly, while his mouth tenderly ravaged her breasts. The hands that could seize a pirate and fling him across the deck caressed her with such delicacy she felt like weeping. He parted her, and one long finger stroked her lightly, circling and circling. Her world closed to just that one point, where his finger joined with her, and she pulsated around it. And then he pressed, and she jerked almost off the bed as a shaft of pure lightning shot through her. She lay panting as her shattered awareness slowly came back to her. Her eyes fluttered open. He lay beside her on the bed, his eyes scrunched closed, looking as if he was in pain. She didn't know what he'd done, but she knew what he hadn't done. Now finally she would have her way. In seconds she'd unfastened the flap of his breeches, loosened the drawstrings of his drawers, and was tugging them down over his long, hard thighs. She stared. What had she thought? No surprises here. How wrong she'd been. How had it got so much bigger, and darker, and thicker and longer? But she'd handled his body so often during the fever, she shouldn't feel shy about touching him. She hesitated. He'd been asleep then, and the touching had been for medicinal purposes only. She stared at his heavily aroused manhood and decided perhaps she was a little bit shy after all. She glanced at him to see what he was thinking. He lay there, watching, his eyes gleaming, waiting for her to make the first move. She reached out and touched him tentatively. It was hot, the skin like tight velvet. With one finger she stroked it slowly to the tip and back. It tightened and grew, and a small bead of moisture appeared at the engorged tip. He moaned, and his body arched as if in pain, but it hadn't hurt. She could tell by the glint in his eye. She was doing to him what he'd been doing to her. She smiled, and a ripple of feminine power flowed through her. Her big warrior had trembled at her lightest touch. He watched her, the burning eyes glittering under the sleepy-looking lids, like a lion getting ready to pounce. She ran her fingers down the length of him again, and he flung his head back, his teeth clenched, and moaned, his heels digging into the bed. "Cats always play with their captives," he said through gritted teeth after the long shudder had passed. She smiled. If he didn't like it, he had only to move away or tell her to stop. But he didn't. She touched the tip, and his powerful body arched and shuddered under the light touch. His thigh muscles were braced and corded, his hard stomach tense, his fists clenching the bedclothes as if he was on a rack of torture. Wondering what would happen if she grasped him with her whole hand, she gently closed her fingers, then squeezed lightly. "Enough," he groaned, suddenly surging up and over her. His weight bore her down on the bed, and he settled himself between her thighs. Without thought, her thighs closed around him. Yes, this is what she'd been craving. She hadn't realized it until now. He kissed her fiercely, possessively, and she kissed him back frenziedly, feeling the heated bluntness pushing rhythmically at her entrance. She knew what to expect. She'd heard people talk. She shifted, trying to accommodate him, but it was pushing into her, stretching her, tight, tighter. His hands slipped between them, and he stroked her over and over, as he had before, and she shivered and felt herself soften. He pushed again and, "Ugh!" She couldn't help the sudden surprise yell. It had hurt more than she'd expected. "What the It's all right," she said, grabbing his head and kissing him hard.
at the same time moving her lower body inexpertly, her body throbbing, moving in time with his. He groaned, and gathering her to him, ravaged her mouth tenderly. At the same time he began to move inside her, slowly at first, and then faster and faster. It was uncomfortable at first, but slowly her body adjusted, and she moved with him, and she forgot the pain as the addictive tension built and built. A rhythm took over her body, pounding through her, the two of them moving as one, moving faster, faster, spiraling higher, higher, higher. Her body moved of its own accord. She was lost, mindless, about to explode, to splinter apart. All she could do was give herself up to it, to let it take her, sweep her away like the flooding of the Nile, embracing him with every part of her, shattering together. 17. Rafe opened his eyes to the melancholy half-light that comes just before dawn. It was the time when hope ebbed its lowest, when dying men gave up the struggle and slipped away. Rafe was immune to it. Yesterday, last night, his life had changed forever. Ayisha lay curled against him, her limbs entwined with his, and as always, her palm resting over his heart. It never failed to move him, the care she showed him, even in sleep. If he lived to be 100, he'd never forget the sight of her stepping out on deck, stepping into mortal danger, raising his pistols and defending him. Defending him. A girl of 19, defending a veteran soldier. It humbled him utterly. He felt a thickness in his chest as he gazed at her. She was so brave, so precious. Carefully he moved so as not to disturb her, raising himself on one elbow, the better to look at her. Her short, dark hair clustered spikily around her face. His sleeping beauty. It was a cool morning, and one thin shoulder poked out from beneath the covers. The urge to bend and kiss it rose up in him. The desire to wake her softly with kisses, but there were faint lavender shadows beneath the dark crescents of her lashes. She was worn out, his little warrior, after all that had happened. He wouldn't disturb her. He gently tugged the blanket up to cover her. In sleep, she looked so small and defenseless. But Lord, the raw, practical courage of her. She'd killed 3 men yesterday, and beaten off who knew how many. He thought of the way she'd responded to him, affirming life with a passion that burned. And yet, she'd been a virgin. So what was Ayisha Cleaver's dead? Here there was only Ayisha about. He thought it meant she'd been raped. It took some people that way. The only way they could survive some terrible event was to become someone different, leave that person behind, take a new name, make a new life. It wasn't rape, thank God. But what? It didn't matter. She was full of secrets, but he didn't care. She'd given herself to him last night, and she was his now to care for and protect, and he had every intention of changing her name again, to his. A new life was ahead of them both. A plaintive yowling from the box told him that a certain kitten felt it had been neglected far too long. He slipped out of bed and let her out. A brief butt of the head against his hand, and she stalked to her sand tray, while Rafe slid back into bed, careful not to disturb Ayisha. Cleo inspected her empty food dish with an air of disapproval, drank from her water dish, then clawed her way up the bedclothes and onto the bed. She was still too small to jump that high. There she proceeded to sit on his stomach and wash herself daintily from top to toe. Once her toilette was complete, she moved to his chest, butted him on the chin, and eyed him expectantly. He didn't move, so she batted him on the chin with a soft paw and meowed at him. Beside him, Ayisha stirred. Rafe narrowed his eyes at the kitten. "Hush, that's blackmail," he told her in a whisper. She narrowed her eyes right back at him, but in a seductive manner, and meowed again. "Quiet, I said," he whispered. "Your mistress is sleeping." He scratched Cleo behind the ears and was rewarded with a rattly little kitten purr. The purring continued. Rafe drifted slowly back to sleep, the kitten curled on his chest. Ayisha woke to a kitten purring in her ear. Her eyes fluttered open, and there was Cleo, curled on Rafe's chest. She blinked. What was the kitten doing there? She always slept in her basket.
I told you not to make such a racket.
Rafe's deep voice rumbled softly. Ayisha, confused, rubbed her eyes. He continued.
See? You've woken her up, and that means banishment for such a heinous crime. Off you go.
He scooped the kitten up and set her gently on the floor. She smiled sleepily at the sight of him talking so earnestly to the tiny creature.
That smile's a sight for sore eyes,
Rafe said.
Good morning, sweetheart.
He leaned over and kissed her, a long, leisurely, possessive kiss that stirred all the sensations of last night up in her. Still kissing her, he pulled her closer. She could feel him hot and hard against her stomach. No. She pressed her hands on his chest and pushed him back. He released her instantly, with a rueful smile.
Sorry, sweetheart. Twice is a bit much when it's your first time. You must be sore.
She felt herself blushing and pulled the blue coverlet around her. No, it's not that. It's just... She took a deep breath. We can't do that again. His brows snapped together.
Did I hurt you?
No, but... He relaxed.
Good. I thought not. You enjoyed it, didn't you?
You seemed to. His gaze caressed her. She felt her skin heating even more and glanced away. It was hard to say anything when his eyes burned with that particular cold blue heat. It felt so very... personal. Whether I enjoyed it or not is immaterial, she said firmly.
I thought it was very material,
he murmured. It's not going to happen again. He sat back against the panelling at the head of the bed, crossed his arms and grinned at her, obviously feeling very pleased with himself.
Yes, it is.
The sheets ended just below his waist, only just keeping him in any way decent. Not that she was looking. Much. She averted her eyes, and her gaze fell on a small spot of blood on the bottom sheet. Her virgin's blood, she thought, and inconspicuously pulled the corner of blanket over it. Somehow, from the stories she'd heard, she'd expected a lot more. Such a lot of fuss over something so small. It won't happen again, she insisted. Not unless you force me.
You know I'd never do that.
He gave her that sleepy look, and immediately she recalled Layla saying his eyes made her think of rumpled beds and long, hot nights. Ayisha knew what she meant now. She nodded, trying to keep her mind on the subject for discussion, not rumpled beds. That's right. So?
What about when we're married?
He was so sure their marriage was inevitable. She gave an exasperated sigh. We've been over this before. How often do I have to say it? We're not getting married.
It's no longer up for debate,
he told her, his voice hardening.
You're a virgin. I don't ruin virgins and walk away.
Ruined? She glared at him. I'm not the least bit ruined. It hardly hurt at all, and there was only the tiniest bit of blood. She tried not to blush and added, I've shed more blood peeling vegetables. The hard expression faded. His eyes gleamed.
Peeling vegetables.
You know what I mean, she said, embarrassed. I'm in perfectly good condition. Apart from a few minor twinges, I feel wonderful. So let us have no more talk of being ruined.
I'm delighted to hear it. But you've misunderstood,
he said, his voice gentle, faintly amused but implacable.
Ruined means I've taken an innocent girl's virginity. And in my book, that means we'll marry, whether you like it or not. This is no longer just a matter of gossip. There could be consequences from this night's work.
She knew that. It was the reason she'd been trying to keep him at arm's length, until all her resolve had dissolved in one explosive moment of rage and fear and passion and the exultation of defeating death and embracing life. He continued,
I won't force you to bed me, my dear, but I'll have no compunction whatsoever about forcing you to the altar. And if you want to argue about it, I'll send for Reverend Payne and the captain and instruct them both to marry us now, on the spot, quarantine or no."
Ayisha stared at him. There was a grim set to his jaw that dared him to call his bluff. Because it was no bluff at all. Last night's events had changed everything, and they both knew it. It was time to come clean. "I'm not who you think I am," she told him.
"Not this again,"
he said wearily.
"Who are you then?"
"My mother was not Lady Cleeve. Her name was Katie. Katie Macabelli. She was my father's mistress." There was a long silence as he digested what she'd said. She tried to read his face, but she couldn't.
"Katie Macabelli does not sound like an Arab name."
His voice was calm and gave nothing away. "No, she was born in Georgia."
"I see. Who was your father?"
"Sir Henry Cleeve, of course. I didn't lie precisely, just didn't tell you the whole truth." She bit her lip and added, "My father met Mama when he was on a visit to Damascus once. She was asked to interpret for him because the man he was doing business with did not speak English or French."
"And your mother died?"
He recalled now that Ayisha claimed to speak a number of languages too.
"What business was this?"
"Papa collected art and precious documents."
"And women too, presumably?"
"No, he wasn't like that. Mama was his only mistress. That she knew about," Rafe thought. "They fell in love. Papa brought her back to Cairo and set her up in a small house near the market. He came to visit every day, but she owned it. She kept the keys. It was her home."
"If she owned it, why did you have to live on the streets when she died?"
"I didn't mean own as in legally own. And anyway, I think Papa sold it when we came to live with him in his house. The one you rented. But he did love her, and Mama adored him. They were very happy together. Until the very end."
"I see."
He considered what she told him.
"Where did Lady Cleeve come into this picture? Did she mind your father taking a beautiful mistress? She was beautiful, I assume."
She nodded. "He didn't bring us into the house until after Lady Cleeve died. She never knew about Mama, or me." He raised his brows.
"How do you know?"
Her forehead puckered. "I don't. Nobody ever said." She looked at him, stricken. "I've only just thought about it. You don't think of such things when you're a child. Oh dear. I hope she never knew. That would be terrible, to know your husband did that." He was glad she didn't try to justify it. He was even glad of her dismay at the thought that her father's wife might know of his infidelity. It was common practice for men of his class to take their marriage vows lightly. From the Prince Regent down, gentlemen commonly took a mistress as well as a wife. Some even boasted of it. Not Rafe. He took his promises seriously. All his promises. He would be a faithful husband, and he expected the same in return.
"So, Ayisha Cleeve was your half-sister. What happened to her?"
"She died at the same time as her mother. Of the plague. When I was 6.
"How old was she?"
6. We were 1 month apart in age. I was the younger."
"Did you know her?"
"No, I didn't really understand any of it until we came to live with Papa. And even then, I didn't fully understand. I was just a child. I knew Papa's previous wife and daughter had died. That's all."
"After that, your father moved you both from the house near the market into his principal residence?"
"Yes." Rafe raised his brows. Keeping a mistress he could understand. A lot of men did it, married as well as unmarried. But to move a mistress and illegitimate child into your home, as bold as brass, that was the sort of thing that could cause scandal. And scandal caused gossip. And gossip travelled. Yet Lady Cleeve Sr. had heard nothing of this.
"What did your father's friends make of that?"
She gave him a puzzled look. "What do you mean?"
"Was there no scandal? No gossip?"
She shook her head. "I don't know. We didn't have many visitors."
How did people, I mean your father's friends, not shopkeepers, treat your mother when she went out?
Oh, Mama never went out into company. She was very shy, and Papa never pressed her.
I bet he didn't, Rafe thought.
It wasn't like you think. Mama had a scarred cheek, she explained. She'd been attacked in an accident. She didn't like people to see it. Papa took me out with him sometimes. He took me to music lessons with an English lady for a while. She looked away and added quietly, but if people called me Ayisha, he never corrected them, and he told me not to as well. She met his gaze and added, I won't do that anymore. I won't live in a dead girl's shadow. Won't take what belongs to Ayisha. Rafe nodded. He believed her. He thought of the number of times she told him she was Ayisha and that Ayisha was dead. Not her fault he didn't believe the literal truth when he heard it. She'd been as honest as she could. She'd lied to protect herself, not for gain. Nobody had forced this confession from her today, only her own sense of honour and self-worth. Another question occurred to him. When your parents died, why didn't you go to the British consulate? I didn't know where to go. Her gaze slid sideways, and he knew at once there was something she wasn't telling him. But they wouldn't have helped.
Why not?
She got up and walked to the window and stood staring out for a long time. For a moment, Rafe thought she wasn't going to tell him, but she returned to the table, sat down and continued. Evil men broke into the house as my mother lay dying. Papa was dead by then.
And the servants?
They all fled when they first saw it was the plague.
So you were alone with both your dying parents?
She gave a short nod.
I'd heard the house was robbed.
She traced intricate, invisible patterns on the table as she spoke. They smashed their way in and took everything of value. And then they looked for me. They were looking for the white child virgin. She glanced up from the table. I knew they meant me. Rafe's jaw tightened. She'd been just 13. A little girl. How the hell had her father left her in such circumstances? A decent man would have ensured his daughter was protected, provided for.
How did you escape?
He asked her quietly. A hint of mischief gleamed in her eyes. You'll never believe it.
Try me.
I hid under my mother's bed.
What?
Yes, it was so obvious a hiding place. It was amazing that they didn't find me. But Mama was dying of plague and she saved me. She opened her eyes and cursed them. Up to that point, they thought she was dead, so they got a terrible shock. The curse of a dead white woman. She smiled ruefully. They were not inclined to search her room very thoroughly. From the open window, the sounds of a sombre tune played on fiddle, flute and squeezebox drifted in. What's that music? She asked, turning her head. With difficulty, Rafe concentrated on the moment. What she told him had knocked him endways.
The funeral ceremony, I imagine.
So soon? He shrugged.
Best to get it over with before the heat sets in.
I want to listen, she said, and with the sheet wrapped around her naked body, she shuffled to the porthole. Rafe wanted to know more. He had a raft of questions to ask her, but they could wait. He swung his legs out of the bed, dragged on his buckskin breeches, buttoned them and followed. The prayers were just a snatch of sound, swept away by the breeze. A hymn rose in a deep chorus, strong male voices ringing across the waves. O God, our help in ages past. The names of the dead were read out, one by one. They could hear the splash as each body slipped into the sea.
And therefore we commit this body to the deep. Keith Carter, Gianni Astuto, Zaid El Masri, Antonio Palermo.
Rafe had never heard of any of them, but Ayisha had, and wept for them. The vicar's voice droned on.
Sergio Candeloro.
He was only married 6 months ago. His poor wife, Ayisha whispered.
Tommy Price, Vince Cafari, George Zalumis.
Oh, George, she sighed. Remember? The young Greek boy with the heartbreaking attempt at a moustache.
No.
He'd been looking at her, not at boys with straggly moustaches. The others used to tease him about it, and he would blush and turn his fists on them. Now he'll never... She stopped on a sob. Rafe slid his arms around her. He'd known many young boys trying to grow their first moustache. Too many had died in a foreign land. The trick was not to think about it.
Jem Blythe.
The boy who made Cleo's harness, she told him brokenly. He tightened his hold on her. He'd seen her with those boys on deck, laughing and talking with them, as if common sailors weren't beneath her notice. Of course, she was used to hobnobbing with the riffraff of the streets. There'd been no sign of flirtation. Not from her, at least. The sailors had clustered around her like bees to a honeypot, but she'd seemed unaware of the sexual undercurrents. Given her years of acting the boy, she'd probably never tested her feminine powers. And after last night, her innocence was unquestioned. The last prayer was said, then came the singing of the 23rd Psalm.
The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want.
Ayisha sang, her voice true and a little husky, cracking with emotion. She knew all the words by heart. Tears poured down her cheeks, and she sang with an intensity that made him wonder.
Did you attend your parents' funeral?
He asked softly. She shook her head, and her voice wobbled and cracked, but she sang on. Rafe held her tight against him. There was a lump in his throat, but not for the sailors killed by pirates. They died a clean and honourable death. But Ayisha, she was so full of life, so full of emotion it was frightening. How could she open herself to grief like this when she'd already suffered so much? The dead sailors were little more than chance-met strangers, but she wept for them, grieved for them and their families. And Layla and Ali left behind in Cairo, and even that moth-eaten old cat. He'd witnessed the pain she'd felt at leaving them. She loved too easily. That was her problem. Love was the hostage to pain. The more you loved, the more pain you felt. She needed to learn to protect herself better, as he had. Ayisha stepped out of the washroom, dressed and feeling clean and fresher. The funeral had tired her out, but the weeping had loosened some of the knots inside her. She crossed the cabin and started stripping the bed. There was a certain stain on the bottom sheet she needed to get out.
Leave that, he ordered. Come and sit down. We did not finish our discussion.
His interrogation, he meant. Ayisha tried not to sigh. She was exhausted. Too much had happened in too short a time. What she really wanted to do was curl up in that bed and sleep for a week. But she couldn't. Not after what had happened. Not with him there, watching her with those eyes full of questions and echoes of heat from last night. He dressed swiftly, pulled on his boots, stepped into the washroom, and emerged a moment later looking as neat and elegant as if his valet had attended him. How did he do it? Ayisha wondered. The only thing that was the slightest bit out of place was his unshaven jaw, and privately she thought it looked even more attractive, covered in dark stubble. Her skin prickled deliciously with the memory of how it felt against her skin. The abrasive caress of it against the soft skin of her breasts had made her want to purr like a cat. It won't happen again, she reminded herself. She sat on the chair, folded her hands and waited. Despite the cold water she'd splashed on them, her eyes still ached from all the weeping. She felt clean, but crumpled. He sat and regarded her a long time in silence. She willed herself not to fidget. She had no idea what he was thinking, what he was feeling, but oh, she could guess. Anger, betrayal, contempt. She made a fool of him. She hadn't meant to, but circumstances had given her no choice. None of these emotions showed in his voice when he asked her.
You said from the first that Alicia Cleeve was dead. You knew I didn't believe you. So why did you wait until now to tell me the full story? Why not tell me at the time?
She gave him an incredulous look. Confess my illegitimacy? Would you have taken me to England if I had? He frowned.
You didn't want to go to England.
She shook her head. Papa told me so much about England. I've always wanted to go. His eyes narrowed.
Then why did you refuse to come with me from the very beginning? I distinctly remember threatening to roll you in a carpet, kicking and screaming, and cart you onto a ship if necessary. Not that you screamed, he said, with ironic emphasis.
She blushed, remembering where she tried to kick him.
He continued, And why tell me then that first night that Alicia was dead, and here there was only Ayisha?
Because I didn't want to go to England under false pretenses as Alicia.
You did anyway.
Only because you forced me.
I did not. You came aboard of your own free will. No carpet required.
You didn't force me intentionally, but you showed that picture to so many people. Some people noticed the resemblance. Someone made a joke that they should dress me as a girl and sell me to you. And once that joke started to spread, well, the men who'd pursued me as a child put two and two together and came after me. Again. He gave her an intense look.
Those men at the riverbank?
She nodded. The leader, Gaddy's uncle, was one of the ones my mother cursed. She gave a wry, mirthless smile. I couldn't stay in Egypt any longer.
You could have told me the truth then. I wouldn't have blamed you.
And would you have taken me to my grandmother's?
Of course. Why not?
He hadn't had as much time as she had to think things through, Ayisha saw. Because she sent you to fetch her beloved granddaughter, Alicia Cleeve, not some illegitimate brat her son sired on his foreign mistress. She waited, but he remained silent, his face graven in its stillness. Forgive me if I'm wrong, she said, but aristocratic grandmothers don't generally scour the world looking for any stray bastards their son has sired. Or has the England of my father changed? There was a long silence. She wished she could tell what he was thinking, but his eyes had gone that unreadable, opaque ice blue.
No, he said slowly. England hasn't changed that much.
The knock on the cabin door startled them both, mercifully breaking the silence. It was Higgins with breakfast. Rafe carried in the tray and uncovered it. Bacon and eggs, toast with marmalade or honey, and a large pot of fresh, hot Italian coffee. There was even a fish head for Cleo, who showed her approval of the treat by dragging it behind her basket and growling over it. Ayisha felt hollow. He just confirmed all her fears. The illegitimate daughter of Sir Henry Cleeve would be of no interest to her grandmother. Or to him. She took a deep breath. So be it. She had started a new life as a child on the streets. She could do it again in England.
What would you like first?
Rafe asked her.
Food or coffee?
Gallant to the end. As if she hadn't just confessed she'd deceived him. The scent of the coffee teased Ayisha's senses, and suddenly she was starving. Coffee to start with, please. He poured her a cup of steaming dark liquid, stirred in 2 lumps of sugar and some milk, and placed the cup in her hands. He knew exactly how she liked it. How did he know that? She inhaled, then sipped it slowly. Ambrosial. The hot liquid flowed into her, and she felt steadier and hungrier. He passed her a plate of bacon and eggs.
Eat up, he told her. You need food after all you've been through in the last 24 hours.
He was right. Her mind, her heart felt bruised all over. So much had happened in the last day and night. Pirates, death, her first experience with a man, probably the last with this one, funerals, and exposure of her deception. And she hadn't eaten since midday yesterday. No wonder she was starving. She hoped to God she wasn't with child.
Bacon at long last,
he said approvingly. He ate with a neat energy, tidily but with gusto. Throughout the meal he politely ensured she had everything she needed. Salt, more coffee. He even buttered her toast, then passed her the honey.
Malta is famous for its honey, he told her. Its bees are black and fierce, but the honey is tangy and sweet. Try it.
She spread some of the golden honey on the toast. It was indeed delicious. Wild thyme and citrus and something spicy. It was good she told him now, she decided, as she ate the last of her toast. It would have been better if she told him before they made love. Better still if they'd never made love at all. No, she couldn't honestly regret that. To leave him never having known what it was like to lie with him, feel him deep within her, part of her. Her body still throbbed with faint echoes of the night. Magnificent, just as Layla had said. She watched him as he crunched his way through the last piece of toast with strong, white, even teeth, and she knew that even though she was grieving deep inside for what might have been, even though sharp arrows of regret pierced her at odd moments, telling him the truth had been the right thing to do. She was clean and straight and honourable. If she hadn't told him, the secret would slowly, inevitably have poisoned their marriage. Some people could bury their guilt and go on. Not Ayisha. It would have been like an axe poised over her head the whole time, waiting to drop. Better a swift, clean amputation than a slow death by poison, she told herself. It was the right thing to do. It didn't make her feel any better. She loved him. She'd lost him, but at least she'd had him for one night. "Finished?" he asked. She glanced at the table, puzzled. There was nothing left. He gently pried the empty coffee cup from her hand. She'd been clutching it to her breast like a child. He packed the tray up, ready for when Higgins came back. Were all soldiers so neat, she wondered. "I always knew there was something you weren't telling me," he said, almost conversationally. "I'm glad to know it at last, and before we get to England." It confirmed her worst fears. "What will you do when we get there?" she asked him. "To England? It'll depend on the weather. I'll probably hire a carriage and postilion." A postilion was a man who rode carriage horses and steered the carriage, she knew. "I'll travel alone then." "Alone? Of course not." He frowned. "Why would you imagine I'd let you travel all that way alone?" She just looked at him. "I wasn't certain you'd even want to take me to Clevedon." "Good God, what do you take me for? Did you think I'd just dump you at Southampton and let you fend for yourself?" His voice was cool. She made an embarrassed gesture. "It wouldn't surprise me." "Well, I won't." He looked down his long nose at her, and as always she wished she knew what he was thinking. "Are you worrying about how your grandmother is going to react when you tell her you're not Ayisha?" "Of course I am. What do you think?" He frowned. "I don't know your grandmother very well, so I can't give you any guarantees about how she will receive you, but she struck me as a warm-hearted woman." "Is she?" she said politely, meaning she didn't believe it. "Yes, and if you want my opinion, I think she'll love you on sight." She blinked at that. "You do?" "I do. In any case, there's no use worrying about something before it happens. All you can do is prepare yourself for the worst and get on with living in the present. Old soldier's trick. Don't look forward, don't look back. Just live." "And wait until you're shot," she muttered under her breath. "No, make alternative plans, just in case," he said. "The thing is not to dwell on what you can't change, and to concentrate on what you can." His calm rationality was beginning to get on her nerves. What did he think she could change about this situation? "Now, are there any more things you need to tell me? Any other secrets you might want to dredge up as a reason not to marry me? We might as well deal with them all in one hit." Ayisha's jaw dropped. "You mean—" He raised an elegant brow. "Did you expect me to stagger back, yapping on about being betrayed like a bad stage play?" She blinked at him. "You did," he said. "I can see it in your eyes. What a fellow you must think me. But I made a promise to you, and I keep my promises." "You still intend to marry me?" His voice hardened. "Did I not make myself clear earlier?" "Yes," she said seriously. "But at the time, you thought you were asking Alicia Cleeve." He shook his head. I don't know Ayisha Cleeve. I know you. He put a slight emphasis on the word know, and she was reminded of the biblical use of the word. Of course, he'd known her last night, and like the true gentleman he was going to accept the consequences, no matter who she was, because she might be with child, and because she'd locked herself in a cabin with him to save his life, and it caused gossip. She'd deceived him, but despite that, and knowing that by marrying the illegitimate daughter of Sir Henry Cleeve he would be making a dreadful mésalliance, he was going to marry her anyway, because he was a gentleman of honour and he'd given her a promise. The silence stretched. You truly wish to marry me?
No wish about it. I will marry you.
His tone brooked no argument. Because of the gossip and me being ruined.
The peeled vegetables are only part of it, he said solemnly.
Peeled veg, she began, then saw the faint gleam of humour in his eyes. He sobered.
We may have started a baby last night, and I want our children to be born in wedlock. I assume you do too?
Of course, it's just...
We've spent more than 10 days locked in a small cabin together, and we've got on remarkably well, considering the circumstances. It augurs well for the future.
It was hardly a declaration of love. She sighed. What did she expect? He frowned at her continuing silence.
There will be compensations, he said abruptly.
You did not dislike making love with me last night, did you? She found herself blushing and shook her head.
It will be better tonight, he vowed. The first time is not always pleasant for women.
There was a short silence, one she felt compelled to fill. It was pleasant, she told him in a whisper. It had been more than pleasant. She couldn't imagine it being any better.
Well then, you have no reason to hesitate.
His eyes burned silver blue, steady and opaque. Ayisha chewed her lip. She should refuse him. If she had the slightest bit of gallantry in her, she would. It was the decent thing to do. But she loved him, and she didn't have it in her to say no to a lifetime of loving him. She told him the truth about herself, and he was man enough to understand the consequences. Her grandmother would probably disown her. His brother would certainly despise her, and if word got out, society might whisper. It would not be easy.
I am asking you now, Ayisha,
he said in a tight voice. But it is a formality, not a question. The outcome is already decided. You will marry me. She'd made a clean breast of everything. Almost. If he regretted this fit of gallantry later, that was his concern. She'd do everything in her power to make sure he didn't regret marrying her, and she was going to love him more than he'd ever been loved in his life. I would be honoured to marry you, Mr. Ramsey, she said softly. Thank you. There was a short silence.
Excellent. For a moment there I thought you weren't going to be sensible. Not that I would have accepted any other response, he said in a brisk, business-like voice. He rose to his feet. We shall be married either at your grandmother's or at Axbridge. We shall decide when we get there. Meaning when they saw how her grandmother would react. Whatever you say... Ayisha forgot whatever it was she was going to say, because he'd hauled her to her feet and was kissing her in a very unbusinesslike way. 18. It wasn't an I'm glad you've decided to be sensible kiss at all. It was a possession, a dizzying, triumphant claim. Or at least, that's how it felt to Ayisha. He pulled her hard against him and lavished her with kisses, kissing her mouth, her eyelids, the soft skin behind her ear, her mouth, her throat, her mouth, her mouth. You won't regret it,
he murmured between kisses. Ayisha didn't try to answer. He might be marrying her out of gallantry, but this at least was real. He wanted her, and she wanted him. The swell of the sea was growing, and the ship moved from side to side, taking her with him, and without breaking their embrace, He moved until his back rested against the cabin wall. "Better," he said, and without waiting for her to reply, he deepened the kiss. The taste of him in her mouth excited her. She knew now what to expect, and she wanted it. Wanted him. His body pressed against the whole length of hers, his hard chest crushing her breasts, his groin pushing against her belly, one long, hard horseman's thigh pressing between her quivering thighs. She ran her palms over the warm planes of his body, kissing him feverishly, drowning in the waves of velvet fire that surged through her. His tongue caressed hers, sending fiery trails wherever it touched, teasing, igniting, inflaming. He ran one hand slowly down her back, tucking her lower body between thighs parted and braced against the movement of the ship. Her body ached for the hardness of his arousal, writhing sinuously against him, loving the friction, aroused by it, driven by the need for a deeper intimacy, aching, burning, frustrated. His chest rose and fell as if he'd been running. His eyes, heavy-lidded and sleepy-looking, gleamed silver blue, the pupils dark, dilated and rich with promise. Rumpled beds and long, hot nights. He stopped on a sudden intake of breath and set her gently to one side. Why? Her legs trembled as if her bones had dissolved, and she staggered. He steadied her, one hand on her waist, and then she heard it. The knocking, and the voice calling, "It's Higgins, sir." He straightened his cravat and opened the door. "What is it?" His voice was faintly ragged. "The captain's compliments, sir. A bottle of wine for you and a small something for Miss Ayisha. There's a note with it." Higgins held out a tray with a bottle of wine, a small box, and a folded note. Rafe took them and Higgins left. "Wine from Italy? Very nice," Rafe commented, looking at the bottle. He passed the note and the box to Ayisha. "Read it. It's for us both." She broke the seal on the note and read it. "It's in thanks for us helping to fight off the pirates yesterday. Isn't that nice?" "What's in the box?" She opened it and gasped with pleasure. "Oh, Turkish delight!" She popped a piece in her mouth at once and, feeling the burst of sweetness in her mouth, made an ecstatic sound. "It's delicious. I love Turkish delight. Will you have some?" He shook his head with a faint smile. "No, thank you. But you must taste it. It's the most delicious sweet." "Very well, if you insist," he murmured. But instead of reaching for the box, he bent and kissed her thoroughly. "Delicious indeed," he said when he lifted his head, and she felt herself blushing. He lifted her to her feet and drew her closer. But again they were interrupted by a knock. "Me again, sir," Higgins called through the door. Rafe yanked open the door. "Forgotten something?" "No, sir," Higgins said apologetically. "The ladies sent this to Miss Ayisha, with thanks and in admiration of her bravery." He handed over a small tin and 4 books. "And one of the sailors, a lad called Jamo, gave me this for Miss Ayisha's cat." It was a piece of string, with one end tied in an intricate knot. "What?" Rafe began. "It's called the monkey's fist," Ayisha told him. "Some of the boys showed me the different knots they tied. Some are very pretty. And how clever! This looks exactly like a fat little mouse. Here, Cleo." She bent and waggled the string until the kitten was twitching with anticipation. She tossed it a few feet away. The kitten bounded after it, pounced, and a battle to the death commenced. Ayisha laughed. "Thank Jamo for me and Cleo, will you, Higgins?" "Of course, miss." She took the books eagerly. "The Mysteries of Udolpho, in 4 volumes," she exclaimed, examining them. "It belongs to Mrs. Ferris. I saw volume 1 in her cabin. She must have seen me looking at it. How extraordinary of her to send me a gift." She opened the first volume. "Oh, listen to this. Fate sits on these dark battlements and frowns, and as the portals open to receive me, her voice in sullen echoes through the courts tells of a nameless deed. How wonderfully thrilling it sounds! I cannot wait to read it." She opened the tin. Biscuits of some sort. They must have bought them in Malta. How kind. She hugged the gifts to her and said, "Higgins, why is everyone being so kind to me today? I don't understand." Higgins smiled.
"They reckon you helped save the ship yesterday, miss. Everyone's talking about your courage. Major Ramsey's too, of course," he added. "But they expect a war hero to be brave. Nobody expected a lady to fight. Mrs. Ferris is quite the heroine too, I might add, having followed your example. You two ladies stopped quite a few villains getting aboard. So enjoy them, miss. You deserve much more." Higgins gave Rafe a look as he said it. "Go away, Higgins," Rafe said calmly, "and don't come back. Miss Ayisha has finally agreed to marry me, so there are things we need to discuss." Higgins' eyes lit up. "Congratulations, sir. Miss." He beamed. "Don't worry, sir. You won't be disturbed again." He bowed and left. She offered the tin to Rafe, but he shook his head. He wasn't hungry. Or at least he was, but not for food. She looked up at Rafe with eager, shining eyes. "I must thank Mrs. Ferris, and the other ladies, and the captain too for the Turkish delight, and Jamo. It's so kind of them. It's like a birthday. Do you have a pen and paper?" Realizing there would be no kissing until the letters were written, he sighed inwardly and searched in his baggage for some writing paper and a pen. Her unaffected delight in such simple gifts touched him. She probably hadn't had many gifts in her life, or much appreciation. He found his writing case and passed her several sheets of writing paper. "Pen and ink or port crayon?" he asked. His body ached, unfulfilled. It was probably just as well they'd been interrupted. It wasn't decent to be seducing her again, so soon after a funeral, so soon after her first time, at this hour of the morning, when she was already dressed. Tomorrow, or perhaps tonight. "It might be easier to use the port crayon with the movement of the ship," she said thoughtfully. He took out a silver port crayon, shaved the lead to a fine point with his penknife, and gave it to her. "Pretty," she said, examining it. "Papa had one very similar." She looked from one to the other. "But this travelling pen and ink holder is so ingenious. I can't resist using it. Besides, it is more polite to respond in ink, is it not?" "True." There was something very endearing in the way she was fussing over a few simple thank-you notes. He pulled the quill from the container, trimmed the nib, and handed it to her. She thought for a moment, dipped the pen carefully in the inkwell, and began to write with a firm, clear hand. He smiled, recalling how she'd once pretended she couldn't read. He glanced at her, frowning with concentration as she penned her thank-you notes, smiling to herself, and glancing across at him with such a pleased and happy expression, it moved him deeply. If he hadn't fallen ill, he might never have known her, not as he did now. Extraordinary, to be grateful for a fever that had nearly killed him. Without that, he might not have even thought of marriage. But he had, and he'd proposed, and now she'd finally accepted. He wanted it done, the knot firmly tied. He moved to the window and stared out at the sea with its gleaming white-capped waves. He wanted this journey over. He wanted this business settled, once and for all. This business. His marriage. He wanted it settled and tidy and clear. He seriously considered getting the captain or that parson to marry them here and now, the day the quarantine was up. But there would be scandal and gossip, and people would whisper behind her back that she'd trapped him into marriage. He wouldn't allow that, wouldn't allow anyone cause to speak about her like that. If anyone had trapped anyone, it was he. He'd trapped from the very outset, using Ali as bait, and any number of times since. He'd used her friends, her loyalty, even threats. He had given her no choice but to come with him. And if he had his time over, he'd do it all again. Looking back, all he could see was a job well done. She needed to be rescued from her appalling situation. What would Lady Cleeve make of the tale? Of Ayisha? He wished he knew her better, but he had no idea. People turned a blind eye to children born in wedlock but sired by someone else.
Those children were invariably the result of an aristocratic affair, a baron slipping a cuckoo into the nest of a duke. Some, like the Devonshire brood, were an open secret. But legally they were not bastards, and in any case they were of equal blood. Let a lady give birth to a stable boy's brat, however, and the child would be discreetly got rid of, raised in obscurity, never knowing who his mother was. And as for a lord siring a child on a low-born mistress, that was as common as dirt. As long as the fellow was a gentleman and ensured the child was provided for, nobody thought twice about it. He could only think of one Ton family where a bastard of low blood was acknowledged, and that was Harry Morant and the Renfrews. But it had taken years, and if Harry hadn't been picked out of the gutter and raised to be a gentleman by his eccentric great-aunt, it would have been a different story. Harry would still be in the gutter now. Even so, had he not been raised with his half-brother Gabriel Renfrew, who stood up beside him, demanding everyone treat Harry with respect, Harry would still be an outsider, unacknowledged by his closest relatives. Harry's aunt, Lady Gosforth, adored him now, but it had taken a long time for her to accept him. Harry's mother was a maidservant. Ayisha's had been a foreign mistress. It wouldn't be as socially damning now that he'd got Ayisha promised to marry him. Being married to the heir of Axbridge counted for something in society. Once they were married, he could fix everything. He'd be able to look after her properly then. He turned and watched her penning her thank-you notes. His wife-to-be. He'd never thought of marriage as anything except a duty. But now, looking at her, he felt as if a heavy stone was lodged in his chest, aching and yet somehow proud. He must have made some sort of sound because she turned her head and glanced at him, then smiled a swift, fleeting smile that dazzled him all the same. The weight in his chest thickened. That evening when they went up on deck for their usual walk, while the other passengers were at dinner, Ayisha hesitated at the foot of the companionway.
"What's the matter?"
Rafe asked. Usually she was eager to escape the cramped cabin and get into the fresh air. "Nothing," she said brightly, and moved forward. But when they reached the deck, she hesitated again, then stepped out in a move that brought back to him the way she'd stepped onto a deck full of pirates and fighting, braced for something she dreaded. "It's all clean," she exclaimed in astonishment as she looked around the deck. "No stains at all."
"No, they've been scrubbed and sanded away,"
Rafe told her, realizing she'd expected to be taking her evening walk on a blood-stained deck.
"Captain Gallagher would have had the crew wielding holy stones almost immediately. He runs a tight ship."
"What's a holy stone?"
"A block of sandstone. They use it like a scrubbing brush, and it sands as well as cleans. Sailors call it a holy stone because they kneel to use it, and it's big and square and heavy enough to be a Bible," he explained. "Have you noticed what's ahead of us?"
The sun was setting, and the ship was approaching two headlands, silhouetted starkly against the golden brilliance of the sun. The one on the right was a massive dark chunk of rock, rising from the sea like a giant pyramid. Is that the Rock of Gibraltar?" she breathed. "It's so much bigger than I'd imagined." Rafe nodded.
"Amazing, isn't it? On the other side is Morocco, and out there," he pointed ahead, "out there is the Atlantic Ocean. My guess is we'll get some rough weather then. It was very rough on the voyage from England."
He'd been sick as a dog, in fact. Just then they heard a shrill whistle from above. They glanced up and saw one of the sailors waving to them. He pointed to the port side of the ship, so they crossed over to look. "Dolphins!" Ayisha exclaimed. "I've only ever seen a picture of one." There were a dozen of them, racing along beside the boat, arching out of the water and diving. She watched entranced as they leapt and dived, racing the ship, weaving in and out. Rafe watched her as much as the dolphins. Her zest for life enthralled him, and today it was as if a bubble of joy was inside her. Those presents, no doubt. She leaned over the gunwale, smiling, laughing and exclaiming when she saw a little puff of water spurted from one of their heads. Her hand held out as though she could touch a dolphin. My mother told me a story once about a young man who fell overboard and would have drowned, she told him. But instead, dolphins came and flipped him up to the air with their snouts, and they let him hold on to them, and they took him back to the island where he lived. Isn't that amazing?
Amazing.
She turned a laughing face to him. You don't believe it, do you? I didn't when Mama told me, but now, looking at these dolphins, seeing their smiling faces and their eyes, I think maybe it is true after all.
Smiling faces? They're fish,
Rafe said. No, they're not. They're special, she said. People say they're magical creatures, and now that I've seen them, I believe it. After a few minutes, the dolphins suddenly veered off to the side and disappeared. Oh, that was lovely, she said. I suppose it is time to return to the cabin again. Rafe pulled out his watch.
A moment or two more. We'll wait until the watch bells sound as usual.
When the sailors' evening watch sounded 2 bells, a pause, then 1 bell, they usually went below decks. They stood on the starboard side of the boat, sailing into the sunset, watching the enormous rock of Gibraltar slip by. Ahead, the Atlantic Ocean gleamed molten gold and rose as the sun dropped gently into it. They watched until the sun had disappeared completely. The ocean slowly silvered, then grew dark. Overhead the sails snapped, and gulls wheeled and shrieked, their unearthly cries echoing into the falling night. She shivered.
Cold?
Rafe asked, and without waiting for her response, he drew her closer, wrapping her in his coat, warming her with his body.
It will be colder in England,
he said. They both knew he wasn't only talking about weather. Dinner that evening was something of a celebration, with fresh lobster followed by a rabbit pie, a chicken fricassee with mushrooms, fresh fruit, and a rum syllabub, and to go with the feast, a bottle of champagne.
I took the liberty of telling the captain of your betrothal, sir,
Higgins confessed,
and he sent this down with his congratulations, thinking Miss Ayisha might prefer it.
They were disturbed early the following morning by a knock on the door. Rafe, who was in the middle of making love to Ayisha, with slow, devastating intensity, growled,
If that's Higgins, I'll kill him. I told him to go away.
From the other side of the door came,
It's me, sir. Higgins.
You told him that yesterday, Ayisha said, laughing. She gave him a little push. Go on. You know he won't go away.
He gave her a dark look. As long as you don't go away, that's all that matters.
He slid out of bed, dragged on his breeches, fastened them, and flung open the door.
What? I do beg your pardon, sir.
Higgins sounded a bit rattled by Rafe answering the door in nothing but a pair of buckskin breeches and a lot of bare skin. The open door shielded Ayisha from his sight, but Rafe's dishabille would reveal more to Higgins than just skin. Ayisha didn't care. She'd never been so happy. She'd never known such happiness was possible. It bubbled through her veins like the champagne the captain had sent them, lapped against her consciousness like the waves lapping constantly at the ship, and filled her with a warm glow, sunshine from within. She didn't care that no words of love had been spoken. He'd said nothing, and she'd been too shy to offer them herself. Her heart was so full of love for him, it threatened to boil over and scald them both. So she kept the words to herself, silent and precious in her breast, until he was ready to hear them. What were words, anyway? During the last 2 warm, dark nights of lovemaking with Rafe Ramsey, such a precious bond had been forged between them. At least, she felt it. And if he didn't... No, he must. The way he looked at her, the way his eyes darkened in that come-to-bed expression. It didn't matter, now, what faced them in England. She and Rafe would survive it. She believed it with all her heart. She sat up in bed, the blue coverlet pulled up to her chin, and admired the lean, muscular physique of the man. His broad, powerful shoulders divided by the long furrow of his spine, the 2 shallow dimples angling into the base of his spine. His ribs were visible. He hadn't regained enough flesh since the fever, but he was a magnificent sight, hard and sleek and powerful. The breeches hugged his body, curving tight against his backside and down his long, hard thighs. Her eyes devoured him. Her body remembered how he felt against her, around her, inside her, and without warning a shudder reverberated deep within her, passing through her body like a whiplash, causing her to arch and then subside. He must have caught the movement from the corner of his eye, for he half turned. His eyes bored into her and darkened, knowingly. Higgins went on. "Message from the captain, sir. Since the quarantine period is up today, he'd like you and Miss Ayisha to take breakfast with him this morning. 8 o'clock, sir, is when he'd like you there. That's about half an hour." He paused and added, "You will want to shave, of course, so I've ordered hot water for you and also for Miss Ayisha to bathe in. It will be here in a moment." "Blast," Rafe muttered, glancing at Ayisha. She gave him a rueful shrug. There was no way out of it without giving offence, and neither of them would wish to do that. "Very well," he told Higgins. "Thank the captain, and bring on your hot water. We'll be there at 8. "I congratulate you both on surviving your incarceration. I know it must have been difficult," Captain Gallagher said. Breakfast was a private affair, served in his quarters. "I must say you look well on it. Miss Cleeve, you look positively radiant." She smiled. The time passed surprisingly fast. "Mainly because she's a born card sharp," Rafe interrupted. "Captain, you see before you a man in debt to the tune of millions." She laughed. "Don't believe a word of it, Captain. It's all nonsense. I did become quite skilled at a number of card games, but it was self-defense, the way Mr. Ramsey plays. Still," she gave Rafe an airy look, "I must be grateful to him. If ever I need to earn my living, I can always take to playing cards." They all laughed. She added, "It will be lovely, though, to be able to go anywhere I please and to talk to other people." "Yes, the walks on deck made it so much easier to bear," Rafe said. "Thanks for allowing it." The captain shook his head. "As long as you had no contact with others, I could see no harm in it. My orders are to quarantine possible infection, but the conditions are left to my discretion. Though the medical fraternity cannot agree how the wretched thing spreads, both contagionists and anti-contagionists seem to agree that clean, fresh air is beneficial, or at least cannot hurt." Ayisha said nothing. Left to his discretion, eh? She addressed herself to her breakfast. She didn't mind being shut in a cabin for 10 days, but she would never forget that the captain had planned to set Rafe ashore, not knowing or caring what became of him. The captain continued, "And I'm delighted you've agreed to make a match of it. Not that you had much choice, but we are both well content with the outcome," Rafe interrupted, and to drive home his point, he picked up Ayisha's hand and kissed it. A ripple of pleasure passed through her. Her face warmed, and she could not help but smile at him. The captain looked from one to the other, and a broad smile spread across his face. "Like that, is it? Excellent, excellent. And you want me to perform a ceremony, or perhaps Reverend Payne?" Rafe shook his head. "Thank you, but no. Miss Cleeve wishes to be married in her grandmother's presence, and I must respect her wishes. We shall marry there, or in the church near my brother's home." "Excellent," the captain nodded. "Mrs. Ferris's maid will see to your things, Miss Cleeve." "My things?" she asked, puzzled. "Since you are not married, you will of course be returning to a shared cabin with Mrs. Ferris." "There is no necessity," Rafe began. The captain simply looked at him. "Mr. Ramsey, along with the passengers are 3 rather vocal and strong-minded Christian ladies, a parson, and a parson's wife. They might accept reluctantly the necessity of you two sharing a cabin while you were sick and under quarantine. Miss Cleeve's actions gave us no choice in that. But now the quarantine period is completed, you either marry this day, or Miss Cleeve must return to Mrs. Ferris's cabin. Miss Cleeve will not be married in haste on a ship to appease the sensitivities of a handful of impudent busybodies," Rafe snapped. "She'll be properly married in a church as she wishes, with her grandmother present." Ayisha pushed aside the remains of her breakfast. It was delicious, but she wasn't hungry anymore. She rose. "If you'll excuse me, gentlemen, I'll go and pack." If she didn't know from Rafe that a shipboard marriage would be socially frowned upon, she wouldn't have minded being married by the captain. But a church wedding with her grandmother present was truly a lovely prospect. So a short separation was not too much to bear. She would miss their lovely evening walks on a deserted deck, watching the sun go down, and the afternoons spent playing cards and talking or reading in quiet, companionable silence. Most of all, she would miss the long nights of slow, blissful love-making. But they would be in England soon, and they would be married, and they'd spend the rest of their lives together. It would be all right once they got to England. They sailed into Portsmouth with the ship's bells clanging, steered by a pilot who'd climbed aboard from a small boat as fog rolled in around them. Soon all Ayisha could see were the skeletal shapes of other ships riding slowly at anchor, a cluster of masts rocking gently, ghostly in the silken, swirling fog. They were piped ashore, an honour indeed, with the ship's company lined up to farewell them. "I'm sorry it's not better weather for your first day in England," Rafe said, taking her hand to steady her as she stepped into the jolly boat. "But the fog is beautiful," Ayisha told him, looking around with wonder in her eyes. "I've never felt anything like it. It's so deliciously fresh against my skin." She held her face up to the caress of the moist air and inhaled deeply. "Don't tell me the smell is as delicious," he said dryly. She laughed. The port reeked of rotting fish, seaweed and acrid mud. "It's odd that it smells more fishy and sea-like here than it does at sea, but it's interesting." 2 sailors rowed them toward the landing. Seabirds called from invisible locations and muffled sounds floated across the water. "Sounds echo so mysteriously in fog," she commented as they were rowed ashore. "It's like another world." "It's also blasted inconvenient. Mind how you go," he said, helping her ashore. "The steps will be wet and slippery." He walked them into town at a cracking pace. Ayisha had almost to run to keep up with him. She was given no time to explore Portsmouth, had barely enough time to get her land legs back before they were heading out of town in a carriage that he called the Yellow Bounder. In a matter of minutes, he'd arranged everything. Hired the carriage and postilion, sent Higgins off to collect his curricle from Harry's place and meet them at Clevedon, and collected English money from the bank. The only thing that slowed him for a moment was the sight of Ayisha, shivering in her cotton dress and shawl. He'd whirled her into a shop, and 5 minutes later, whirled her out, now wearing a soft woolen cloak in a deep rose colour, lined with green silk, trimmed with white swansdown around the hood, and with a swansdown muff to match. Ayisha loved it. "Your grandmother will no doubt enjoy buying you clothes more suitable for the climate," he told her, as he helped her into the carriage. Ayisha nodded. She was looking forward to it. There were so many beautiful things in that small shop. "Is there some reason for your hurry?" she asked, as they trotted out of Portsmouth. She could see no reason for haste. The ship had taken more than 4 weeks to sail from Alexandria. Nobody could possibly be expecting them. "I want to make it to Winchester tonight. If this fog extends far inland, it'll slow us considerably." "What's at Winchester?" He gave her a slow, burning look. "A very good inn." A very good inn. She felt her cheeks warming and could not help but smile. He'd missed her. Joy bubbled up in her. She'd missed him too, missed sleeping beside him, entwined with him, breathing in the scent of his skin, feeling the warm, relaxed power of his big body. She missed waking up to be greeted with that quiet, deep, "Good morning, sweetheart," and the kiss that invariably followed, and the love-making that followed that. She understood now why Layla missed being married so badly. In those last weeks on the ship, Ayisha had tossed and turned in the narrow bunk in Mrs. Ferris's cabin, warring with herself, her body warring with her mind. Her body ached for him. Just one thought or glimpse of him was enough to cause her body to tingle and clench deep inside. She lay awake for hours, thinking how easy it would be to slip down from her bunk and run the short distance to Rafe's cabin. Now, in one terse phrase, with one burning look, he conveyed that he'd felt the same. He'd missed her. The carriage hit a pothole, and Ayisha bounced, nearly sliding off her seat. He steadied her, drawing her against him. "That's why they call these things yellow bounders," he told her. "I would have preferred a larger vehicle, but there were none to be hired."
"I don't mind the bouncing," she said, "and I especially like this window." She gestured to the wide glass window that ran across the entire front of the carriage. "It lets me see where we are going, and all the wonderful sights."
"What wonderful sights?" he asked. "There's nothing but fields."
She laughed. "English fields," she reminded him. "So tidy and green and brown and yellow, all in patchwork, with lovely hedges and all so much greener than I expected. I cannot wait for spring and all the flowers, and the villages are so tidy and pretty and so very different. Look at that house with its neat black wig." His lips twitched.
"Thatched roof."
"It looks like a wig. It's all so English, you see, and fascinating to me."
"I'm more fascinated by what's inside the carriage," he said, and brushed his lips over hers. But then they slowed to pass through a village, and a number of people peered curiously in at them. "No privacy at all," he grumbled, straightening. But he kept his firm, possessive hold on her. The care he took of her warmed her almost as much as the feel of his magnificent body. She pressed closer. They stayed like that for most of the journey. Rafe sprawled, relaxed, his long legs crossed in front of him, explaining the various things that caught her attention and sneaking kisses when he could. Ayisha snuggled against his side, encircled by his arm, marvelling at the greenness and dampness of England, and basked privately in the good fortune that had brought this beloved man to her and made him want her. She watched the lush green countryside of England flash past her and counted the hours to Winchester with the very good inn. But 20 miles before Winchester, the carriage broke an axle, and they were forced to put up instead in a small wayside inn, where there was no private accommodation, only 2 rooms containing several beds, one for men, one for women. The axle was replaced overnight, enabling them to make a good start the next morning. It was a cold day, and they travelled in companionable silence. Rafe stared out of the window with a grim expression. Taciturn, no doubt, because his plans for the previous evening had been ruined. Ayisha watched the passing countryside, with Cleo on her lap, stroking the little creature absently, while also regretting the lost opportunity for making love. She was growing increasingly nervous about meeting her grandmother for the first time. She wouldn't tell her grandmother the truth until tomorrow, she thought. Allow herself a day of being simply a granddaughter, without the complications. Rafe was confident the circumstances of her birth would make little difference to her grandmother. He'd said so several times. He was sure her grandmother would love her. She hoped he was right. He was so strong and self-sufficient himself that he couldn't understand how important it was to her that her grandmother liked her, how much Ayisha needed to belong. This country was very beautiful, and she'd grown up hearing stories and dreaming of England. But it was also very strange to a girl who'd grown up in heat and dust and bright, pitiless sunshine. They reached the small town of Andover by mid-morning, where they stopped for a short time to change horses and refresh themselves. Shortly after they left Andover, Ayisha saw a signpost flash by. "Foxcote!" she exclaimed. "What?"
"I just saw a sign to Foxcote. Wasn't that where you used to live?"
"My grandmother's house, yes. The village of Foxcote is close by," he said in a bored voice. "I haven't been there since I was a boy."
"But I thought you said... Don't you own it?"
"Yes."
"Then why haven't you been back?" He shrugged.
"Not interested."
"Who lives there now?"
"Nobody."
"You didn't rent it out?" He gave her a cool look.
"No. Why should I?"
"No reason," she said, amazed that anyone could own a house they didn't visit and didn't use. It seemed very wasteful to her. But it wasn't her business. "Will we live there after we're married?"
"No, we'll live in my London house,"
he said curtly. She nodded. a little disappointed. She rather thought she'd enjoy living among all this lush green countryside. But of course, if he hated Foxcourt, there was nothing more to be said. It seemed very strange. She'd gained the impression he'd been very happy living with his grandmother, that he hadn't gone back there since he was 14, all good, strong feelings.
"We'll be at Penton Muesli soon," he commented. "Clevedon is just beyond it."
"The two houses must be very close," she said, to cover the tumult of butterflies that had started leaping in her stomach at his words. "Clevedon and Foxcourt, I mean."
"Yes, about 5 miles apart. That's how my grandmother and yours knew each other so well as girls."
The carriage slowed. The postilion turned his head and made a gesture to Rafe, who nodded. The carriage turned into a gateway and bowled briskly up to a smooth gravel drive.
"Welcome to Clevedon," said Rafe. "Your family home."
19. Clevedon was a large, elegant stone house with an impressive portico, flanked by a dozen or more Doric-style pillars. It was set on a smooth rise of lawn in the middle of an elegant park. It looked like a house from a painting, not one in which real people lived.
"It's a new house," Rafe told her. "They demolished the old one and built this one when they came back from India. Only the park remained, but even that was redesigned."
Ayisha barely took in what he was saying. It was much bigger and much grander than she'd expected. She'd imagined her grandmother in one of those pretty cottages they'd passed, not in a large stone temple. She bundled Cleo back into her basket with suddenly nerveless hands. "Does my hair look all right?" she asked Rafe, brushing the short, dark locks with her fingers. "She'll think I'm a boy, some sort of uncivilized savage. I wish it had grown more." She straightened her clothes, trying to smooth the travel creases from her dress.
"Stop worrying. You look beautiful,"
he said, and gave her a swift kiss.
"She's going to love you."
He'd sent a note on ahead the night before, thinking an elderly lady might need time to adjust to the happy news of the imminent arrival of a long-lost granddaughter. The carriage pulled up at an imposing stepped entrance. Gripping Rafe's arm for support, Ayisha took a deep breath and went forward to meet her grandmother. She pulled the bell pull and waited. After what felt like an interminable wait, the door was opened by a butler. His gaze ran over them without a flicker of expression. He addressed himself to Rafe.
"Good morning, Mr. Ramsey. Miss, please enter. Lady Cleve received your note yesterday, sir, and is expecting you."
Ayisha's grip of Rafe's arm tightened as they entered the house, and she looked around her. It still looked more like a temple than a home. The entry hall was large and imposing, marble paved and lined with statues. A sweeping set of wide marble stairs rose at the end of it, curving gracefully upward. Overhead, a domed cupola let in light.
"The postilion will require refreshment and the horses need attending to. We also have baggage,"
Rafe said, and with a flick of a wrist, the butler sent a couple of footmen out to attend to things.
"Miss, if you care to accompany this maidservant,"
the butler said, indicating a waiting maid.
"Lady Cleve has issued instructions that you are to be attended to. No doubt you also need refreshment,"
the butler said. "Oh, but," Ayisha began, ready to say she needed no refreshment, that indeed she couldn't swallow a thing. But the butler continued,
"Lady Cleve wishes to speak to Mr. Ramsey in private first."
Ayisha glanced at Rafe, a hollow feeling in her stomach. This was not how she thought it would be. If Ayisha's grandchild arrived, she would have been in the hall to greet her, if not on the steps, not having private discussions with other people first.
"Miss Cleve and I will see Lady Cleve together," Rafe said firmly. "Her ladyship was most insistent," the butler said. "I said, we will both—"
"That's very thoughtful," Ayisha interrupted Rafe quickly, seeing he was about to make an issue of it. "Go on, Rafe. I need to make use of the conveniences. I'll join you shortly." She needed some time to think.
"Then I'll wait until you're ready,"
he said, folding his arms. "No, go ahead, please," Ayisha said. "Don't keep my Lady Cleve waiting." Rafe gave her a searching look.
Are you sure?
Very sure, Ayisha said, feeling anything but.
Lady Cleeve awaits you in the drawing room, sir, the butler said, indicating the room. I shall announce you.
With some reluctance, Rafe followed. Ayisha went with the maid who led her to a small room off the entry hall. There's a necessary in here, miss, the girl told her, and some warm water to wash with. After that, I'm to take you to the kitchen for a cup of tea and a bite to eat. She gave Ayisha an embarrassed, half-apologetic look. Ayisha knew why. The kitchen was no place for a welcome guest. It was an insult, and the girl knew it. Where is the kitchen? Ayisha asked calmly, determined not to show any hint of distress. She hadn't asked to come here. She'd been brought here at Lady Cleeve's request, and she would not drink her tea in the kitchen. The girl pointed. Down there, miss, through that green baize door. Ayisha looked. There were several doors. Do any of those lead outside? It's just that I have my cat with me and I think she would appreciate a patch of dirt in which to do her business. Shall I take her out for you, miss? No, thank you. She's unsettled enough. I'll take her myself. Very good, miss. If you turn right down the narrow passage at the back there, then turn left, it will lead you to a back entrance. Only staff use it, mind, but... She trailed off uncomfortably. Thank you, Ayisha said. There's no need to wait. I will join you in the kitchen when I'm ready. The girl nodded and disappeared through the green baize door. Ayisha felt hollow and apprehensive. Why was Lady Cleeve behaving like this? She didn't even know Ayisha wasn't Alicia yet. She stiffened her spine. If her grandmother had changed her mind, Ayisha could bear it. Even as a starving child in Cairo, she never once descended to begging in the streets. And now that she was in England, she refused to beg for crumbs of affection. A moment later, the butler emerged from the drawing room and went through the green baize door to the kitchen area. Ayisha tiptoed back down the hall and listened at the drawing room door.
And when I found out the girl in the drawing room was not Alicia, but Henry's bastard, well, it was too late to recall you. You'd already embarked for Egypt.
Ayisha froze. How could Lady Cleeve possibly have found that out already?
She is all the same your only living granddaughter, said Rafe in a tight voice. The circumstances of her birth are not of her making. She's an opportunist, come to get what she can.
Her grandmother sounded so certain, so implacable. Something inside Ayisha shriveled.
Rubbish. Good God, madam. I had to practically threaten her to get her to come here.
Ayisha bit her lip.
A pity you did. And in any case, what if she did come to better her life? Why shouldn't she? She's your son's daughter, your flesh and blood, and she's been abandoned to earn her living in Cairo as best she could from the age of 13. It's a disgrace.
Well, exactly, Lady Cleeve declared righteously. And I beg you will not sully my ears by describing how she earned that living.
Ayisha leaned against the door jamb. Her eyes closed in pain as the harsh words washed over her. She didn't know how it was, but somehow her grandmother's mind had been poisoned against her.
Madam, you try my patience sorely.
Rafe's voice was as cold as a whiplash.
From the day her parents died, Ayisha lived disguised as a boy. Why? To prevent male attention, not solicit it. She earned what little she did by working, running errands, selling pies and bread in the streets and collecting firewood, living always on the brink of starvation.
There was a short silence. Then Rafe continued.
The disgrace was your son's. He should have made better provision for his only daughter, taken better care of her.
Ayisha heard a ladylike snort.
I saw her from the window when you arrived. She looks like no boy I ever saw. Depend on it, my dear Mr. Ramsey, women of this order know how to pull the wool over gentlemen. She is of no order, snapped Rafe. Ayisha is unique, and she is my affianced wife. What? You can't possibly marry the girl. Good God, man, but her mother was a slave.
The words hung in the air. The silence stretched. Ayisha couldn't breathe. How did Lady Cleeve know? It was the one secret Ayisha had kept from Rafe.
She could tell from the quality of the silence that it mattered a great deal. Trembling, with knuckles pressed against her teeth, Ayisha waited for Rafe's response.
A slave? What evidence do you have of such an accusation?
For the first time since she'd met him, he sounded less than certain.
Ah, I see you didn't know.
Why hadn't she told him? Ayisha lashed herself silently. She'd meant to when she was telling him the truth about herself, but he'd shocked her by renewing his marriage proposal, and it had driven everything else out of her mind. After that, there hadn't seemed to be an appropriate moment to say, "Oh, and by the way, my mother was a slave. Papa bought her from her former master." She ran shaking hands over her face. She hadn't told him later because she was a coward. It wasn't Mama's fault she'd been taken by Cossacks as a girl. Ayisha's illegitimacy hadn't mattered to him, and she'd convinced herself Mama's slave status wouldn't either. Not because she truly believed it, but because she was so happy, and she didn't want anything to spoil it. Because the daughter of a slave was a slave too, no matter who her father was.
It makes no difference to me who her mother was,
Rafe said coldly. Not true, she thought sadly. The length of that silence had told her the news had shocked him, deeply. Now he was just being stubborn, unwilling to admit he'd made a mistake. Papa had been just the same. Through the crack in the door, she heard her grandmother say,
"If she didn't tell you that, what else might she be hiding from you? She's convinced you she's led a life of virtue, but how do you know it's true? She could have been with dozens of men. Ayisha was a virgin when I met her. How do you know?"
Rafe said nothing.
"Ah, you've had her already. I understand now."
Her grandmother sounded very tired, Ayisha thought, worn out and sad, as if it was all too much for her. She wished she could see her face. The old lady went on.
"In that case, I suppose you'll set her up in some house in St. John's Wood. It's where gentlemen keep their mistresses, I gather," she said bitterly. "I'll do nothing of the sort," Rafe snapped. "I've promised to wed her, and I will."
Yes, thought Ayisha miserably, because he prided himself on keeping his promises, even when those promises had been based on false information.
"Wed her? What about the succession?"
Lady Cleeve asked. Ayisha frowned. What succession? What did she mean? She pressed closer to the door.
"What does the Earl of Axbridge have to say about this proposed marriage?" "My brother has no say in the matter."
His brother was the Earl of Axbridge. Ayisha was stunned. Lady Cleeve said,
"Once he learns his heir is proposing to marry the illegitimate daughter of a foreign slave, I expect he'll have a great deal to say about it, especially since it looks very much like the son of your marriage will, eventually, inherit the earldom."
The old lady's words fell on Ayisha like a crushing weight. She had no idea Rafe came from such an important family. She knew he was a gentleman, but his lack of title had deceived her into imagining a marriage between them might be possible. But he was the heir to an earldom. Ayisha, Countess of Axbridge. It was unimaginable. She heard Rafe say,
"I marry who I choose, and I have chosen Ayisha."
Oh, how stubborn he was. And all because he felt honour-bound to marry her. Because in saving his life, she'd been compromised. And because he'd taken her virginity. And desired her. And because there might be a child. There would be no child, she knew. Her monthly time had come in the week before they'd arrived in England. So there was no actual necessity to marry. Another thing she hadn't told him. Gratitude and honour and desire were not enough, she thought in sick despair. Not when he would lose so much by marrying her. Lady Cleeve continued,
"And what of your fiancée, Lady Lavinia Fettiplace? What does she have? What does her family have to say about her being jilted in favour of the illegitimate daughter of a slave? A charming girl from one of the finest families in England, and an heiress to a fortune, I believe," she snorted. "What a scandal that will make! Will your brother have nothing to say about that either?"
A heavy coldness settled in the pit of her stomach as she heard the words. He was already betrothed to Lavinia, and she was Lady Lavinia, not Miss Fettyplace. Beautiful and rich, he'd said. He left off that she was titled as well, and therefore the perfect consort for an earl-to-be. It was a final straw. She could not let him do it. She loved him too much to ruin himself for the sake of gratitude and honour, and stubbornness and kindness. She heard footsteps coming down the hall and stumbled into the next room. Her legs folded beneath her, and she sank onto the thick, rich carpet, bent double in pain and misery. Tears blinded her. Next door she heard the chink of china. They were serving tea. Her palms rested on the soft pile of the carpet. She glanced down and choked on a bitter half-laugh. This was exactly the sort of rug he'd threatened to roll her in and carry her off. The bitter-sweet humour calmed her. She sat up and wiped her face with the hem of her skirt. Weeping would mend nothing. There was nothing, in fact, to mend. It had all been a dream, based on half-truths and lies of omission, and pathetic, wishful thinking on her part. As she learned as a child on the streets of Cairo, dreams filled no stomachs. They might give enough hope to carry you through the darkest nights, but they were no foundation for a life. You needed something more solid for a foundation: honesty and love. There was a desk in the corner with writing paper and pens. She quickly penned a note. It was cowardly, she knew, but when Rafe was in one of his stubborn, gallant moods, there was no gainsaying him. If she argued, she knew full well he was just as likely to carry her off to the nearest church and marry her out of hand. And she did not know if she would have the strength to resist him, face to face, not when she wanted everything he was offering and more. But she would not be the cause of his ruin. She folded the note in 3, addressed it to Rafe, and sealed it with red wax. She didn't want anyone else reading it. When the servants had gone, she tiptoed back out into the hall and tucked the note into the handle of Rafe's valise. Then she picked up Cleo's basket and her own smaller valise and followed the maid's direction to the servants' rear exit. Outside, she saw 2 paths, one leading toward a walled kitchen garden, and the other leading away from the rear of the house, toward what looked like a village. She hurried along it. She had no idea where she was going. She had a little money. Rafe had given her some English money to spend in the shop where he'd bought her the cloak. It was more than she'd had when she'd left her father's house the night the slavers had hunted her. She was a child then, and she'd managed. She was older now and much wiser, and she was in England, where she'd always wanted to be. A plaintive yowl interrupted her thoughts, and she smiled at Cleo, whose paw was poking through the slats in the basket. And she had a small, imperious furry friend for company, and to love. It would have to be, enough. Rafe was furious. He wanted to strangle Lady Cleeve. How dare she speak of Ayisha like that? How dare she not come out to meet her? He knew how hurt Ayisha had been by that. She tried not to show it, but he'd seen the pain in her eyes, the dignity with which she'd walked down the hall with the maidservant. He looked at the tea things the butler had brought in. 2 cups, not 3. A curt order had sent the butler hurrying from the room to fetch another cup. "When you meet Ayisha, you'll see how mistaken you are about her, Lady Cleeve," he said. The old lady didn't respond. Her lower lip was trembling. She saw him notice, and with dignity turned her head away to hide her distress. The gesture was pure Ayisha. A little of his anger drained away. Ignoring the teapot, he rose and poured her a sherry from the decanter on the sideboard. He handed it to her, saying, "Drink. It will make you feel better." She took it with a trembling hand and drank it down in one gulp. She shuddered as it went down, then handed it to him with a whispered thanks. Does she look like Henry?" she asked after a moment. "You're worried you're like her, aren't you?" Rafe said gently. "No, she doesn't look like Henry." She sighed. "She looks just like that painting," he finished. Her eyes widened. "That's me when I was a girl," Rafe said.
"It's Ayisha now. Only the hair and clothes are different. She's your young granddaughter. Nobody could doubt it. And from everything I've learned, Sir Henry loved her, and her mother very much."
"I've been told otherwise," Lady Cleeve said wearily. Rafe frowned.
"By whom?"
"A woman who knew Henry in Cairo, one of his friends."
Rafe poured them another sherry. "Go on," he said. "How did you meet this woman?"
"A month ago, one of my friends was taking a cure in Bath. In the pump room, she met a lady who lived in Cairo for some years. Naturally, the story of my long-lost granddaughter came up. I suppose half of England knows the story by now. So, when the lady, Mrs. Whittaker, told my friend she'd actually known Henry in Cairo, of course my friend put us in contact and we arranged to meet." She sighed and gave Rafe a rueful glance. "I almost wish I hadn't. If I'd been left in ignorance, this day would have been very different."
"Tell me,"
Rafe prompted. "Mrs. Whittaker told me all about Ayisha and her mother. She was a great friend of my son's, apparently. She told me how this slave woman got her claws into Henry, and that Henry was entrapped and unhappy."
"I don't believe it,"
Rafe said bluntly.
"It's obvious from the way Ayisha speaks of them that her mother and father were very much in love."
Lady Cleeve gave him a troubled look. "Is it not in her interest to say so?"
Rafe shook his head. "Ayisha believes it utterly, and I believe her."
He leaned forward and touched Lady Cleeve on the knee.
"You will believe it too, when you see the way her eyes light when she talks of them."
Lady Cleeve looked uncertain. "Mrs. Whittaker told me Henry's affair with this woman was a scandal of Cairo. The girl was born a month after my granddaughter Ayisha was born, and for that I cannot forgive Henry. If he only knew how humiliated his wife must have been."
Ayisha said he was very discreet. She doesn't believe Lady Cleeve knew anything about her or her mother. It was only after her death and Alicia's that Henry moved Ayisha and her mother into the house.
Lady Cleeve shook her head. "That's not the story I heard. Mrs. Whittaker said the woman and child simply arrived and foisted herself on Henry while he was still distraught with grief. She said it was common knowledge in Cairo that poor Henry had been taken advantage of, and that everyone believed that the child was no more Henry's than she was."
"And yet Ayisha is the image of yourself as a girl,"
Rafe observed, indicating the portrait. Lady Cleeve sighed and slumped in her chair, looking worn and crumpled. "I don't know what to think now."
"I never met your son, but the impression I have from Ayisha is that he was a very strong-minded, intelligent man who took little heed of what others thought, who was autocratic, self-centered, and somewhat selfish, but was very affectionate in private to Ayisha and her mother."
Lady Cleeve stared at him.
Rafe went on. "I should add that the self-centeredness and selfishness is my own interpretation of what she's told me. Ayisha adored her father, and will not hear a word against him or her mother, despite the mess he left her in."
There was a long silence. Lady Cleeve's expression was enough. She knew her son, and he was the man Rafe had described, not the one that Mrs. Whittaker had portrayed.
Ayisha did say she thought her father went a little peculiar immediately following the death of Lady Cleeve, for after he'd moved her and her mother into his home, he sometimes referred to her as Alicia in company.
"Yes, I can see that," the old lady said slowly. "The letter he sent saying Alicia and her mother had died was a little strange, too, hence the confusion." Her fine, papery skin wrinkled in bewilderment. "But why would Mrs. Whittaker try to blacken her name to me?" she asked. "What would she gain by doing such a thing?"
Rafe shrugged. "What do you think she wanted?"
Lady Cleeve shook her head. "Nothing. Only my friendship."
The friendship of a lonely old lady, a wealthy old lady, the widow of a baronet, Rafe thought, but he didn't say so. He would let Lady Cleeve work it out. This woman, does she have a family?
Lady Cleeve pursed her lips thoughtfully. She's widowed and has been living with relatives. It isn't comfortable for her, poor woman. In fact, we discussed... She broke off, as if she'd suddenly realised something.
What?
We discussed the possibility of me hiring a companion, and, yes, the thought had crossed my mind she might be suitable. She slumped back in her chair. Oh dear me. To think I believed her. But she was so very convincing, and she really had lived in Cairo for years and did know Henry. I am convinced of it. Though he never mentioned her in his letters. He never mentioned his mistress and daughter either. But, oh dear me. She looked at Rafe in distress, and he had a sudden glimpse of how Ayisha might look as a troubled old woman. She pressed her soft, wrinkled old hands to her cheeks. To think I might have sent my granddaughter away unseen, on a complete stranger's say-so. Rafe leaned forward and patted her knee again.
Be assured, Ayisha is not after your money. All she wants is a grandmother. She told me once that it was a terrible thing to be without family, to belong to no one.
Lady Cleeve swallowed.
She was talking about you, not herself. I was trying to persuade her to come with me to England, and her resistance first started to crack when she realised you were all alone in the world.
He added in a gruff voice,
It cost her some heartache to leave, you know. There are people in Cairo who love her very much. She is, you will discover, very lovable.
Lady Cleeve's eyes filled with tears. Rafe handed her his handkerchief, and as she applied it to her eyes, she said in a shamed voice, I'm sorry for what I said about St. John's Wood. I have a tendency to be bitter about mistresses and their offspring. You see, my husband... Well, you don't need to hear about that. Rafe had no interest in ancient history. He needed to get one thing clear.
I will marry Ayisha. Nobody, not you, not my brother, not the entire ton, not even Lord Wellington would stop me.
But why didn't she tell you her mother was a slave? Rafe acknowledged the validity of the question, but it didn't worry him.
She will have her reasons, was all he said.
You take it on trust, she said incredulously. You have that much faith in her?
I have complete faith in her, Rafe said softly. And when you meet her, you will know why. You are quite right to be cautious about meeting her.
The thin, arched eyebrows came together. Why would you say such a thing?
Rafe smiled. Because you won't be able to help loving her. Everybody does.
It was true. She'd charmed an entire shipload of people. Even sour old Mrs. Ferris in the end. You love her very much, don't you? Rafe stilled. The question echoed in his mind. The answer echoed even louder, shaking him to his foundations. He stood abruptly.
If you'll excuse me, I'll go and see what's keeping her.
I told Adams to serve her tea in the kitchen, Lady Cleeve confessed. I hoped you would understand from that there was nothing for her here. Rafe swore under his breath.
I'll find her.
He yanked open the drawing-room door. The butler, Adams, stepped back, startled. Listening at doors, Rafe thought.
Where is Miss Cleeve?
He snapped. The butler looked puzzled.
I don't know, sir. I thought she might be in here.
He glanced past Rafe to Lady Cleeve and said,
She was supposed to come to the kitchen, but she never did. We thought she might be in the garden with her cat, but she's not there either.
Rafe whirled and looked at the pile of luggage still standing in the hall. The cat basket was gone. So was Ayisha's valise, and her new warm cloak, threaded through the handle of his own valise with a folded piece of paper. He snatched it, broke the seal, and read, My dearest Rafe, I'm so sorry to leave you like this, without saying goodbye in person, but I can do it no other way. You never told me you were the heir to an earldom, never told me that there was any possibility I might become a countess, and you never said you were already betrothed to a titled rich lady of distinguished family. You spoke on the ship of ruining me, but it's clear from what Lady Cleeve said just now that if you married me, I would be your ruin, and that I cannot do. You are kind and gallant and noble of heart, but I love you too much." Rafe stopped reading for a moment, his heart pounding, his breath frozen in his chest. She loved him. Yes, there it was, in dark blue ink on elegant white paper. She loved him. Too much. I love you too much to let your feelings of obligation and gratitude bring you to social ruin. Obligation and gratitude, Rafe thought. What rubbish! But he'd never told her what he felt. It was as much his fault as anyone's that she'd rushed off. "It is very difficult to leave you, but I must. I could not bear to live as a mistress in St. John's Wood." Rafe swore as he read that. She must have heard everything. "Do not worry about me. I have the money you gave me in Portsmouth, and I will be all right. I survived Cairo, and I will certainly manage in England. My father always said he would bring me to England. So, in a way, he has, and I'm glad of it. Do not worry about me, dear Rafe. Just take care of yourself and have a wonderful life. With all my love, yours ever, Ayisha. P.S. Please convey my best wishes to Lady Cleeve and explain to her that I never had any expectations of her. You know it's true. I would not want her to think ill of me." Rafe felt the kind of hollowness that he used to feel before a battle. He couldn't lose her. Not now. He crumpled the letter in his fist.
"She's run off," he said. "I'm going after her."
"If she doesn't want to be here," Lady Cleeve began.
"Not another word, madam," Rafe snapped, "or I won't be responsible for my actions."
Shocked, Lady Cleeve took 2 steps back. "I only mean that she has chosen—" Rafe silenced her with a look.
"You!"
He snapped his fingers at the butler.
"She must have left by the back door, so show me how she would have got out. And I want every servant in this house out looking for her, now. Understood?"
The man gabbled something. Rafe didn't care what. He was racing down the hall toward the rear entrance of the house, towing the butler with him. The little fool. Where the devil did she think she was going? She knew not a soul beside himself in all of England. Still, on foot, she couldn't have gone far. It shouldn't take too long to find her. And when he did... He ran along the narrow path that ran from the rear of the property beside the wood and led to the village of Penton Musey, scanning the path ahead and the surrounding countryside. But there was no sign of a small figure in a dark pink cloak. He came to a road and saw in the distance a wagon going away from him. He narrowed his eyes, could see a splotch of something reddish on it. Was it someone sitting on the back? Someone in a dark pink cloak? He couldn't be sure. Damn it! He turned and ran back to Clevedon. He passed some servants.
"Keep looking," he ordered. "Follow this path as far as it goes."
"No sign of her," Lady Cleeve greeted him anxiously when he returned.
"I think she might have got a lift on a cart," Rafe said. "I'm going to go after it."
He yanked on the bell pull and told the servant who came running,
"Tell the stables I require their fastest horse to be saddled and brought to me at once."
He rode down the path and galloped along the road in the direction the wagon had gone. But when he caught up with it, he saw the splash of red he'd seen was a tattered old rug wrapped around a chest of drawers. With a curse, he wheeled his horse around and headed back the way he'd come. At the junction of the path and the road, he'd headed down the path toward the village of Penton Musey. There was just a handful of shops and houses, and Lady Cleeve's servants had already investigated. There was no sign of a young lady in a dark pink cloak with a cat in a basket, they told him. Nobody had seen any young lady. "Not hereabouts, sir." The original path continued past the village. Rafe followed along it. A light rain started. Rafe ignored it. From time to time, another path branched to the right or the left. At each fork, he shouted her name and waited, wondering which path Ayisha would choose. She was a city girl, had lived most of her life in Cairo, and this countryside was foreign to her. With its fields and hedgerows, its tangled woods and rolling hills, she would take the path the most trodden, he decided. But after following a dozen paths to each village, hamlet or roadside within a 5-mile radius without success, he began to wonder. He'd crossed a few larger roads. She hadn't ridden off in that first wagon, but maybe she'd been offered a lift. Maybe she'd hailed a passing vehicle. She had a little money, not much he knew, but it might get her as far as Andover, or even Winchester, if the driver was trustworthy. She knew about villains, he tried to tell himself. She knew what life in the streets was like. She didn't trust easily. How long had it taken before she trusted him? He groaned thinking about it. She still didn't trust him. Didn't trust him to know what he wanted. Know what was good for him. Otherwise, she would never have left him. If you marry me, I will be your ruin. Not his ruin. His salvation. What did he care for the opinion of others? He should have married her on the ship. They could have married again in a church. His worry then about protecting her from gossip meant nothing now that he'd lost her. He should have told her about Axbridge and the succession. He hadn't thought it would matter. Liar. Of course it mattered. Most women like the idea of a title. Most women loved the idea. He'd been courted for that title. Had he, deep down, feared she might be the same? The chill deepened. Rain pelted down in icy streams. If he hadn't left in such a hurry, he would have brought his greatcoat. No matter. He pulled up his collar and continued the search. Where the hell was she? Had she found shelter? He had visions of her crouched in the mud, under a bush, wet and cold and miserable. The thought was unbearable. His clothes were soon sodden, heavy with water and clinging clammily to him. He was shivering with cold, but he didn't stop. If he was cold, how much colder was Ayisha, daughter of a hot climate, and women's clothing was so much more inadequate than men's. Men's. He stopped. Started. She'd disguised herself in boys' clothing before. Had she done it again? He galloped back to the village of Penton Musey and questioned everyone he could find, but nobody had seen a young man or boy with a suitcase and basket containing a black and white spotted cat. By the time darkness was falling, the rain stopped. Rafe knew there was only the slimmest of chances, but he rode the paths again in the dark, calling out her name. But the sound echoed hollowly through the silent landscape. It was so cold his breath hung in smoky drifts. The clouds obscured the moon, and he couldn't see a thing in the inky dark. All he could hear was the dripping of water and the squelch of mud beneath his horse's hooves. He turned his weary horse toward Clevedon. He'd resume the search in the morning. He'd slept badly, rose early, and this time used a map of the local area to set out a coordinated search, military style. Higgins had arrived the previous night with Rafe's curricle and horses, so Rafe put the former soldier in charge of the search. Rafe sent the servants out, each with strict instructions to search a particular area, looking for a young woman or a youth with a black and white spotted cat in a basket. She might leave her heavy valise behind. She might not care about her clothes, but she would never abandon that cat. Rafe himself rode to Andover and questioned people there. A coach had passed through the previous afternoon, but whether there was a young lady on it, or a boy and a cat, nobody could say. He wasn't sure then where to go. To the east was London. To the south was the way they'd come. Which way would Ayisha go? He tried both. He took the London road first, and rode more than 40 miles, as far as the second coach stop, but nobody at any of the inns had seen her. He then retraced his steps and rode south, but again, after several coach stops, gave up the chase. Nobody had seen her. How did a young woman with a spotted cat and a valise disappear so completely from the face of the earth? She must have been offered a lift in some private vehicle, he decided. She could be anywhere. Exhausted, dispirited and sick at heart, Rafe rode back to Clevedon. It didn't surprise him at all when the servants who'd been out hunting all day had nothing to report. He'd felt it in his gut all day. He'd lost her. 20.
Have the vicar of your local church call the bands,
Rafe told Lady Cleve a week after Ayisha had gone missing. He'd spent every day out searching in vain. Lady Cleve's jaw dropped.
Call the bands for whom? For Ayisha and me, of course. But she's gone. You don't know where. I'll find her, Rafe said firmly, and when I do, I'll marry her. I've written off for a special license, of course, but it won't hurt to have the bands called.
It was a slim chance, he knew, but if Ayisha was still in the district, she might attend church, and if she did, he wanted her to hear the bands for her wedding being called. That would make his determination to marry her quite clear.
Her mother's name was Katie Macabelli. I've written it out here.
He passed her a slip of paper.
I'm going to Axbridge to get my brother's vicar to do the same, and to inform my brother of my intentions.
He gave Lady Cleve a cool smile.
We shall be married in the chapel at Axbridge. I want the world to know this marriage has the Earl of Axbridge's approval.
Lady Cleve frowned.
Does it? It will, Rafe said. He will have no choice.
His brother owed him, and Rafe would force from him at least a facade of approval.
I am betrothed,
Rafe told his brother and sister-in-law the next evening at dinner. He'd reached Axbridge at dusk.
I see, George said cautiously. And who is the bride-to-be?
Ayisha I suppose legally she is Ayisha Macabelli. George's brow rose.
Who?
His tone was cold.
Ayisha Macabelli. She is the natural daughter of Sir Henry Cleve and a Georgian woman called Katie Macabelli,
Rafe told his brother the next day. His brother's mouth tightened.
Natural daughter? Yes, Rafe said coldly. Ayisha's mother was Sir Henry's mistress. He bought her as a slave.
He was determined there would be nothing hidden, nothing kept back. George would know exactly who his brother was marrying.
And you think this female is suited to be the mother of a future Earl of Axbridge?
Rafe looked at him.
Call her this female in that tone again, brother, and I'll shove your teeth so far down your throat you'll never find them.
What followed was the kind of silence you could cut with a knife. The two brothers stared at each other across the table.
And yes, she's magnificently suited to be the mother of a future Earl of Axbridge,
Rafe continued after a moment.
She would never countenance a devil's bargain such as young Lady Lavinia Fettyplace agreed to. Ayisha would fight tooth and nail literally to keep her children safe and in her arms.
Lucy, his sister-in-law, made a small sound, and Rafe glanced at her. Her plain, rather horsey face was filled with distress. "You must not blame," she began. Her husband placed his hand over hers.
"Silence, Lucy," he said. "We need explain nothing to him."
She shook her head. "Of course we must, George. It is his child we were plotting to take after all." Rafe blinked at such unexpected honesty. "It's all my fault," she began.
"It was my idea," George spoke over her, "so any blame must go to me. I put the proposition to Lady Lavinia. You can hold me entirely
But you did it for me, because of me, because I am such a hopeless failure as a wife." Lucy, Rafe's sister-in-law, burst out harshly. Tears poured down her cheeks. Rafe stared, stunned by the unexpected outburst. To Rafe's surprise, George leapt from his chair and put his arms around his wife.
"You're not a failure, Lucy," George said urgently, "and I forbid you to ever say so. You're a wonderful wife, and I couldn't live without you,"
he added in a lower voice. He pulled out a handkerchief and began to dry her cheeks gently. Rafe watched in amazement. He'd never seen his brother this human. And until this moment, he had no idea that his brother even cared about his wife. Rafe himself had always liked Lucy, had even felt a bit protective toward her. She was plain and gangly and a bit horse-faced, but was always kind and gentle and quietly perceptive. For Rafe, as a boy, she had been the one good thing about visits to Axbridge. George, he recalled, had been bitterly disappointed when he first met her. The Earl of Axbridge had selected a bride for his heir, and Lucy's bloodlines and fortune were both excellent.
Good breeding stock,
his father had declared.
Lacking in looks, of course, but that's all to the good. The plain ones tend to stay loyal, especially if they're wed to a handsome dog like yourself, George.
Not that it mattered what George thought. His father was not to be gainsaid, and he was proven right when shy, awkward Lucy had taken one look at her handsome fiancé and fallen desperately in love. But it seemed somewhere along the way his brother had come to care for her. Care deeply, if Rafe was any judge. "It was for me, Rafe," Lucy said once she'd composed herself. "George did it for me. I was so desperate for a child, and Lady Lavinia had said—" Her husband took over. Lady Lavinia made it clear she disliked babies and children, and talked of leaving the children to servants. And while there is nothing wrong with that, it's just that Lucy— He gave his wife an anguished look. "Oh, Rafe, I ache to hold a baby in my arms," Lucy said brokenly. "I ache so much I nearly stole a baby in the village. I only lifted it for a moment. I did put it back, but it worried George." Her face crumpled. For a long moment there was no sound in the room but the crackling of the fire and the soft sobs of Rafe's gentle sister-in-law. Her husband held her helplessly. After a time, Lucy's weeping stopped, and after pouring a drink for everyone, George took up the story. "I thought if Lady Lavinia didn't want to bring the children up, Lucy could. She'd make a wonderful mother." He looked at Rafe. "I'm sorry, Rafe. I didn't consider your position. I was thinking of Lucy. Only Lucy. I hope you'll forgive me one day." Rafe was shattered by the admission. He'd seen the arrangement with Lady Lavinia as yet another sign that Rafe mattered nothing to his family, that his brother had no respect for Rafe and cared for nothing except the earldom of Axbridge and the succession. But it wasn't the future of Axbridge that had driven George to such a desperate measure. It was love for his wife. And that Rafe could completely understand. And forgive. "I didn't know. And now I do. There's nothing to forgive," Rafe said quietly. "But," he shook his head, "I'm not marrying Lady Lavinia. I have Ayisha now. And there's nothing to forgive. It's all right, Lucy. I forgive you. Both of you. I understand." His words brought fresh tears to Lucy's eyes, and Rafe found he had to walk to the fireplace and stare into the fire. The sight of his brother comforting his wife brought such feelings welling up in him. He ached for Ayisha. He wanted her in his arms, here, now. The thought crossed his mind that, like his sister-in-law, he might ache, unfulfilled and empty for the rest of his life. When he returned to the table, George said, "So you are serious about marrying this girl you found in Egypt?" Rafe looked up, ready to defend Ayisha, but his brother looked earnest and sincere. "Ayisha, yes. Very serious." George gave him a searching look. "You care for her?" he said on a note of discovery. "I do," Rafe admitted. He swallowed and added, "Very much." For some reason, their confessions and the realization that his brother loved his wife had dissolved some of the distance between them. George nodded. "Then we shall be delighted to welcome her into the family. Won't we, Lucy?" "Yes, of course," Lucy said. "Would you like to have the wedding here at Axbridge, Rafe?" Rafe nodded. He was shaken by the simplicity of it all. He'd anticipated a fight, recriminations, acrimony and bitterness. And in a way, that's what had happened. But he hadn't anticipated acceptance and forgiveness. "Lovely," Lucy exclaimed. "I've always wanted to organise a wedding. And where is Miss Macabelli at the moment?" Both George and Lucy looked at him in gentle inquiry. The silence stretched.
"I have no idea," Rafe said eventually. I seem to have lost her."
His throat was suddenly too full to speak, and all he could do was pull out Ayisha's letter to him, push it towards his sister-in-law, and go and stare into the fire while they read it.
"So, what do you intend to do?" said George later that evening over a brandy. "Find her, get her back, marry her,"
Rafe said, and sipped the mellow liquid. He could not quite get over the fact that here he was, talking to his brother like a friend.
"I only came here to tell you I was marrying her, and to tell the vicar to call the banns, even though I've written to the Archbishop of Canterbury for a special licence, just in case."
Lucy squeezed his hand. "You will find her." Rafe hoped to hell she was right. The thought of life without Ayisha was too unutterably bleak to contemplate.
"I've also written to Bow Street, and they'll make inquiries in London and Portsmouth. And I'll open up my London house and get it ready for Ayisha and me to live in."
"You won't live at Foxcourt?" Lucy asked. He shook his head.
"No, Ayisha always lived in a city. I think she'll find the country too dull."
George nodded.
"So, what are you going to do with Foxcourt?" "Do with it?" Rafe frowned. "What do you mean?" "It's not good for a property to remain unoccupied for such a long time. It's your decision, of course," his brother said, being careful not to step on toes. "But if it were mine, I'd be getting tenants in or selling it."
Ayisha had said much the same, Rafe recalled.
"I'm not selling it."
Rafe was surprised by the vehemence with which that came out. He moderated his tone.
"I might not have been there since I was 14, but I don't want to sell it." "So you'll get tenants in?"
"I'll consider it," Rafe said.
"I'm going back to Lady Cleeve's. She's Ayisha's grandmother, lives near Penton Musey, not far from Foxcourt, and I might drop in on Barry, my agent, on the way, and see how things stand."
"You think Ayisha might still be in the area?" Lucy said.
Rafe shrugged. "I have no idea, but I can't help thinking she'd go back there, all right if she was in trouble. Lady Cleeve is her grandmother after all." "Do I have your permission to put a notice in the newspapers?" George asked. "Notice? You mean like a missing notice?"
George smiled.
"No, I meant a betrothal announcement from me, as the head of the family. If the girl, Ayisha, yes, if she sees it, it might help your case to make it obvious your family supports the match. I think a large notice with the family crest should do the trick."
"It would, George. Thank you," Rafe managed to say. He knew full well that the large notice and family crest was not for Ayisha to read. Even if she read newspapers, she wouldn't recognise the family crest. It was a message for the ton. His brother was making it clear to the world that this marriage had the full support of the Earl of Axbridge, and that the Earl of Axbridge expected the ton to fall in line and support it too. It was more family support than Rafe had experienced in a lifetime. At mid-afternoon, Rafe passed through Andover. 10 days since he'd last seen Ayisha. Desperation gnawed at him increasingly. The fear that she might indeed be gone forever, goading him in his relentless search. He refused to give in to despair. He would find her. He had to. His entire future happiness depended on it. He rode past the turn-off to Foxcourt, when an idea struck him. What if she'd gone there? She knew it was his. Knew it was close. She'd noticed the sign that first time. What if Ayisha had gone to earth at Foxcott? He urged his horse faster, rode through the village at a smart clip, and stopped at the big, old wrought-iron gates, with the fox emblem so familiar and beloved from his boyhood. Then the gates were black and gleaming, and always stood open, waiting for his return. Now they were dull and closed, chained shut with a thick chain and an old padlock. Beyond them, the gravel drive was weedy and unkempt. No carriage had driven up there in a long time. Rafe tied his horse to the gate and climbed the wall. Some of the stones had fallen away, he saw. Repairs were needed. As he walked up the path, memories flooded him. The place was a mess, but oddly his spirits lifted. He'd always loved this place, had been happy here. But because he'd never really come to terms with his grandmother's death, he felt somehow guilty. She died alone, with nobody to hold her hand, comfort her. He should have been there. She'd taken him in when nobody had wanted him. He'd let her down. Logic argued that it wasn't his fault, that nobody had told him, but he knew in his heart he hadn't written as often as he should have, and if he had, someone, one of the servants, would have told him. The guilt remained, so he'd never been back. He would not profit by her death. It was a mistake, he realized. This place would have helped his guilt, not exacerbated it. He reached the front of the house. Of course, it was locked. He peered in at the windows, and all was stillness, dust and Holland coverings over the furniture. Nobody had been here in a very long while. He walked around the side, glancing in at each window he came to. It was the same. Shadows, dust, undisturbed for years, and Holland covers. The stables were silent and empty, and also chained and padlocked shut. The high-walled kitchen garden was largely gone to weeds. Only a corner patch next to the gardener's cottage was cleared and neat. A wisp of smoke twined from the chimney of the old gardener's cottage. Rafe smiled, remembering. Old Nat's cottage, built into the wall. Nothing had changed. There was the sagging clothesline strung between the cottage and the old apple tree, and on it were pegged an apron, some dishcloths, and two of Mrs. Nat's enormous bright pink flowered flannel nightgowns, flapping like giant sails in the wind. He smiled at the familiar sight. The old gardener would be ancient by now. Or maybe there was just Mrs. Nat still living there. Mrs. Nat, who'd always produced a thick slice of cake or a handful of biscuits for a growing boy. He didn't go over and knock on the door. If he did, she'd make a pot of tea and he wouldn't get away for an hour or more. He needed to keep searching. He needed to get back to Clevedon, see if there was any news there. Nobody had been inside Foxcott for years. Ayisha wasn't here after all. He trudged down the drive, climbed the fence and rode back to the village. He'd get tenants in, he decided. He'd laid his ghosts. The place was starting to crumble, and he didn't want that to happen. The agent, Mr. Barry, was very pleased to see him.
"I'm just about to have my tea, Mr. Ramsey, and I'd be honoured if you'd join me,"
the man said. A hearty tea of bread, butter, honey, jam, cream, cheese, pickles, and several kinds of pastries was laid out on the table, along with a jug of cool local beer. Rafe had no interest in the spread, but he accepted. Best to get the property sorted as quickly as possible. He wanted everything in order once he found Ayisha. They discussed the property, or rather, Mr. Barry discussed, while Rafe listened and nodded while the man ate his tea. Rafe ate nothing. These days he had no appetite for food. He sipped a little of the sour local beer.
"I've had several offers to rent Foxcott, sir. Try one of these."
Barry passed him a plate, and Rafe absently took one of the pies. Barry continued.
"I did write to you, if you recall. Please eat something, sir. You're looking a mite peaky, if you don't mind me saying so. Have a bite of that little pie there. Why don't you?"
Rafe, sighing inwardly at the man's kindly concern, forced himself to take a bite,
just to shut him up.
I did get your letters, he said. But now I'm thinking.
He broke off and looked at what he was eating. A flattish triangular pie that looked and tasted very familiar. And not from his boyhood. His heart started thumping.
Where did this pie come from?
He asked Barry in a voice that was strangely calm.
The village bakery, sir. They're a bit different, but very tasty. Sir? Sir?
But Rafe had shoved the rest of the pie in his pocket and was gone. In 3 steps, he'd slammed out of the cottage, hurled himself onto his horse, and was galloping toward the village. Oh God, he prayed, let it be her. He didn't dare hope, but the pie, it was exactly like... Please, God. What if she was there, in the bakery itself? It had to be her. It had to. He burst into the bakery and looked wildly around. No sign of Ayisha. Hollow desperation gripped him. He pulled out the remains of the pie and brandished it fiercely.
Who made this pie? Something wrong with it?
The baker came forward, a big, meaty-looking fellow. His chin jutted belligerently.
No. Who made it?
Good God, he was shaking.
A young lass brings him in.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Where does she live?
Rafe said, amazed to hear how calm his voice sounded. The man gave him a long, suspicious look.
I don't rightly hold with telling toffs where a pretty young girl might live. She's a good lass and all.
Rafe wanted to punch the man in his fat, smug face, and at the same time shake his hand for protecting Ayisha, for it had to be her. Instead, he fixed him with a cold look and said,
I must insist.
Oh, Thomas, don't you know who this is?
A plump, middle-aged woman came bustling forward.
It's young Master Rafe from the old house, isn't it, sir?
Yes.
Rafe stared at her, and through the fog of desperation his memory stirred.
Jenny? No, Janie Bray, isn't it?
The woman beamed.
That's right, but I'm Mrs. Thomas Rowe now. Fancy you remembering me. I haven't seen you since you were a lad, but I remember you, sir. Always liked my curd cakes, you did.
I remember. Now, the young woman who made these pies,
Rafe reminded her.
Old Nat's granddaughter. She bakes them pastries herself and brings them in every day. Something a bit different, aren't they, sir? Very tasty.
Old Nat's granddaughter?
He echoed hollowly.
You're sure? Absolutely sure?
Damn. If she was known to these people, she couldn't be Ayisha. The bitterness of deflated hope swamped him.
That's right. Turned up she did nearly 2 weeks ago. Gave Nat's place a good clean out. Well, it needed it. Been so long since Mrs. Nat passed on, and old Mr. Nat before her. I disremember who told us she was Nat's granddaughter. Do you recall, Thomas?
No, me neither.
But that's who she is, right enough.
Hope stirred cautiously. Rafe said carefully, She's at the old gardener's cottage.
That's right, sir. You remember.
But Rafe was gone. The gardener's cottage was built into the high garden wall, and one of its charms, that Rafe recalled from his boyhood, was that you could walk into the cottage from the kitchen garden and go right through it and be outside the estate. Rafe rode around the back way, his heart racing. To think he'd avoided going there earlier because he thought old Nat's wife would keep him talking. With shaking hands, he tied his horse to a tree, wiped his damp palms, and knocked at the door of the old gardener's cottage. The door opened, and she stood there dressed, village style, in some faded old dress of Mrs. Nat's, and an apron. There was a smut of flour on her cheek. Her hair was carelessly tied up with a bit of green cloth. Her nose was red, her lips were chapped from the cold, and she was still the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen in his life. His hungry gaze devoured her. She stared at him, shocked, unmoving, silent, her eyes as wary as they had been when he first knew her. He didn't care. He'd tamed her then, and he'd do it again, or die trying. The kitten emerged and rubbed against his ankles,
meowing plaintively to be picked up. Rafe only had eyes for Ayisha.
"You're all thin again,"
he choked out. What a stupid thing to say. All the speeches he'd rehearsed in his mind, all the words he'd saved to bring her back to him, and when it counted, that was all he could say. But it was true. She was pitifully thin. She must have starved all this time. He ached for her. He stared at her, willing the words to come, but he could only stare and stare, devouring her with his eyes. "You're thinner too," she said softly.
"Perhaps, but if I am, it's not because I was starving,"
he said, his voice husky with emotion.
"It's because I'd lost you."
She gave a wobbly smile and gestured behind her. "I had food, but I wasn't hungry for food. Only for you." At her words, his self-control cracked, and he stepped forward, seized her around the waist and lifted her off her feet, holding her against him, never to let her run from him again. He held her tightly, exulting in the feel of her in his arms again, breathing in the beloved scent of her, burying his face in the softness of her neck. Her arms came around him, and she hugged him, kissing him on the crown of his head, on his ear, anywhere she could, caressing him with loving urgency. "Oh, Rafe! Oh, Rafe!" she murmured. He slid her slowly down his body, until their faces were level, and kissed her deeply.
"Never leave me again,"
he ordered. His whole body was shaking. She cupped his face in her hands and stared earnestly at him. "Are you sure about this, Rafe? I don't want to ruin your life."
"The only way you could ruin my life is to leave me," he said forcefully. "I need you, in my arms, in my life."
She gazed into his eyes a moment, then gave a tremulous little sigh. She tightened her grip on him and whispered, "Then take me now, my love, for I need you more than I can say." He kicked the door shut behind him and carried her to where she'd dragged a mattress in front of the fire. He laid her on the mattress, sat down and pulled off his boots. She lay quietly looking up at him. "I've missed you so much, Rafe." She ran her hand lightly up his spine. He might as well have been naked, the way he could feel her lightest touch, even through several layers of clothing. He stood to remove his coat.
"Don't ever run away from me again,"
he told her, pulling off his shirt. "It was worst at night."
"Yes. Well, in England it gets cold at night."
He began to unbutton his breeches. The temperature wasn't the problem. "I found these wonderful thick, warm night dresses." He gave a choke of laughter as he realised she'd been wearing Mrs. Nat's enormous flannel nightgowns.
"You've been wearing—"
She placed her hand around his thigh, and he forgot what he was going to say. "Did you really miss me, Rafe?" she asked. He turned, his breeches half undone, and gave her an incredulous look.
"Miss you? Miss you?"
The glow in her eyes completely unmanned him, and he groaned and sank to his knees in front of her.
"I'd rather lose an arm or a leg, or both my eyes, than lose you again. I've never felt so—"
He shook his head.
"My heart is too full for words."
"Then show me," she said softly, pulling him down to her. He showed her, loving every inch of her with a tender thoroughness that left her weak and gasping, helpless with love and on the verge of tears. Why tears? She could not imagine. She was his, to do with as he wanted, for now at least. Nothing was resolved between them, only that she'd missed him desperately and he, apparently, felt the same. For now it was enough. The flames danced, gilding his skin, caressing every glorious muscle, every masculine angle and plane, her man of gold and shadows. Outside, the wind whistled through the trees. The tiny cottage suited her perfectly, caught between two worlds, On one side was the grand house he owned, and on the other, the wild, wild woods. Was this where she belonged? No. She belonged in his arms, she thought, as his hands and mouth slowly drove any coherent thought from her mind. No matter where in the world they were, as long as she was in his arms. And then she heard them, the words he'd never spoken, so deep and soft that at first she wasn't sure she hadn't dreamed them.
I love you, Ayisha.
Her eyes flew open, his gaze locked with hers. Frantically she tried to scrape her wits together. He said it again.
I love you, Ayisha.
His body still moving within hers, scattering every thought but one.
I love you, Ayisha.
She wanted to respond, but she had no words, no will. She shattered around him, his words ringing in her ears, as the rhythm pounded through them.
I love you, I love you, I love you.
Afterward, she lay in his arms, watching the fire glow and dance. After a time, she sighed and sat up. I shouldn't have allowed that. I won't be your mistress. She began.
Hush,
he said, kissing her.
I love you. I want you for my wife, and always have.
Her eyes filled as she took in that he meant every word. Oh, Rafe, and I love you so very, very much. I always have, she confessed. I think even in Cairo, though I tried hard not to. But if you are to be an earl, my Lady Cleve said I would be your social ruin.
Stop fretting. I don't care what anyone else thinks. You mean more to me than anyone or anything. I love you, and I need you, and I'm going to marry you.
I won't give up my children, she warned.
Neither will I, though it's not an issue.
He told her what he'd learned, how his gentle, tragic sister-in-law had almost stolen a baby, and how it had driven his brother to make the bargain that had so enraged Rafe. Poor, poor lady, she whispered. We must do something about that, Rafe. We must find her a baby to love. He looked at her with an unreadable expression.
Ayisha Cleve Machiavelli, if I wasn't already head over heels in love with you, I would have fallen in love with you again just now, he said in a husky voice.
Oh, how his words warmed her. She couldn't help but show it. And next thing she knew, they were making love again.
Why did you come to Foxcote?
He asked much later. It was the only place I knew, she told him. I almost didn't find it. It was late and pouring with rain, and I was lost and feeling my way in the dark, following the wall, thinking it must lead somewhere. And then I felt a window, and then a door. So I knocked, but nobody answered, and I tried the door and it opened, so... She'd found wood and a tinderbox, and soon she had a fire going. It was a heaven-sent refuge for her and Cleo. It was only when I went into the village that I learned this was Foxcote after all. You said you hadn't been here since you were a boy, so I thought it was the last place you'd think of looking for me. You didn't come here looking for me, were you?
No, not to Foxcote. I came to visit my agent and make arrangements to rent the place out. He was eating one of your pies.
He kissed her again, then said,
It's time we dressed. I'd like to return to Clevedon while there's still light.
Must we? Ayisha didn't want to go back to a grandmother who despised her.
Stop fretting. I think you will find that much has changed since you ran off.
What's changed? Tell me. But Rafe wouldn't explain. He kissed the tip of her nose.
Trust me. Get dressed and come and find out.
Nothing she could say or do would budge him from that position. So she dressed and gathered her things together, ready to make the journey back to Clevedon. I could have been happy here, she said, looking around the tiny cottage.
Happy?
Lonely, but content, she corrected herself. It's a dear little cottage, and the countryside is beautiful. And did you know I started a garden?" He gave her a surprised look.
"I thought you would dislike country life."
She shook her head. "No, indeed. I've never lived in the country before, but it's lovely. I would love to live here." She laid her hand on his arm. "But if it's painful for you, we need not." He smiled.
"No. I've laid my ghosts. I couldn't bear to see this place without my grandmother here, knowing how she died alone. But I loved this place as a boy, and I love it now all the more since it brought you back to me. Grandma would be so happy to have us here. It's settled then. Once we're married, we'll live at Foxcote, and," he added, "we'll keep this cottage for our own private place."
"My dear Ayisha," Lady Cleeve came down the stairs to greet them. "I must apologise," she broke off. "Good heavens! It's like looking into a mirror 50 years ago." Ayisha exchanged a glance with Rafe. "Are you all right, Mum? You look a little pale," she said. Lady Cleeve straightened. "I'm all right, my dear, thank you. Seeing your face does me a great deal of good, even though it emphasises how foolish I've been. Come with me." She led them to the sitting room and pointed to a painting hanging on the wall. "There," she said. "Me, just before I married your grandfather. If ever I doubted you, doubted the wisdom of you coming here, this picture is the proof that you were meant to come to me. You are my own flesh and blood, and nothing else matters." She held out her arms to Ayisha, and Ayisha hugged her. Later they spoke over tea and cakes. "I saw your letter to Rafe, my dear. Did not mean me to read it," Lady Cleeve added with a rueful look. "But I did, and it showed me how badly I'd wronged you. But I cannot wholly blame Mrs. Whittaker. It was my own prejudice that made me cruel. I want to explain why I responded as I did about St. John's Wood." Ayisha stilled. That hurt was still very tender. "I didn't really mean it. I am bitter about mistresses, that's all." She twisted a handkerchief in her bony old fingers and began. "You see, my husband kept a mistress all the time we were in India, a local woman, far beneath my notice, but to my shame, I was deeply jealous. Not only did she have my husband, you see, she was able to keep her children. There were 4. She added in a lower voice. "I lost 5 babies in the Indian climate. Henry was my only child to survive his infancy, but when he turned 7, my husband sent him off to England to school." Her face quivered. "Such a little boy he was, too. I begged my husband to let him stay with me another few years, or to let me go with him to England, but he said it was bad for a boy to be smothered by a doting mother, and my place was at my husband's side. And he sent my little boy away." The old lady's face worked as she fought to keep her emotions under control. Ayisha slipped out of her chair and knelt beside her grandmother. The bony fingers knotted hard around the handkerchief. "Every day I had to see that woman walking down the street past our house, with all her healthy, glowing, happy children around her. The children my own husband had given her, while I was left alone. And bitter. When I saw my Henry again, he was all grown up and polite. Like a stranger." Her voice cracked on the last word. She wiped her eyes, took a few deep, shaky breaths, then looked down at Ayisha. "I took out that hurt and anger on you, my dear, and I cannot express my regret deeply enough." "Hush, it does not matter," Ayisha said, stroking the gnarled old hand. "Papa wronged his wife. There's no denying it. Just as his father wronged you." She hesitated, then added, "My friend Layla says we should leave the past in the past, because if we take it with us, it will only poison the future." "Your friend is a wise woman." Just then, There was a knock at the door and the butler entered.
"Mr. Pilkington, the lawyer, my lady."
Lady Cleeve brightened.
"Send him in, Adams."
Rafe and Ayisha stood.
"We'll leave you alone,"
Rafe said. Lady Cleeve waved them back with an imperious gesture.
"No, stay. I sent for Pilkington last week to have him change my will."
She tossed Rafe a mildly challenging look.
"Removing the name of Alicia Cleeve and replacing it with that of Ayisha Macabelli, only daughter of Katie Macabelli and Sir Henry Cleeve, Baronet, my granddaughter."
The lawyer entered. Lady Cleeve performed the introductions, but when she came to Ayisha, introducing her as
"My granddaughter, Ayisha Macabelli,"
the lawyer corrected her.
"Ayisha Cleeve, I believe,"
he said with a smile. He explained,
"Last week, when your ladyship gave me the instructions for the new will, I was struck by the name Katie Macabelli. It rang a bell, so to speak. So I went through your late son's papers, and sure enough, I found this. And this."
He laid a flimsy document on the table. Lady Cleeve picked it up and glanced at it, stared at the lawyer and examined the document more carefully.
"Is this genuine?" she demanded.
"I believe so,"
the lawyer said.
"Would you care to enlighten us of the contents of the document?"
Rafe said dryly.
The lawyer startled. "Oh, of course, sir."
He passed it to Rafe.
"It's a wedding certificate, recording the marriage of Sir Henry Cleeve to Lady Katie Macabelli. It took place a month before Sir Henry's recorded death."
"They got married," Ayisha exclaimed. "When was this?" The lawyer gave her the date.
"I must apologize for not bringing it to anyone's attention sooner, but I did not realize. My late grandfather dealt with all this, and,
The lawyer hesitated.
"There's no denying it. Grandad was getting rather muddled in his old age. The files were in a shocking mess, and although I managed to get them into rough order after he died, I didn't read them closely, since all concerned had been dead several years."
Ayisha looked at Rafe. "Their last trip to Jerusalem. I was to go with them, but I came down with measles the day before they left and couldn't go. I knew Mama was very excited about the trip, but I had no idea this was planned. And when they returned, they were dying." She frowned. "Do you know, I think Mama tried to tell me, only I didn't understand." She sat back in her chair, stunned. "Married? How wonderful."
"Ahem."
The lawyer cleared his throat uncomfortably.
"I'm afraid this marriage does not, as it were, change the status of your, birth. You are still, as it were—"
He trailed off. "Illegitimate," Ayisha said. "Yes, I understand that. It doesn't matter. The marriage proves what I've said all along, that Papa truly did love my mother." She looked at Rafe, her eyes swimming, and he tried to protect her. The marriage would free her, you see, make her her own person.
"I know,"
he smiled. "I think it also means you are entitled to be known as, for the next few weeks at least, as Miss Ayisha Cleeve."
"Yes, indeed," Lady Cleeve said. "It also means you inherit all Sir Henry's property," the lawyer said.
"Really?" Ayisha exclaimed. "Does that include a house in Cairo?" The lawyer blinked, but searched through his papers.
"Yes, there is a house, currently leased to a—"
"Excellent," she said. "Can we give it to Ali?" she said to Rafe. He laughed.
"Give it to whoever you want. It's yours to do with what you like."
"Then I will give it to Ali." She beamed at the lawyer. "Thank you, Mr. Pilkington. You've made me very happy." Rafe glanced across at Ayisha's grandmother. She was watching her granddaughter with a soft expression. Rafe leaned forward and tapped her on the arm.
"I did warn you to be cautious,"
he murmured with a smile. She gave him a misty smile in return.
"Too late, Mr. Ramsey. Too late. My granddaughter is an extraordinary young woman. Thank you for bringing her to me."
"She's only on loan," Rafe said firmly. "The banns have been called. In 4 weeks, she will be mine." Ayisha heard him and laughed. "No," she said, "I'm yours already, and in 4 weeks there will be a wedding." 21. All week long, carriages had been rolling up the gravel drive of Axbridge as people gathered for the wedding. The guest list contained 2 dukes, a marquis, several earls, a handful of barons, a clutch of baronets, and many more distinguished guests. Shy, plain, extremely well-connected Lucy, Countess of Axbridge, had asked, and everyone had come. Lucy was determined her new sister-in-law would be launched in the best possible company. If people were going to gossip about this wedding, they would gossip for the right reasons, she vowed. The beautiful 16th century Axbridge chapel was filled with flowers, a lovely informal mixture of spring blossoms, wild narcissus, bluebells and hyacinths, mixed with hothouse orchids, sprays of pussy willow, and long-stemmed water irises. The fragrance of the flowers mingled with the scent of the beeswax that had been used to polish the ancient oak pews to a glowing shine. Every pane of stained glass sparkled. Every inch of brass, silver and gold in the church gleamed. Ayisha gazed at her reflection in the looking-glass and took a deep breath. "I hope you're watching, Mamma," she whispered. "I hope your wedding was as beautiful as mine is going to be." Her dress was of delicately embroidered white-on-white silk and was heavy, soft, and felt beautiful to wear, with a skirt that twirled as if made for dancing. Hundreds of tiny pearls were sewn in rows down the bodice, simple, but very elegant, Lucy had said, when Ayisha had first shown her the design. With it, she wore her grandmother's magnificent pearl rope, and over the exquisite veil of Spanish lace that Lucy had lent her, she wore a circlet of pearls. On her feet, she wore a pair of white satin boots. Ayisha loved boots, loved the slight extra height they gave her, and the extra warmth they gave. And since the chapel was a 5-minute walk from the house, and the English weather so chilly, she was not going to have frozen toes at her own wedding. The rest of her was in no danger of freezing either, for Rafe had given her a green velvet cloak, lined with white satin and fringed with white fur, to wear in case it was cold. She glanced across at the bed, where Layla's parcel lay, and smiled. "For your wedding night," Layla had said at the time. Ayisha had left it until this morning, and when she'd unwrapped it, it was the naughtiest harem outfit, straight from the Arabian Nights stories. Sheer silken pants, a tiny jewelled bodice, and some delicate veils. And as accessories, an ankle chain with bells and small finger symbols. An outfit to drive a man wild with desire. Ayisha couldn't wait. "Are we ready?" George, Earl of Axbridge, entered the room. He looked her up and down. "You look very beautiful, Ayisha. My brother is a lucky man." He turned to his wife and said, "And the matron of honour, my Lucy in blue, as lovely as the day we married." "Oh, what nonsense," Lucy said gruffly, but her face glowed with pleasure. She was plain, Ayisha thought, but with her face lit with love like that, Lucy became beautiful. The 3 of them walked to the chapel arm in arm. It was extraordinary, Ayisha thought, how these 2 had welcomed her into the family. More, she thought, glancing at Lucy. They had taken her into their hearts. A small crowd of people had gathered outside the chapel, mostly local people come for the spectacle and for the coins that the groom would throw afterward. But there were 3 ladies Ayisha recognised. "Mrs. Ferris, Mrs. Wiggs, Mrs. Grenville," she exclaimed. "How? We were in the neighbourhood and saw the notices in the paper, and we thought, why not come to see you wed?" Mrs. Ferris said. "I hope you don't mind." "Mind?" Ayisha said. "I'm so pleased to see a familiar face. Please, go into the church." "Oh, no, we didn't come to intrude," Mrs. Grenville said. "It's such a grand affair, and—" "Please," Ayisha said, "you can sit on the bride's side of the church. There will be plenty of room. I have only my grandmother."
The three ladies exchanged glances.
"Well, if you put it like that,"
and they hurried ahead into the church. Ayisha took a deep breath and, on George's arm, stepped into the church, peeked around the corner, and gasped. She'd expected to see the church looking half empty, with the pews on her side of the church containing just her grandmother and the three ladies. Instead, they were almost as full as Rafe's side. Every one of Rafe's friends had chosen to sit on the bride's side. At the front was her grandmother, looking stunning in gold tissue and claret velvet, ready to give the bride away. With her sat a distinguished-looking grey-haired man, her grandmother's surprise guest, Alaric Stretton, the artist who'd started everything with his picture of Ayisha at 13. Behind her grandmother sat Harry Morant and his sweet-faced wife Nell, who'd arrived the day before with their tiny daughter Tori. Baby Tori had spent most of the time since in Lucy's arms. She was a very happy baby, quite content to be passed around. Beside Harry and Nell sat big, brawny Ethan Delaney, sneaking an arm around his little pregnant wife Tibby. There was Lady Gosforth, magnificent in purple, escorted by her flinty-eyed nephew Marcus, Earl of Alverley, and Nash Renfrew, his brother. Only Rafe's friend Gabe and his wife, the Princess of Zindaria, were missing. But the princess was expecting a child, and the trip was too arduous for a woman in advanced pregnancy. They'd sent a representative, a handsome young man, wearing the uniform of the Royal Zindarian Guard. He sat beside Nash, chatting as if they were old friends, on the bride's side of the church. There was Lady Ripton, Luke's mother, the warm, motherly woman who'd insisted her son bring his lonely young school friend Rafe Ramsey home for Christmases and Easters. With her sat Luke's pretty young sister Molly, as well as his two older married sisters and their husbands. Luke was not sitting with them. He was Rafe's best man, all of them on her side of the church, declaring themselves to be her family. Ayisha's eyes blurred. George gave a signal, and the opening chords of music played. Ayisha looked down the aisle to the front of the church, and there, standing tall and grave and utterly beautiful, was the man she'd crossed the world for, the man she loved with all her heart. The moment he saw her, his eyes lit with blue fire. The music swelled, and she slowly walked toward him. Her prince, her pasha, her love. Epilogue. Foxcote, 1818.
"Can't believe the change in old Johnny,"
Bertie Baxter said. He'd arrived without warning, fresh off a ship from Alexandria, bringing a packet of letters and gifts from Baxter, Layla and Ali.
"Thought the son had finally fried his brains when I heard he'd stepped into the parson's mousetrap for a second time, but have to say, he looks well on it, despite the chaos of the place."
"Chaos?" Ayisha said. "But Layla's a meticulous housekeeper."
"Oh, it's not her, no. She's a fine woman and seems to suit Johnny down to the ground. It's those brats of hers."
"What brats?" Ayisha asked, mystified. Bertie Baxter gave her an odd look.
"Thought she was a friend of yours, Mum. But if she ain't—"
"She is, my very dearest friend," Ayisha exclaimed.
"Then how is it you don't know she's the mother of 4 children?"
Bertie Baxter said bluntly.
4 children, Ayisha echoed. "There's the oldest boy, Ali. He's a good lad, by and large. Johnny's very proud of him. And there's no harm in the baby Rafiq, named after you, Rafe, I gather. But the worst are those twins."
"Twins?" Ayisha gaped. Bertie nodded.
"The little girls. 3 years old and pretty as you could want, with big brown eyes and curly hair, like a pair of little dolls. But don't you believe it," he added darkly. "Little hellions, both of them. Got this habit of crawling all over a fellow without so much as an invitation, pulling at his clothes, ruining a neckcloth that took an hour to perfect, mussing a chap's hair."
Ayisha exchanged an amused look with Rafe. Layla must be in 7th heaven with 3 adopted children. The details would be in the letters Baxter's cousin had brought. She hadn't read them yet, not wanting to be rude and read them in front of the guest who'd brought them, but already she knew the letters would be full of happy news. Bertie Baxter went on.
All Johnny's fault, of course. He encourages them to think of people as furniture. He shuddered. Never thought the day I'd see Johnny Baxter with a clutch of brats crawling all over him and laughing about it. He stood up. Well, I'd best get going if I want to get home before dark. Good to see you again, Rafe. And delightful to meet you, Mrs. Ramsey, after hearing so much about you. Thank you for the refreshments.
He started to leave, then swung back.
Oh, almost forgot. Layla gave me a message for you, Mrs. Ramsey. Said it was important. Now, what was it?
He frowned in thought.
Oh, yes. She said to tell you she has a very fine stallion now, and she hopes you have one too.
Ayisha fought a blush and did her best to keep a straight face. Baxter rattled on, oblivious.
All very well for her to say she has a stallion. Think it a hum myself. In all the time I was there, I never saw her with any sort of horse, stallion or not. And why a stallion? Why not an ass? That's what they usually ride there.
Why not a stallion? Ayisha managed with an innocent look.
Take it from me, Mrs. Ramsey, a stallion is not a suitable mount for a lady. Nasty, unpredictable brutes. A nice gelding or a mare would suit you much better.
I don't agree, she said. Baxter gave Ayisha an earnest look.
You don't have a stallion, do you, Mrs. Ramsey? Rafe wouldn't mount you on such a dangerous thing, surely.
Rafe made a non-committal sound. He was watching Ayisha with narrowed eyes. Oh, but a stallion makes for such an exciting ride, she said mischievously, giving Rafe a provocative look. I wouldn't mount anything else. Rafe's face took on a graven expression. Ayisha giggled. He'd worked it out. Bertie Baxter shook his head. Ladies tend to be foolishly romantic about stallions. I shall leave it to Rafe to convince you of the virtues of a nice gelding. Ayisha smiled. Yes, do, Rafe, convince me. They bid farewell to Bertie Baxter, and as the door closed behind them, Rafe said smoothly,
So I'm a stallion, eh?
His eyes gleamed at the thought. She wrinkled her nose at him. What makes you think I was talking about you?
Baggage,
he said, and tossed her over his shoulder, ignoring her struggles. He took the stairs 2 at a time, heading for their bedroom. But I want to read my letters, she said between giggles.
Yes, but we stallions are nasty, unpredictable brutes and need to be mounted. Now.
She laughed. Perhaps gelding might improve your temperament. He didn't bother to answer. In minutes, he had her flat on the bed, her skirts around her waist, and himself poised to enter her.
Still want to have me gelded?
He growled softly, his hands doing things to her that melted her insides. No, she murmured happily, as he slowly entered her. I love you, just the way you are. Later they lay exhausted, entwined and blissful. Thank you for bringing me out of Egypt, Ayisha murmured after a while. Layla once told me I was living a half-life there, and I didn't believe her. But now I know. You've given me so much. Love, a home, and a family. More than I ever thought possible.
And you, my love, have brought me home after years of being outside, and that I thought was impossible.
He stroked the silken skin of her stomach. Little did I think that night in your father's house, having set a trap for you with Ali and that picture, waiting to catch a thief, that I would catch instead a bride. He turned his head and gazed into her lovely eyes.
More than a bride. I caught the love of my life.
This concludes To Catch a Bride by Anne Gracie, narrated by Nell Stevenson. Copyright